From Normal West Community High School, a big day of high school hoops is on the horizon. February is here. The regular season is nearly ending, and we're going to have some great basketball here on tap from Central Illinois. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael. Alongside me is John Camosa, ready to bring you all of today's coverage here from the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. John, we have a big-time game between two state-ranked teams, Quincy and East St. Louis, to start things off.
Yeah, John, this is a loaded slate here in the shootout this afternoon, but this is quite the way to start the first game. Quincy ranked number 4 in 4A, and East St. Louis coming in at number 7 in 3A in the state, so this is going to be quite the battle.
It really should be. Quincy comes in 23-2, East St. Louis 17-7. Two teams that are a little bit closer to the St. Louis area. I don't think they've played each other, though, yet this year. Plenty of big wins that both these teams have picked up, including one for Quincy last night over United Township.
Yeah, that was a big win, and, really a lot of momentum going into this season for Quincy. They haven't slowed down. Only those 2 losses, as you mentioned, John, and, part of that, one of their star players, 6'4" guard Bradley Longcourt Jr., ranked number 6 in the state by 24/7 Sports. He's getting offers from Illinois State, Northern Iowa, Southern Illinois, and Western Illinois amongst the few, but he is quite the player to watch, a sharpshooter at guard.
He really is. We'll get a look at both these teams when they take the court here. Starting lineups being introduced. First, starting with the visitors. Visitors right now will be East St. Louis. They're in their away oranges. As we get a look at their starting lineup, it looks like it will be Davis Bynum, Robert McCline, Darion Enlow, Arlandis Brown, and Taylor Powell. We've seen Taylor Powell before in Clutch Sports Media on the football field. Back a couple months ago, he's playing at Northern Illinois.
Yeah, 6'5" forward. He is a force inside. 24 points and 12 rebounds on Friday. He's averaging 14.8 points per game and then 9.3 rebounds. So he's really a force down low. That's going to be tough for Quincy to contest him inside. Another player to watch for the Flyers.
And talk about the Flyers, Joko, you look at their team, it's a big team. They have a lot of height. Quincy a little bit smaller, something to keep an eye on. Almost everybody on East St. Louis is above 6'4". It's almost like watching Normal Community, who maybe some fans around here around Normal are probably a little bit more accustomed to seeing lots of size on this Flyers team. Excited to see if they use that to their advantage here today.
Yeah, and you get forwards, but they play more as guards. A lot of athletic players on this team. Another player, the Cal State Fullerton commit, Davis Bynum. He didn't play Friday night, but he's averaging 12 points and 8 rebounds on the year. Another big-time player for the Flyers. And like you said, John, up and down this roster, 6'4", 6'2", 6'5", 6'6". They are loaded with that size. So we'll see how Quincy, a little bit undersized compared to East St. Louis, have a matchup today.
And look at Quincy's starting lineup there. 5 goes like this. It's Ralph Wires, 5'10", senior guard. He's joined by Camden Brown, Tyler Sprick, it looks like right now. Bradley Longcourt, we mentioned, and their big man, Keyshawn Thomas. He's the quote-unquote their big man, 6'6", pretty big fella, but East St. Louis, again, much bigger at just about every position. And East St. Louis, they came in off of a loss to 4A number 9 Collinsville last night. They'll be looking to rebound again. Flyers 17-7. That win-loss mark, though, is still enough to get them in the top 10 because everyone knows their schedule they've played. They have played some of the best in the state. Quincy obviously going to be the latest in that long list.
Yeah, they have. And, John, when you look at both these teams' schedules, just so loaded, they're really going to get them ready for the postseason. I think this is a big statement win, whoever can grab it today moving forward. Obviously, both teams, as we mentioned, state-ranked, so it's going to be fun.
And it looks like we're going to start this one on quite an interesting note, an administrative technical foul on Quincy, but the free throw looks like from McCline was no good. So we will start at 0-0 just with no tip-off. East St. Louis inbounds it, and we are underway from Normal West. Great day of basketball ahead. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. So here's Enlow with it, top of the arc. those Florida Gator-esque blue and orange jerseys, John. A lot of Florida influence sort of on both the colors, a little bit of the logo of East St. Louis as well. You saw their football team had that kind of that old school F on the side of helmets. Gotta say I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and Quincy, similar to Duke's, got the Devils on the front there, so more the college scheme. But I think, John, in this game, both teams want to come out quick and push the tempo here. There's your big three.
Camden Brown gets things going with the triples. We get a early whistle here. I'm not sure what.
Seen a few whistles early, technical.
Judging on Brown's reaction, he can't believe it, and it will be another technical. That's already 2 technical fouls on Quincy, 1 an administrative technical. Usually that's because they usually have a guy who's on their bench who's not listed on their roster potentially. Yeah, I'm not an expert on those, but that is a potential cause. But this one, though, looks like Brown did some early jawing. East St. Louis, though, hasn't been able to make him pay yet.
And, John, you and I have obviously covered a lot of high school basketball. I can't remember the last time I saw 2 technicals almost a minute into the game.
In the first 50 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's 3-1. Quite the auspicious start here to the 2024 Normal West Crossroads Shootout. And coming up later in the day, huge set of games. We've got state-ranked Peoria Manuel taking on Mount Vernon. It's Rams versus Rams. And then at 4, Class 4A Powers, Molen, and Bradley Bourbannais duke it out. As there's an early bucket from Taylor Powell. We had 24 last night. And to cap things off, we have the host Normal West taking on Washington. And a nice Big 12 Mid-Illini crossover game as Longcore drops in the triple. And then the nightcap at 7:30. You do not want to miss it. Normal Community in Metamora almost missed that 3, though, from East St. Louis. Off the bank, Orlandis Brown drops it in.
Yeah, they're letting the threes fly early, both teams. Both teams are known for shooting the 3 as well and burying them. That's why they have so much success this year.
Now here's Wires. It's 2 Wires on the Quincy team as Longcore's 3 is off. Ralph, number 3, a 5'10 senior. And then Cameron, number 5, a 5'10 junior, as we get another whistle.
Up to 3 fouls, I believe, John. So maybe a little chippy early in this game, you could say.
I think so. You know, both these teams play with a lot of competitive fire, that's for sure. And, yeah, I mean, you want to bring the energy. I mean, it's, you know, usually first game of shootouts, usually not as many people in the gym. You know, you got to bring your own energy. These guys are certainly doing it down there. 3 fouls already on Quincy, 1 on East St. Louis.
Well, I think as we mentioned, too, John, of how big this game, early afternoon, but how important this is to your schedule. I mean, this is a big statement win for either side.
Offensive board from Powell. Couldn't quite get the follow to go. Now here's Longcore. Driving in, Thomas, the big fella, gets it to go. He is in the book for his first deuce. Got to figure he's going to be a big part of this Quincy attack. Him and Longcore, the 2 guys you got to watch out for. Triple on the other end is up and good. I believe that was Orlandis Brown, his second 3-ball of the game.
I think one thing we knew coming in, we were going to see a quick-paced game. Both teams firing it early.
Here's Brown. Now back over to Thomas. Longcore sizing up his defender, drives with the left hand and blocked by Davis Bynum. Bynum stands at 6'8", used every inch to swat that one. Shot misses on the other end. Quincy running out in transition. And now we'll slow things down.
Some good defense there early from East St. Louis. Forcing Thomas to shoot, stay out of the paint there.
Powell on the drive. His shot is up and good. Averages about 15 a contest. Again, had 24 points and 12 rebounds in that loss to the Collinsville Jayhawks last night. Nice pace this one early on. This one, arguably, you could say, John, might be one of the best games of the day. And it's right off the bat here in Normal West. Long court, nice feed to Thomas. His floater in the key is good.
Right, nice early start here for the 6'6" junior, Keyshawn Thomas, asserting his dominance inside once again.
Powell, the fadeaway off the front iron. Long court out of the trailing Thomas. He's going to work, battle of the bigs. And Thomas will head to the line as Davis Bynum picks up the foul. This Quincy team likes to get out in transition, John, and I think we've seen that early on. If you want to beat Quincy, though, one thing they did struggle with recently is when they played Molen, they did come back and win that game. Was Molen, they threw a 1-3-1 zone at them for a while and tripped them up for a bit. They eventually figured it out, but that offense was struggling a bit in that 1-3-1, so we'll see if East St. Louis does any of the same. Thomas goes 2 for 2 at the line. He's got 6 early on.
Yeah, nice start here for Thomas, and obviously he knew coming into this game he's going to have to be a big player alongside Longcore with how much talent East St. Louis stacks up against them.
Here's Bynum working in the post, up off the glass. A nice, pretty finish from the Cal State Fullerton commit. So he'll still be wearing orange and blue next year, and an orange and blue F at that. Here's Tyler Sprick. Approaching 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter of the day. Thomas working in the post on Brown. His shot turnaround is good. Boy, Keyshawn Thomas, he is making an early run for game MVP honors.
Using those post moves down there to match up with Bynum and others, and it takes a little bit of pressure off Longcore being heavily guarded on the perimeter.
3 ball is good on the other end. That one was Arlandis Brown. Boy, he is also shooting very well. He's already exceeded his points per game total. Thomas back on the other end. What do you know? It's Brown and Thomas just going at it.
And how about the court vision from Longcore? Even when he's not scoring, just a great pass there to Thomas, the dump off. And now Quincy's going to get it back.
Bynum dribbled it off of his foot as we'll get a substitution. Dom Clay comes in for Quincy. He had to wait quite a bit to get into this one. Not many stoppages here in this first quarter. Been flying by. Glad you tuned in with us on CSM. Longcore on the drive with some speed and falls off. That one could have gone either way.
Just couldn't get the friendly roll there.
Good transition D. They won't get the turnover, but they will get a prevention of the easy layup that would have came from Darion Enlow. Rather, no, it's Quincy basketball. Did not see it was tipped out by a flyer.
So Quincy a chance to take the lead.
They have a chance with Brown off the mark. Thomas fights for the board and gets it. Knocked over McCline in the process. And we'll get a reach-in foul. No way travel on Quincy.
That was a good recovery there from Thomas. And dumps that pass down in the lane. Just couldn't keep his footing. And just a back-and-forth game to start, John. I think this one, like you said, one of the better ones to start the day.
It certainly is, as on the layup, up and good from Powell. He's now got 6. He said Coach Mark Chambers said he's stepped up and been a leader lately. On the other end, guess who? It's Longcore. That was a long, I don't know if that was a long 2 or a 3. That was a long 2. Our producer Dalton Carmine confirms. 18 all as we approach the end of the first quarter. Back and forth action.
Gonna push that tempo.
Quincy in transition again, and Wires was stripped. I think this one, John, could certainly be one. It's one of those games that's just first one to 70, heck, maybe even first one to 80.
Yeah, at this pace, John.
First free throw is good from Wires. He had a great game in one of Quincy's best wins of the season recently against nationally ranked Imhotep Charter from Pennsylvania. They're a national powerhouse year in and year out. Quincy beat them at the Quincy Shootout not too long ago, and Wires was tasked with shutting down UConn commit Ahmad Noel, held him to 5 of 16 from the field. So keep an eye on Wires' defense. He's matched up with McCline right now in the near corner. Powell drives in for the layup, or the floater, I should say. Almost all of East St. Louis's scoring, John. 9 from Brown, 8 from Powell, and that 3 from Davis Bynum.
Yeah, and their ability, even when they can't get right to the basket, just that quick pull-up, mid-range jumpers working for East St. Louis.
Long court with 4, now with 3. Quincy's got to get a shot up soon. They'll have a prayer, and it's well short from Wires. 20/20 vision. The first quarter here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout between the Class 4A number 4 Blue Devils, East St. Louis Flyers number 7 in Class 3A.
Yeah, quite the entertaining first quarter there, John. Longcore and Thomas really powering Quincy right now, and then on the other side for East St. Louis, Bynum, Auraldis Brown, and Taylor Powell stepping up big.
I want to thank all of our great sponsors for today's broadcast, starting with GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than any other product. We are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And also by York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And also by Watchfire. As the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools, Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And last but not least, by Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Well, if not, you should go check them out after the game and see why they're voted best pizza in Bologna. Pizza Paya, that's where pizza is their love language. I want to thank all of our great sponsors today of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Let's get set for quarter number 2. Again, great slate of action coming up. Manuel Mount Vernon coming up next. That game will tip off at approximately 2:15 or so. Quincy possession to start the second. Shot fake from Dom Clay. Now it's Longcore on the drive. What a behind-the-back pass, but Thomas wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
Trying to get it with a little razzle-dazzle there.
I think he was expecting Thomas to stay out on the wing, and Thomas had the idea of cutting right to the hoop. Had that ball been in his hands, he might have got there for a basket. Right idea, though.
In case you're just tuning in, it's been fast-paced action here in the first game of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Neither team has taken that much of a lead. Jumper off the mark, and Quincy will take it back the other way. One of the most historic and storied teams in the state. Really, both teams are. I was going to say about Quincy, though, even nationally, Quincy has 2,108 all-time wins as a program. And, John, that's a remarkable number. Speaks to, first of all, the high school for its history and also how well their basketball team has performed. Thomas will head to the line.
Yeah, and, Quincy's had great teams year in and year out. Obviously, talked about the history. They were named national champions in 1981, a 64-game win streak till 1982. So, really, history just kind of repeats itself. I can't remember a Quincy team in my lifetime that really hasn't been good.
I used to live around the Quad Cities area, and obviously, if you know where the Quad Cities are, familiar with it. A lot of teams in the Western Big Six Conference. We'll see Molen later today. And, Quincy, they're a little bit of a geographic outlier, large school with no other really large schools close to them, so they do play the Western Big Six, and really in a lot of sports, Quincy they have some really good athletes there. Talk about for Iowa State running back Jirel Brock was a Blue Devil. Lots of other good athletes coming out of Blue Devil country. It's a dedicated fan base, and basketball is just huge in Quincy. Powell is stripped. Clay tries to keep it in bounds, but his right foot was out. We'll stay with East St. Louis. John, I don't know about you. I've never been to Quincy. That's on my bucket list to go to a game there because of that pregame ceremony that they do with the Blue Devil running out onto the court with the fire.
I was just about to say that, John. I haven't been either, and I've heard, how awesome that is to see, and a lot of people compare it to almost like a college setting for an opener.
Big crowds there as a flyer hit the deck hard. Thomas fouled him from behind. A loud thud we heard all the way up here in the stratosphere at the top of the bleachers. Davis Bynum, though, looks to be okay, and he'll stay in the game. This East St. Louis team, John, finding a lot of success this season, even though they lost 7 seniors plus a key transfer in Dana and Rucker. Tough look from Bynum is off the mark.
Great effort there from Bynum. Just couldn't get it. Yeah, I agree with your point, though, John. After losing so many key players that graduated, still coming back and, ranked top 10 in the state, quite the accomplishment. It's another team that's been historically good. Their first state title back in 2019 really continued the success after that.
A long course shot. Step back is no good, but guess who's right there? It's Thomas. A third chance is up and good. Keyshawn Thomas up to 14, and we're 10 full minutes into the game.
And Thomas just has not given up on a single play this afternoon, fighting for those rebounds, but man, he has been quite impressive inside.
Certainly has. That'll prompt Mark Chambers in his 7th year, head coach for East St. Louis, to call a timeout. Let's get a quick word again for all of our great sponsors. Again, starting with GAF. More homes and businesses protected by a GAF roof than any other product. They're the leading roofing manufacturer in North America. Plants all over the U.S. I want to thank them for their support of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout, as well as by York Public Adjusting. Their team of experts will advocate you on your behalf. Make sure that you get what you need from your insurance claim, and you won't be shortchanged. For more information, call 1-800-670-8647. Also by Watchfire Signs, the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. They manufacture scoring and entertainment systems at Fire You Up. And also by Pizza Paya here in Uptown Normal. Pizza is their love language. Quincy leading ESL 24-20 at the moment. Talking about Quincy's history, East St. Louis, obviously a very storied history as well. Not sure how many all-time wins they have, but I know it's quite a lot.
Yeah, the numbers are certainly up there. We know they lead in football in the state of Illinois, tied up there with Mount Carmel for most wins in history. But basketball, they put together quite a few.
Tough turnaround look there from Powell. And his shot missed the mark. Powell is signed to play football up in DeKalb, but Northern Illinois. He's signed to play cornerback, but good athlete that can really play anywhere on the field. Here's Thomas on the drive, kicks out. Look at a flyer foul. That one looks like it might go on Enlow. Haven't seen a lot right now so far of East St. Louis's Robert McCline. Hasn't scored so far, averages about 13 a game. Three ball on the way is short, but rebounded by Dom Clay.
Nice
second chance bucket. Nice feed to Camden Brown.
Just great awareness there. Gets the rebound. Sees Brown right there, wide open underneath. Dishes it to him.
Here's Enlow. Now Powell kicking it back out deep. Three from McCline. Can't quite get the shooter's touch.
Big chance here for Quincy to try to gain even more momentum.
Leading by 6. I believe that's the biggest lead by either team of the day so far. Thomas has got 14 for the Blue Devils. Gonna make it 16. Misses on back-to-back chances. And a tough play there. Collision between him and Bynum. Took out his ankles. No foul called. Mark Chambers is furious. On the other end, Flyers keep going. Sprick, or rather, that was our latest Brown. No good. Here's the Blue Devils in transition. Shot off the mark. And Thomas is called for the foul. Tough collision there on the other end. A couple seconds to go. Thomas rolled over the ankle of Brown, knocked him over. It wasn't a foul called. Glad to see, though, that Bynum's okay. He's taking some tough falls early on in this one.
That's two big players hitting the deck at 6'8" and 6'6". Obviously, referees letting them play today. Both teams coming in are going to be physical.
And he sees it, physicality there, loose ball. East St. Louis stays with it. In the trouble was Powell. Ready, kicks out. McCline, tough look for the free throw line and nearly got it to fall.
Talked about that good defense there from Ralph Wires right there. Good contest.
Thomas, the length in transition, gives them 2. He has got 16 of Quincy's 28. That already exceeds his point total from last night where he had 11.
You got to be really happy if you're head coach Andy Douglas to have a player of his caliber. Not only can he post up and score, but gets out in transition and runs. There he is again, John.
Thomas flying down. Hard fall, but he'll head to the line for 2. Did not see who the bucket was on the other end for East St. Louis, but yeah, back and forth game. I figure that this one is probably going to be closely contested all the way through, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be a great finish in this one.
I think Quincy knows that as East St. Louis can score in bunches. Quincy just wants to push that up-tempo style play and get down, and they've done that quite a bit here in the second quarter, which is why they have this lead.
Thomas has just created so many matchup problems. We talked about East St. Louis' size. They have a couple guys that, maybe have a couple inches on Thomas, but Thomas is so athletic. Gets 1 to go from the line. 6-point lead as we are under 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Great non-conference action. Gotta say, it's one of the best parts of these shootouts, getting to play teams you typically don't. Tough look from Powell.
Another good basket inside East St. Louis, getting right to the basket.
A lot of threes and layups. Inspired by the current state of today's NBA. Here's Camden Wires with it. Had 9 last night. Quincy beat United Township pretty handily, 65-32. Panthers are no slouch, so good to see for Quincy. What about the turnaround move and the tiptoe baseline from Keyshawn Thomas? He's knocking on the door of 20.
And John, I don't know what offers he's getting yet, but college coaches, keep your eyes on this kid.
Curtis Bounds with the layup to go, and
now he's
not a scene you want to see. Thomas hit the deck, and he is in some pain for Quincy.
Kind of hard to say what happened. Just went down.
There's been lots of bodies hitting the deck here so far. Looks like Thomas is getting help to his feet. That's a good sign to see. He'll walk slightly gingerly off, but good to see he is up on his feet. It looks like he may be all right.
I don't, but I was just going to call. Yeah, that's fine. I got earbuds and all that.
Hope that he's okay. It's 10-2 on the side for a bit, John, but it's one player you definitely want to have in this game for the remainder.
Certainly do. I mean, if you are Quincy, though, you got to feel good because you do have guys like Longcore, other guys that can step up and score. We see him slash in here, kicking out. Now the top of the key. Mid-range floater, nice touch from Dom Clay. His first score of the ball game.
Able to get inside, and Quincy just so balanced. Able to get inside and shoot threes as well. This is just an all-around team guard play.
Nice floater on the other end from the Flyers. 4-point ball game here between two downstate powers. Top of the key, three is good. That's Mark Luthen, the junior guard, showing off the shooting stroke. 7-point lead now, one of the biggest of the day. And we're going to get a push on Brown.
And John, I think we are on pace here to see quite a high-scoring game.
If you do the simple math, we're definitely looking at Quincy being over 70. I'm sure East St. Louis they can definitely score some points as well, but you know, you talk about a hot topic right now is, you know, you're going to have, as Powell gets it to go, you're going to have, you know, shot clocks for these special events, shootouts and everything. Even if there was one today, which there's not, I think that it would pretty much be almost unused because these teams are just playing so fast.
Yeah. I think that's one thing we've seen, even, you know, covered the Tournament of Champions there in Washington back in November. Shot clock was implemented. A lot of teams don't play like they really need it.
11 on the clock, now with 10. Here's Luthen. Here's where you might want the ball in the hands of Longcore on the drive. Some big contact, and Longcore hit the deck very hard. I think John really, obviously you hope that we see a good game, but almost more so we hope that everyone is going to be okay after this one. There have been some physical collisions. Longcore the latest to get shaken up, but he'll stay in the game.
And just shows the resiliency, you know, hitting the deck that hard and popping right up, getting to the line, but
first free throw is off the mark. It's usually pretty tough to make that first free throw after you hit the deck. It's kind of discombobulates your body a little bit, throws you all out of whack. See if he can get the second, and he does. Longcore's got 6. Chance for a half-court shot, and it's well short by East St. Louis. Quincy takes a 37-31 lead into the locker room. Over half of their points coming from their junior forward, Keyshawn Thomas.
Yeah, big, you know, first half for Quincy. Obviously, Thomas forced down low. We saw him exit for a bit, but hope to see him back in the second half. But all-around great ball game. A lot of talent out here, John.
We're about to send things down to our sideline reporter, Joey Wright. He'll be standing down with Quincy head coach Andy Douglas. Our sideline report brought to you by Brad Hallstein. Joey, down to you.
Thanks, John. Here with Quincy coach Andy Douglas at halftime. Andy, you guys pull away from a 20-20 tie at the end of the first quarter. What went right for you there in Q2?
I think we executed defensively. You know, they got inside a few too many times on us, so we switched to zone a little bit to see how they reacted. I thought we did a really good job there, staying aggressive. And then offensively being able to, you know, attack the paint on our end too. You know, Brad Longcore, he can create quite a bit off of the, you know, with the ball in his hands, and, you know, guys are making plays. Keyshawn was big for us in that half.
High-level matchup here to start the Midwest Crossroads Shootout. What adjustments do you guys need to make in the second half?
We got to be better off-ball defense. You know, I think we're paying too much attention to, you know, where our guys are off the ball instead of, you know, realizing they want to get into paint off of the dribble. So we got to do a better job of closing gaps. But otherwise, I like our energy here.
Appreciate the time, Andy. Thank you. Yep. John, back up to you.
And thank you, Joey. Great insight there from Andy Douglas. Good things to talk about for Quincy. Again, got to feel pretty good. You're leading the number 7 team in Class 3A by 6 1/2. But as we've seen this basketball season, John, we've seen so many comebacks at all levels. Really, it will come down to that final 16.
Oh, it certainly will, John. And obviously, you'd like to have this lead going into halftime. You never want to be trailing or tied. But right now, Quincy's in a good spot where they're at. But you know, East St. Louis is going to come into the second half wanting to get back into this game. So it should be really exciting. As Coach Douglas said, you know, obviously want to bring some of that intensity. And we'll see what happens. But right now, this first half quite certainly lived up to the hype.
See that zone defense, that off-ball defense, all things to keep an eye on for Quincy. Again, If we do get a game MVP, it's looking like Keshawn Thomas right now getting 19 points. He's making it happen down low, but still lots of basketball left. It has been entertaining, to say the least, here in Normal. I want to thank all of our great sponsors for today's coverage, starting with GAF, where more homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than any other product. They are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And also by York Public Adjusting, our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And also by Watchfire, the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And last but not least, by Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Well, if not, go check them out after the game and see why they are voted best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza Paya is where pizza is their love language. We'll step aside for a quick break here on Clutch Sports Media. Quick word for ourselves. Check out CSM Overtime, our new written venture. Learn more about that. And also, how about you could advertise with us on Clutch Sports Media for all of our upcoming playoff games on social media as well. Plenty of opportunities available for Central Illinois businesses. We'd love to hear from you. But for John Camosa, I'm Jonathan Michael. Quincy leads 37-31 at the half. Back after these messages.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories.
Your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts.
As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action.
More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Welcome back to halftime of East St. Louis and Quincy. First game here of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout here in Normal. Blue Devils got 19 points from Keyshawn Thomas, 6 from Bradley Longcore. Overall, I think if you're Quincy, John, I mean, we heard from Andy Douglas. If, let's say, John Camosa is the head coach, what are you telling your guys to do in half number 2?
You know, I think just keep the intensity up, obviously, on the defensive end. You'd want to step it up a little bit more, try to stop some of those mid-range jumpers. You know, obviously, face guard there. Put a little bit more pressure right when they get across half court. But I think transition-wise, keep pushing the tempo after a basket, get in transition. That's really Quincy's strength right now. And, keep feeding the ball to Thomas. When you do get in those half-court sets, I think the guards are doing a great job with Wires and Longcore to kind of, fake some shots, penetrate, and then kick the ball to Thomas. He's really been getting all his looks down low.
He certainly has. We'll see how East St. Louis forwards respond. Interesting fact about one of them, Davis Bynum, who's one of their biggest guys. He did not play last night. He was involved in a little bit of a scuffle during one of their previous games, but he's back on the court now. And so I think East St. Louis will have to get a big half out of Davis Bynum. He has just 3 points, averages 12 points and 8 boards per game. We'll see if the Cal State Fullerton commit can step it up in half number 2, but Taylor Powell doing a great job of keeping East St. Louis in it. And they're down right now, but again, they're played a pretty good half of basketball against, one of the best teams in the state, really, in Quincy.
Yeah, they are. And I think, if your head coach Mark Chambers and East St. Louis, they've been in positions like this. Obviously, they've played in closely contested games, so certainly not out of this game whatsoever, but obviously you want to keep up that tempo, get some shots to fall, and the big thing is contain Thomas down low. Right now they just haven't had an answer for him. He's getting a lot of second chance points off those rebounds, so we'll see what adjustments both teams make coming into the second half, but certainly should be a great one.
I'd keep an eye on Arlandis Brown's three-point shooting as well. He knocked in 3 of them in the first half for East St. Louis. Coming up for the Flyers, their schedule, they got Belleville West, a Southwestern Conference foe, on Tuesday. And next week, they got 2 pretty big games. They're at Edwardsville, then they're at Chaminade College Prep over in St. Louis. They'll cross the river for that one. Chaminade, a very good team year in, year out. They're facing a team today, Chaminade is, that a team that's very familiar to our coverage area in Peoria, Richwoods, who is becoming quite the force in Class 3A. So it'll be interesting to see how the Knights fare against Chaminade. Lots of different shootouts, big games go down across the state. This one, though, probably one of the best going on in the entire state. I would certainly argue, if not the best. Really, just got to credit Normal West High School and head coach Ed Haferman and all the committee for bringing in such good teams this year. We're excited to be back here.
I believe this is their 3rd year, correct me if I'm wrong, John,
so.
of doing that. And, each season they've brought in some really great games, I should say great teams. And this year, I would say out of those 3 years, is certainly probably one of the most stacked lineups that we've had. 5 ranked teams here in the state between Class 3A and 4A. 2A as well with Manuel.
Yep.
But, yeah, this should be a really exciting day. Looking forward to more games ahead.
This is the first of 2 matchups of the day between 2 state-ranked teams, the other one being the Nightcap Normal Community Metamora. Good awareness by Cannon Brown, throwing it off of McCline. It'll stay Quincy ball.
So Quincy, obviously, a chance to get some more points on the board here in this opening possession.
6-point lead right now. I figure if they get another one, make it a 8 or 9-point lead again, that would be the largest of the ball game. They look to Longcore in the corner. Now back up to Brown up top.
And, John, we do see Thomas back in there now. He got that arm taped up. Good to see
Blocked
him back.
By Taylor Powell. Big rejection for him. He stands at 6'5". If you're East St. Louis, you got to figure out maybe if we can just eliminate Thomas or at least neutralize him. I don't think you can truly, really eliminate him. You got to like your chances. Make someone else beat you. Here's a shot from the elbow by Wires off the mark. Ball's fought for, and the orange and blue take it. Nice beat up, load up, bite him, it's showtime! First dunk of the day by Davis. We talked about getting him involved, and that will be a big jolt of momentum. Points on the scoreboard also gives you some more energy.
And that really started on the defensive end. Great job in the half-court set from East St. Louis to get that ball back, and once again, able to step up big. Shot doesn't fall there for Longcore. East St. Louis can come out quick and score some more points on the board.
East St. Louis, they've played good the last 2 Saturdays. It's been a day of the week that's been kind to them. They beat Centralia 2 Saturdays ago, 45-37. Then they beat Christian Brothers College, a prep school in St. Louis, 71-70 last week. Thomas, the easy layup. He decides to go for not quite as flashy of a finish as Bynum, but still counts the same.
And now up to 20 points there for Thomas. And once again, just showing what he did in the first half, carrying that over in the second half, getting in transition. And how about the assist, too?
Talk about transition. Wide open dunk from Camden Brown. He throws it down, and there's some above-the-rim play here in the second half as we will get a timeout from the Flyers. Quincy, a nice response. 4-point lead. They feel some heat. The Flyers nip it at their heels. They run even faster out. Yeah, and so much just good transition play from the Blue Devils. That was one of their biggest keys coming into this one.
They want to get out, get in transition, and just 4 quick points on the board after that East St. Louis dunk by Bynum.
Both these teams looking for deep playoff runs, and obviously, I don't want to be Captain Obvious too much, but both these teams equipped for another one this year. Quincy last year fell to O'Fallon in the sectional semifinals. East St. Louis made it to state, but then fell to Metamora, who we'll see later today in the state semifinal. Then they took third place. Longcore's 3 in transition is rebounded by Wires. Ducks through some defenders, kicks it back out to Brown.
Chance for Quincy here to reset. Playing with this lead, they can extend this game to 10 points.
That would feel like quite a big lead. It's, even though it's 8 right now, it feels like it's still almost a 1 or 2 possession game.
Got to think anytime if they can put the ball in the basket here, John. You got a 10-point lead on a team like East St. Louis. If you're Coach Andy Douglas, you got to like that in the third quarter.
Certainly do. We saw a great comeback last night on Clutch Sports Media. We were at girls basketball action between state-ranked Washington and Canton. As here's a 3 ball and good. Big shot from McCline. That's his first bucket of the game. Not too late, though, for him to get it going. He's cut it to 5, but last night, Washington took a 14-2 lead early on, and we were kind of shaking our heads in the booth like, boy, did we choose to broadcast a blowout. Canton came back, stormed back, and won that game. Now East St. Louis will get a foul on the floor. That will be Quincy's just their first foul of the third quarter. Quincy, they got to keep their foot on the gas, though. They learned that lesson when they were down by 16 to Sterling last Friday. I'm sure Blue Devil Nation doesn't want me to bring it up, but heartbreaking loss for the Blue Devils as Andre Claver from Sterling hit a game-winning 3 with just seconds left to stun Quincy. So a lot of really good teams in the Western Big Six. Sterling's really good this year. Molen is very good. Rock Island is strong as usual. And then obviously Quincy as well. So pretty top-heavy conference at Quincy's in this year.
And they are, and obviously been battle tested with a tough schedule, but
Follow-up dunk by Powell. He booted it. Back to Quincy, and back to your point, John.
yeah, just saying, quite the schedule they've ran through, and with only 2 losses this late in the season for Quincy, very impressive.
Long court, nice step back. Can't quite get it to go. Tipped out, stays with East St. Louis. In the corner, drive baseline from Dom Clay. Thomas, physical play, no foul. East St. Louis goes back to the way with a chance to cut it to a possession.
Some good defense inside there from the Flyers.
Enlow drives in, and Clay picks up the foul. Would have been quite the defensive play if he could have gotten that clean block, but he did not. Coming up after this, Manuel Mount Vernon should be a good matchup. 2 teams that are orange and black, 2 teams that are named the Rams. So good luck keeping track of who's who in that one. We'll do our best up here in the booth. Manuel's got Dietrich Richardson, one of the top juniors in the state, draws some interest from D1 schools such as Illinois. First free throw good from Darion Enlow, and his first score of the game.
Yeah, John, we talked about that pregame. Manuel, double-digit losses this year, but they've played a loaded 3A, 4A schedule. They're in 2A this season, so they got a chance to really make some noise, ranked second in the state. And it's quite the power team there. Big win for them yesterday against Bloomington.
You think about 2A, I mean, at least in the Peoria area, usually there's, you look at the Chicago area, 2A is usually some private schools usually. In Central Illinois, you're looking at maybe some more rural schools. Then you throw a team like Manuel in there who plays in the Big 12 as we get a travel called on Quincy. Nothing against those rural schools. There's some very good ones in the area. But, when you play a team like Manuel, it's just a different brand of basketball. It's just almost at a different level. And Manuel's the type of team that brings that same brand year in and year out. As we get a deep ball from McCline, that was to tie, and it was off the mark. 2A, though, is an absolute dogfight. 2A and 3A both, I'd argue, are probably the most interesting classes to watch as the playoffs go along. You get kind of a mix of everybody. It's kind of a big melting pot. 4A, you got a lot of suburban Chicago schools, and Quincy as well.
Yeah.
1A, you get a lot of, usually smaller country schools, you could say, as well. 2A, 3A, you get a bit of everything.
And I think, too, the reason this, the shootout is so fun this late in the season, John, is because we're not going to see a lot of these teams match up again. We're not going to see Metamora play Normal Community, both different classes. We're not going to see Quincy, St. Louis. So this is almost like your playoff prep. You're seeing some bigger schools and kind of getting you ready to go into your own class here in the postseason, which is rapidly approaching. But I think this is the best test for all these teams.
I think so. As we get a brief stoppage, ref confirms some things with the scorers table. In East St. Louis's, as that one's blocked.
What a block.
Quincy wants a goaltending call. That was Powell that flew in for the block. He's had multiple of those today. East St. Louis's sectional, we don't know the seeds yet. Those will come out on Thursday, as here's Enlow to tie off the mark. Collinsville and O'Fallon, I think 2 other of the main teams to keep an eye on, is Enlow picks up a foul. So that'll be a pretty good subsectional that the Flyers will play in. Although I think you gotta like their chance of possibly earning that top seed. Probably gonna be either them or Collinsville. You never know.
Yeah.
Obviously that head-to-head win that Collinsville had last night, I think, could be the deciding factor. And they did beat East St. Louis again earlier in the season as well. So I think East St. Louis, you're maybe looking at maybe the number 2 overall seed in the subsectional.
And, John, going back to this with East St. Louis, that adjustment in the second half, how about this defense? Another block there, Bynum, Brown the play before that. They're really stepping it up, not letting Quincy control the paint like they were in the first half.
It's been a pretty low-scoring third quarter, all things considered. It's slowed down a bit from a track meet of a first half. Quincy has scored just 4 in the third frame. East St. Louis has gotten 7. Here's Longcore feeding to Thomas. Finds some contact, gets his own miss, and blocked, but put back in by Thomas. Good defense, though, from Davis Bynum. He was right there.
Yeah, that was a third chance effort there for Thomas.
As a coach, allowing second chance points definitely drive you nuts. Allowing third chance points drive you nuts even more. You got to box out. Is now East St. Louis back down by 2 scores. Kicking out, open 3, top of the key, barely draws the iron. That came off the hands of Davis Bynum. There's 2 Bynums on this East St. Louis team. Lawson being the other one. He's a 6'6" senior. Tough shot from Powell. Tried to kiss it off the glass. He wanted to call and didn't get it.
And he's looking for a foul on that one. Just couldn't get it to go.
I think referees here today have established that you got to get hacked pretty hard if they're going to call it. 3 balls good from Dom Clay. This is a nice piece to have off the bench if you're Quincy. He's played some really good defense as of late, and an off-the-ball foul. McCline shoved Wires to the floor.
I don't think Coach Mark Chambers is happy with that call either, but Quincy right now really starting to find their groove.
So now when it looked like East St. Louis was about ready to tie the game, Quincy back out in front by 8. Thomas has been slowed down, but other guys have picked it up. Here's Thomas, nice feed to Brown. Foul before the shot, no way travel. One chance for East St. Louis now. 36.9 left, no shot clock. John, what are you doing? You holding for the last shot, or are you maybe trying to get 2 possessions out of it?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with maybe just holding for the last shot here. You can cut this game to 6 with the 2. But you don't want to get a quick basket and give it right back to Quincy to extend this lead even more.
I believe it will be East St. Louis ball to start the fourth quarter, if I'm not mistaken. Driving in is McCline, had it searched from him. Quincy is going to get the last shot. It's Brown in transition. Nothing doing, still time on the clock. Clay's fade away. Barely hits the rim. So a frenetic last couple seconds, nothing but comes of it, and Quincy heads into the final frame, nursing an 8-point lead. Should be a good finish here from Normal West in the first game of the Crossroads Shootout. And I want to thank all of our great sponsors here today, starting with GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. They're the leading roofing manufacturer in North America. Plants located all over the U.S. As a Standard Industries company, they're part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business, not just in the country, but in the world. Also by York Public Adjusting, where our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. They're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. Again, 800-670-8647. And by Watchfire Signs, as the official scoreboard of the NFHS. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. Gotta say, not sure if it's the official Watchfire sign, but there's a nice little scoreboard that I think the Normal West has. A little video aspect to it. It's pretty cool. Also by Pizza Paya as well here in Uptown Normal. Go check them out and see why they're voted the best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is our love language. You gotta see that little scores table scoreboard at the top of your screen. You don't see that too often in the high school level. It's been a while since I've been in this gym, John. I don't recall that. It must be a new addition.
Yeah, I don't recall that either, John. And, I do like it a lot. Like you said, you don't see it a lot in high school, more college, but it's pretty fancy.
Offensive foul on East St. Louis. That fired up Ralph Wires. For East St. Louis, you don't have to get it all back right now, but what you can't do is let Quincy go on another run, like a 5-0, 6-0 run. That can really make it a tough mountain to climb.
Yeah, still a lot of time in this game. The last thing you want is being down double figures. Right now, Quincy, that's a turnover, so East St. Louis a chance to cut into this.
For East St. Louis, again, it's mostly been Powell scoring for them. He has got 12. Orlandis Brown, again, shot very well to start the game, but has been shut down since. He got long cord near him behind the arc right now. Tough shot. Powell, he got fouled after the release, and he'll get 2 free throws out of it. I say, got to give a big shout out to all of our fans watching the live chat. Loved watching the discussion during halftime about all the talking about the different teams and just talking high school basketball. Love to see it. Talking about Centralia as well, and I gotta say, personally speaking, as give out, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but my personal opinion. I saw that one of the guys said that Centralia, a good team, but hasn't scheduled the hardest, and I would certainly agree with that. Their record looks very good, but they haven't played the caliber of teams that East St. Louis or Quincy has, and that's nothing against the Orphans, but more so credit to East St. Louis. And it really doesn't matter that much what your record is. It affects seeding a little bit, but I think you'd rather be a team that's got a handful of losses and played good teams than being a team that's just beating up on everybody and not played anybody that next level as Brown takes his first free throw.
We could say here in about 3.5 weeks, throw the records out the door.
Yeah. It's just pretty much a second season. This one ends and a new one begins. It doesn't matter if you go undefeated in the rack up 20-something wins in the regular season and back down to 0-0 in about just over 2 weeks. Here's Powell. Now Flyers trail by 9. Now make it 7. Need more of that if you're East St. Louis. Powell gets his 13th and 14th points to go.
Yeah, certainly not going away. And foul down there on Thomas.
Powell's their leading scorer and rebounder. East St. Louis, they average about 35 boards a game. And that just a big team. Look at their roster. 6'8", lots of 6'2 guys, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". Everyone really in between 6'2 and a 6'8", really, other than a couple of guards that they have, but size a big part of them. Nice pass by Clay. Here's Brown, back to Clay, open 3. Can't quite get it to go. Thomas fouled a Flyer on the box out.
And even when he's not getting rebounds down there, John, Keyshawn Thomas, it feels like he's got his hand on almost every single ball that's came off the basket. Just really plants his feet down there and just stays in the post.
Thomas has been a problem on both ends for sure. Powell, another tough look, and gets it to go. He's certainly the hot hand. We'll see if East St. Louis rides him in these final 6 minutes or so, trailing by 5. Here's Longcore with it. He's a 3-star recruit. Again, the number 6 junior in the state, ranked by 24/7 Sports. Thomas spins around and gets fouled.
We don't always see that, John, at the high school level. You got to love that spin move, though. Man, just right back door. It's been impressive.
I'm a huge fan of it, especially when you're just kind of standing there posted up and then boom, just out of nowhere. So hard to defend.
We've seen that back you down, maybe drop step, but that spin move, he's got that down.
Look at the foul situation for East St. Louis. They have 4 players on the court with 3. That's Powell, Enlow, McCline, and Bynum. Thomas is 3 for Quincy. No one else on the floor for the Blue Devils has more than 2. Thomas's free throw is good as he's now up to 23, I believe. The scoreboard here at the gym is correct. 6 minutes to go. Flyers trail by 6. And number 7 team in the state class 3A, they jumped up in the rankings. They were receiving votes 2 weeks ago, but after some big wins, jumped up into the top 10. And we're going to reach on the Devils.
If that one was clean, I think Quincy would be going the other way for another basket, but just gets the foul, and it's a big opportunity here for East St. Louis as that clock continues to tick.
East St. Louis has done a good job of taking away a little bit more transition game for Quincy here in the second half. Here's Neelan Sanders into the game for East St. Louis. First time we've called his number. Now here's Powell driving in. Tough look, and he's fouled. That's the 4th foul on Quincy this quarter, John. So the Flyers will play the final 5.5, shooting free throws the rest of the way out.
And I think that's the biggest thing for East St. Louis. They're down 6 right now. Chance with free throws here to cut into it even more, but just continue to get to the basket. Let Quincy draw fouls on you.
That's 3 fouls now on Dom Clay. Free throw off the mark from Powell. Don't want to assume, I assume there's some relation between Dom Clay and his Quincy teammate Rico Clay. They're both 6'3" junior guards. Who knows, they could be twins. East St. Louis goes 0 for 2 at the line. Missed opportunity on the other end. Wires his 3 is short but gets his own miss.
It's a big opportunity there for Quincy, able to get the rebound off their own miss, reset.
Here's Clay on the drive, flying in and gets it to finish. How did he get that one to go? Dom Clay, show me your ways.
Impressive take on 2 defenders, and Quincy has not backed down to this challenge today.
Quick word again for all of our sponsors, starting with Pizza Paya here in Bloomington Normal, as well as our title sponsors for today, GAF, and reach them out. And York Public Adjusting. Call them at 1-800-670-8647. And Watchfire Signs as well. Want to thank them all for their support of the 2024 Normal West Crossroads Shootout. 8 points in 5 minutes. Still going to be feeling good if you're East St. Louis, John. You know, now they're starting to shut down Thomas a little bit, but now it's Dom Clay's got some good buckets. He's really being that spark off the bench for Quincy.
Certainly has, and you know, a lot of players on this Quincy team that could step up and play in any big moment. We've seen that spread out quite a bit.
Flyers, the name of the game right now is stop and a bucket. Powell kicks it out. McCline's open in the corner. Now he's not. They'll feed Bynum at the top of the key. He'll drive in on Thomas. And stripped away. Great defense from Keyshawn Thomas. 3-on-2 break. Here comes Clay again. And he is fouled. It's hard into the padding on the wall beyond the baseline. And he'll shoot 2. That's the 4th foul on Robert McCline, who hasn't quite had the game that he's wanted. Just 3 points and 4 fouls.
How about just this last minute, these 2 possessions, Dom Clay just getting to the basket, using that long frame at 6'3".
Missed opportunities on both sides now as Clay misses his first. Second one, a line drive is up and good, so making a 9-point lead. Neither team has had a 10-point advantage in this one, so East St. Louis needs some quick buckets here. Flyers go with their offense. McCline kept him in the game, and it paid off.
Now it's going to take some defense here if you're East St. Louis.
Here, McCline, you got to be careful. Obviously, given the press, McCline hobbling a little bit. Bynum defending on Wires. Longcourt blows by his defender. finds Thomas, triple teamed. Oh my word, Keshawn Thomas. What an evening, or an afternoon I should say, he's having.
Yeah, he has been a force down low.
McCline on the other end, a deep three, and it results in a East St. Louis foul on the rebound, and that foul will put Quincy in the bonus for the rest of the game. East St. Louis just hasn't made enough plays, at least yet, to make a significant charge at the Blue Devils here in this fourth quarter. Now with Quincy being in the bonus, gotta figure that they're gonna probably try and get to the line quite a bit. East St. Louis could benefit from some free throws as well, but maybe you start trying to try to get some good threes. Not quite sure. It's like, do you want the points or do you want to get points with the clock stopped? Wires goes 2 for 2.
Yeah, obviously, you want to start scoring quick. And
you don't want quick shots like that, though.
Like that.
Powell forced that one. Leads to a wide open bucket on the other end. 4 straight from Ralph Wires. And now a 12-point advantage for Quincy. They'll call timeout. Talk things over, but Andy Douglas got to be feeling pretty good right now. How his team is, they haven't had any big runs, but they had a lot of really good little stretches that have amounted to a 12-point lead here with under 4 to play.
I think too, John, we just saw it. Those quick shots that are, probably not the shots they're looking for. And we know Quincy gets out and runs quick. You give him an opportunity to get the ball, corral it. And we got guys going down floor, so that leads to wide open baskets. We've seen that throughout the course of this game, but really not what you want if you're East St. Louis. You got to score quick, but you don't want wild, uncontested shots. You want to try to get inside, maybe draw some contact. Certainly not out of this game, but right now the way Quincy's offense is rolling, it's going to be tough to come back in.
Certainly will, though. If you do get some threes, maybe bring out the press, get some turnovers. Nothing is impossible if you're East St. Louis. It's got to turn that tide probably now. This is, we talked about early in the quarter, you didn't need to give it all you got right then, but I think now you have pretty much got to play 80, 90% perfect the rest of the way for the Flyers.
Yeah, there's no question. It's right here, right out of this timeout. You're going to need a bucket. You're going to have to get some defensive stops if you're East St. Louis.
Flyers ball, they'll roll it up the court, at least to the free throw line. As here's Enlow bringing it up. Now back to McCline, knocked down that pretty three. Again, playing with 4 fouls. Bynum, McCline was open in the corner, now feeds it to Bynum, stripped away. Quincy's done such a good job of stripping it away, but McCline gets the easy deuce.
Here we're going to see that full court press now from East St. Louis.
Got to be careful not to foul. Almost getting the takeaway. Chambers jumping up and down the sideline, so close. Now Quincy will slow things down.
Yeah, they're going to have to get up there and face guard. Obviously no shot clock.
Driving in, blocked from behind was Wires. That was Davis Bynum with the swat. Bynum's also been pretty limited today. He averages 12 a game. He's scored 5.
He's done it all on the defensive end.
Yeah, he certainly has. I got to credit Quincy's defense a lot, though. This East St. Louis team averages over 60 a game. He's held to 48 so far. Yeah, anytime the East St. Louis goes up, it seems like they're getting the ball just stripped right away from them.
Just quick hands from Quincy.
Bynum picks up the foul, and not only quick hands, but so easy on those plays. We reach in for a swipe to actually hit the body, and then boom, you're picking up a foul.
Yeah.
Quincy's got a lot of clean ones too, and that's a lot harder than it looks. As Camden Brown will shoot 2. First one's short. Tyler Sprick checks back into the game for the Blue Devils. And Dom Clay checks out. Quincy at 9-1 in the Western Big Six. They are leading the conference at the moment. And that win over, they beat Molen recently. That was a big one for them to hop up top. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they'll have 4 more Western Big Six games. Don't take my word for it, though, but I believe that is the case. So, and them and Molen is top of the conference. Sterling and Rock Island teams to keep an eye on as well. Spin move by Enlow. Nice defense from Wires. Miscommunication. And that turnover really costly for East St. Louis. Chance to cut it down to as little as 8, and now Quincy could maybe have the dagger on this possession.
Not the possessions you want if you're East St. Louis, and just a little bit of miscommunication there, and Quincy can really kind of put the dagger here.
East St. Louis needs a stop. It's a big fella. Thomas, another block from Bynum. Thomas stays with it. And we get a timeout by Quincy as Thomas was in some trouble on the deck. Wanted to avoid the travel call, and you can't take those back to the Gem City with you. May as well use it. And coming up right after this, in case you're tuning in a little bit early, Manuel and Mount Vernon ready to duke it out. One of those teams is here on the court. Don't know, again, if it's Manuel or Mount Vernon because they both wear orange and black. My guess is that's Mount Vernon, I believe. And after that, Molen and Bradley Bourbannais. Bradley Bourbannais got that should be a great matchup of bigs. You got Braden Freeman, who's the younger brother of current Iowa Hawkeye star Owen Freeman. And then Bradley Bourbannais got Nick Allen, a 6'10 center who can score well over 25 each game. So that should be a good one if you like seeing the big fellas duke it out. Normal West and Washington, our 4th game, and then we'll cap it off with Normal Community and Metamora, 4A number 7 versus 3A number 3.
Can't wait for that one.
Game is nearly an inverse of what this game is in terms of rankings. Quincy, number 4 in Class 4A. This win, if they are able to hold on, which it looks like they should be able to, would certainly be a good mark on their resume. Maybe it'll help them move up a little bit. East St. Louis, though, again, results hold. Another loss for them, but not a bad one. They've lost to some really good teams like Collinsville, Morton, Mount Carmel, O'Fallon as well as some out-of-state foes.
Just an impressive game, both offensively and defensively for Quincy this afternoon. Credit to Keyshawn Thomas, too, for quite the performance with 25 right now.
Longcore gets his free throw to go. He's been honestly fairly quiet, especially by his standards. He's got 7 right now. Could make it 8, but I think John, was a big factor for Quincy was, Thomas was the star of that first half by and large. And then in the second half, Ralph Wires and Camden Brown both played really well.
Yeah, and Longcore's, John, refresh my memory here, going back to that first quarter, I believe his first 6 points came on those 2 threes in the opening minutes, so it's kind of quiet throughout, but
yeah,
certainly still been a factor on the floor, getting his hands on some possessions there on the defensive end and kind of disrupting some shots from East St. Louis. So certainly, they have enough caliber guards. When they're not scoring, they can still really make an impact on defense. I think that's why they're a well-rounded team.
East St. Louis got a quick bucket. They have the ball back again. Here's Powell trying to draw the foul and didn't. Thomas, a big rebound for the Blue Devils. And so we'll get a whistle here. Isaiah Brown getting ready to check in for the Flyers. And coming up after the game,
technical foul, I believe, as well, John.
Well, that one, it is a technical foul on Taylor Powell. That's his 5th, so his day is through. 16 points for him, played nicely, but ultimately not enough. Looks like Quincy is going to hold on in this one. Longcore knocks down the first. Game started with, some tension. It's gonna, end maybe a little bit of the same way as well as Longcore. Nice shooter's touch there.
And I think, John, anytime you get in a game, two teams that are state ranked, you really put your heart into these games, competitors, and nobody really likes losing. You never want to lose. So it's frustration because you want to come out on top.
Thomas nearly airmailed Brown, blocked by McCline. East St. Louis, they may not pull out the win in this one, but they have certainly shown that they're one of the better shot blocking teams in the area. One goes on Ralph Wires. Bynum to the stripe. He's at 66% shooter. And coming back for the game, our Joey Wright will be sitting down with the game MVP. Talk with him.
Yep.
John, if you had to say right now, a couple different options. MVP, were you agreeing? I'm saying Keyshawn Thomas.
It would have to be. As far as just offensively, 25 points, leading scorer, and really he's done it all on defense as well. But there's no question that he put in quite the effort this afternoon to help power his team, and almost 30 points. I would say that deserves MVP honors.
Now have a chance to add more to it. We kept track of point totals up here in the booth. I haven't tracked rebounds. It's too much going on. I can't really do that, but I'm sure that Thomas has a double-double.
Oh, there's no
easily.
question.
Nothing but nylon. Heard that swish all the way from up here. Jim goes silent, and Thomas knocks down his second, 27 for the big fella. John, I was coming into this one again, not having seen both teams before this season, at least in person. I was wondering how well Thomas was going to perform against a very big East St. Louis team, and he answered my question. Didn't make a difference at all. Even at 6'6", he's our biggest player on this overall fairly small Quincy team, but
I think they're just going to
doesn't really matter.
Yeah, run this one out here, but quite the win for Quincy. Is another impressive one on their schedule to improve to 24-2.
I'll take that record into a home contest against Rock Island Alleman on Tuesday. Then a big matchup next Friday against Molen before heading down to Jacksonville. And Quincy is going to leave Normal victorious over the Class 3A number 7 East St. Louis Flyers. 65-51 your final score. Keyshawn Thomas, quite the game, and credit to the Blue Devils, they didn't let up on the gas at all in that second half.
No, they didn't. Really came out hot out of the gates and, played some up-tempo transition, basketball, able to get to the cup. And, Keyshawn Thomas, obviously that effort he brought into the first half, continued that over into the second half. But Andy Douglas, head coach for Quincy, he's got to be happy with that win for his team.
And our Joey Wright will be grabbing the MVP from this one. Talk to him and get his thoughts on the win. Look at that Quincy, though. Thomas finishes with 27. Dom Clay has 7. Longcore has 10. Brown with 9. And Ralph Wires with 6. All those unofficial numbers, those are just our tallies. East St. Louis, who falls to 17-8 with the loss. They were led by 16 from Taylor Powell. No one else was in double figures, though. Brown, McCline, Bynum all scored, but no one reached 10 points. As they're going to look at Keyshawn Thomas receiving the MVP award from a young fan. Certainly earned it, and at 27, that is one of his biggest performances in quite some time. He had 11 last night against against UT. 17 against Molen is 22 against Sterling, but 27 here this afternoon. And Joey Wright has grabbed Keyshawn Thomas. Joey, we will send it down to you. What do you got for us?
Thanks, John. Here with Keyshawn Thomas on the floor. Quincy picks up a big win, and Keyshawn, after a 27-point performance, you are the player of the game. What does that feel like?
It feels good to know that I can have my teams back. When everybody else isn't scoring and they're not clicking, that I can just go out there and be a dog.
A gritty game, a physical game. You guys weren't able to pull away until late. What did it take to get the job done down the stretch?
It took to be aggressive. We weren't getting the calls. We started off with a technical. That started us down, but when we're being aggressive and they're being aggressive, we just have to be more aggressive than them, and that's what we did.
East St. Louis, one of the better teams in Class 3A this season, number 7 in the latest poll. What does this win do for you guys moving forward?
It puts us on the map again. We lost a couple games that we shouldn't have lost, but being a good team like this, it means a lot to us, and we're going to keep winning.
Keyshawn Thomas, 27 points to lead Quincy to a 65-51 win over East St. Louis. Enjoy this one. Appreciate the time. Absolutely. John, back up to you.
Thank you, Joey and Keyshawn. Again, I want to thank our Silent Reporter sponsor, Brad Holstein of Edward Jones. I thank him for his support of our Silent Reporter position here today. Manuel Mount Vernon taking the floor. Once again, I want to thank all of our sponsors for today's broadcast, starting with GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by GAF Roof than by any other product. The leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. A Standard Industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And by York Public Adjusting Services, their team of experts will advocate on your behalf and work with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. For more information, reach out at 800-670-8647. And by Watchfire, the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And last but not least, it's lunchtime. I'm feeling pretty hungry. Head on over to Pizza Pia in Uptown Normal. Go check them out and see why they are voted the best pizza in Blono. Pizza is our love language. That will about wrap things up from the first game of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Lots more basketball left to be played. It will only improve and get better from here. A great start to the game. Quincy, 65-51 over East St. Louis. For my broadcast partner, John Camosa, and all of our great crew at CSM, I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long, only for a little bit. We'll go take a quick break and stay right here. We'll stay on this stream. And in maybe about 10 to 15 minutes or so, we'll have Manuel and Mount Vernon coming your way next on Clutch Sports Media. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the second game here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Game 1, we saw a victory from the Quincy Blue Devils over the East St. Louis Flyers in a 65-51 game. Alongside me is John Camoso. I'm Owen Dimple, and John, you saw that great first game. Now we're getting ready for the second game, and these two teams, there's some similarities. Not only is their team nicknames both the Rams, but the strongest similarity between these two is that they're historic programs in the state of Illinois.
Yeah, both teams, obviously, the history will start with Manuel, a team we're familiar with, Owen, obviously, in our area in Peoria, Illinois, but 4 state titles there back in the 90s. That's really just been the running mark for this team, that they've been historically good every single season. Can't remember a Manuel team that's really had a losing record. But Manuel, once again this year, finds himself state ranked at number 2 in Class 2A, 16-10 this season. And then you go to Mount Vernon, 20 wins this year and just 7 losses in 3A. They're ranked number 17th in the state. I think this is going to be a really up-tempo matchup.
Yeah, up-tempo is the name of the game. We saw that early in the first game, kind of died down. There's a lot of more defensive plays in that second half. But I'm feeling that, we're going to get a shootout at the shootout once again here. And Manuel, they had their own shootout last Saturday, played Metamora, didn't quite get the victory, lost 76-58. It's kind of been a season of, ups and downs for Manuel, but they've played some tough competition.
Especially, too, transitioning over from last year, they were 3A. They dropped down to 2A this year. Kind of plays to their advantage because they play a loaded 3A, 4A schedule. We look at those 10 losses, but they have lost to some really good teams. Richwoods, Metamora, as you mentioned. Some of their key wins, Rock Island, Sherrard, and then state-ranked Morton. So they have some really nice wins under their belt, and obviously today they want to try to come out and get another one.
Yeah, and interesting, fact that I found while researching both teams last night is that Mount Vernon, and it was actually brought to my attention from John Michael in our drive back from Canton last night, is that Mount Vernon, not only are they 5th in the state of Illinois in all-time wins, they are 10th in the entire country for high school programs with all-time wins. So thought that was very interesting, yeah. And just speaks to the history that team has. But Manuel, they have their own history of their own. Yeah,
unbelievable. And I'm sure if you combine all the wins between both these teams throughout history, it would be an astonishing number. But today, we'll see if each team can try to grab this important one late in the season.
And now we get the 2024 versions of these historic programs, and it's Mount Vernon controlling the opening tip. Starters for the Mount Vernon Rams include Quentin Millsap, Marlon Price, Navante Nesbitt Jr., Dave Barnes, and R.J. King. From the Manuel Rams, there's a steal right there from DJ Finley. Tried to feed inside, knocked away, out of bounds. The starting 5 for the Manuel Rams includes Jarrell Traps, DJ Finley, Dietrich Richardson, Terrence Page, and Darren McLendon rounding out the starting 5. So already 2 defensive opening possessions by both teams, the Manuel Rams. You can't quite say the Rams because you don't know which team you're going to be talking about. There's a nice layup there by Jarrell Traps, gets the scoring started.
Going to have to catch myself there because it is, same color scheme, their jerseys, and same team nickname.
No call as Traps hit the deck. Here's Barnes in the corner, tried to drive, layup no good, rebounded by Richardson. He'll go to work, has numbers, tried to feeds it in, and a little miscommunication there with Terrence Page. Had the window there, but I don't think Page was ready for that pass.
Yeah, right idea there, but just couldn't get there in time. And, we talked about some of the history, and as well, Dietrich Richardson is the nephew of DJ Richardson, longtime player at the University of Illinois, standout for Peoria High, and Dietrich receiving some nice Division I offers, which include Illinois and Bradley.
Certainly a top prospect in the air. Only a junior, so he still has one more year here of high school hoops in Central Illinois. There's Page, gives it off to McLendon, top of the key. Kind of swinging around top of the three-point arc. Can't find anything down low. Traps try to get it reset. Some good defense by Mount Vernon. Both teams, they're really battle-tested. They've faced some difficult opponents on their schedule. McLendon lost it on that drive. Here's a wide open shot. DJ Finley, three-pointer, left it a little bit short off the front of the rim. Now here's Nesbitt Jr., just an outstanding player for these Rams. Look at a foul on the court, and Nesbitt will get 2 shots at the free throw line.
You know, more of a slow, methodical opening few minutes. I think both teams just trying to feel each other out on the offensive end.
Yeah, Navante Nesbitt Jr., just really an outstanding athlete. You know, and he was an all-state football running back for Mount Vernon. He actually had 2,168 all-purpose yards and 28 total touchdowns. And you think he can just dominate the gridiron? On the floor, he has 479 total points this season and can shoot 41% from 3.
Yeah, it's impressive. Two-sport athlete right there, and a guy that can get it done on not only the turf, but the hardwood.
Nice pull-up right there from Richardson. He gets his first bucket of the afternoon. Got a 4-2 Manuel lead here, 5:35 to play here in the first quarter. Here's Marlon Price. Gives it off to the freshman Barnes. Very impressive freshman, averaging 9.2 points per game. Here's Barnes again, drives down low, puts it up, gets the foul, and they're going to give him the and one.
That's a tough shot right there from the freshman to get his first points of the game.
You look at Mount Vernon, pretty much the top 4 players go freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. We talked about the freshman Dave Barnes. They also have the sophomore Cale Maurer and the junior Marlon Price, and then the senior Navante Nesbitt Jr., who goes by Boo Ray as the nickname.
And you got to like that if you're Mount Vernon coach Tim Holloway, obviously, young team, 20 wins this year. That speaks volumes when you got guys returning next year. Just build off of that success.
Here's Trapp's three-pointer. It's good. Jarrell Traps knocks down the first 3 ball of the afternoon in game number 2. Traps up to 5 points already for Manuel. Here's Price. He'll drive. Goes up hard. Got pushed. Not sure if it's going to be on the floor foul or shooting. Looks like they're going to give him the shooting foul.
Yeah, both teams, though, not afraid to get to the basket, that's for sure, draw that contact. Saw that a lot in the first game with Quincy and East St. Louis. And when you put together a schedule this stacked of state-caliber teams, state-ranked teams, you know you're going to get some physical games.
Yeah, I mean, it really just brings everybody together. You know, you have Mount Vernon down south by, like, the Carbondale area and Manuel, obviously, in the Peoria area. 2 teams that probably have never, faced before, but here they get the opportunity today, and it's going to be great competition for both going forward.
Certainly.
Price knocks in the second of both free throws. Cuts the lead down to a Manuel lead of 2. Here's Richardson guarded by Price. Gives it off to Traps. He'll go to work, drives up, puts up the finger roll. It's good. Jarrell Traps, so far the offensive focus for Manuel with 7 points.
There's
a
again.
Nice steal. Traps trying to draw the foul. He'll get the layup, no call, but he'll take the 2 points anyway, and that'll trigger a timeout on the floor.
That's a tough finish there for Traps, too. It looked like he almost lost the handle and still able to corral it, finish with the left hand.
So Traps with already 9 of the first 11 points for the Manuel Rams. Richardson has also supplied the other 2. And yeah, like you said, John, it's just a physical game defensively, and we saw that in the first one. I was standing down in the corner watching that game, and it was chippy throughout the whole time. Both teams really wanted that ball game, and they left it all out on the court.
Yeah, certainly. And, one thing John Michael and I talked about in that first game, and like you said, some of these teams that might not see each other, it's unique because a lot of these teams aren't going to see each other going into the postseason. You have your 3A, 4A crossover, 2A versus 3A schools, and I think it's nice. It's a good challenge late in your year, getting you ready for postseason play.
Certainly. Mount Vernon coming from 3A. That jump shot no good. Rebounded by Price underneath. His shot no good. before being corralled by Terrence Page in the Manuel Rams. There's a wide open three-pointer made by London Tolliver.
Manuel with a really hot start. You can see Coach Marvin Jordan over there fired up, clapping his hands.
Tolliver slaps the floor after that one. Probably got to be careful. There was a lot of technical fouls dished out in that first game because of that chippiness and that competitive advantage. But you love players just getting after it. Nesbitt Jr. will inbound from the baseline. Tried to find Price, knocked away, but he was right place at the right time. That time not, as the Rams of Manuel grab the ball. Richardson kicks it out to Page. He'll drive baseline, puts it up, layup, no good. God, you feel like that one was a gimme, and Page can't connect.
Almost made it a little bit tougher than it had to be. Tried to finish there. But Manuel, that defense they're applying early in this game, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of their defense is translating to the offense. 14 points already to Mount Vernon's 5. No matter what sport you're talking, you always want to play complementary ball. That ball, a little out of control, but it will stay with Mount Vernon. We'll get a substitution here. And that is Brogan Holloway, son of Tim Holloway, the head coach for Mount Vernon, checking in. The junior guard. Here's Nesbitt Jr. He'll try to drive inside. High off the glass. It's good. Navante Nesbitt Jr. with his second bucket.
I think once you see that ball go into the basket again, gain a little bit more confidence. Mount Vernon obviously wants to try to turn it up on the offensive end.
That time it's McLendon getting the 2 points. Going back to last night, Mount Vernon had a 61-27 win over conference foe Cahokia. Nesbitt, Maurer, Price all had 14 points. Barnes with 8. Now here's Holloway, recently checked in. See what he can do. Gives it off to Nesbitt Jr. His floater, too much. Rebounded by Page. Nesbitt just a few weeks ago notched his 1,000th career point. Here's Terrence Page, three-pointer, a little off to the left. No good. Rebounded by Nesbitt Jr. He'll find a wide open Jake Page for 3.
Just like that, Mount Vernon cuts it to 6.
Here, clock rolling, nearing a minute remaining in the first quarter. Manuel with a 6-point lead. Here's Page, top of the key, gives it off to Tolliver. Tried to give it to the cutting Richardson. He was denied. Here's Richardson, pull-up 3, rimmed around, but no good. Loose ball, Richardson finds it, got a 3-on-2 down below. Lost it, tried to kick it out to DJ Finley, poked away by Mount Vernon, and another turnover. Here's Barnes, what can he do? It gives it off to Marlon Price. Nesbitt, he's just going to try and reset the offense, clock under 30 seconds. Not sure if, maybe they hold off for last shot.
Yeah, kind of feeling that way here under 20 seconds now.
Manuel still playing tough D. They're not afraid to go out to midcourt and
I think
guard
Coach
him.
Marvin Jordan wants him to jump a pass here, try to get the ball back.
Wide open, Brogan Holloway, not enough. Out of bounds, and it will belong to Manuel with 2.9. We get 2 Manuel players checking in. Amari Breedlove and couldn't quite see the other one.
I believe Traps came back in.
Oh, Jerron Traps?
Yeah.
Darrell Traps?
Yeah.
Interesting to see that, Mount Vernon's kind of let him shoot it. Not too tough defense. Floater from 3. Almost had it from London Tolliver. So with that, first quarter comes to an end with Manuel leading Mount Vernon 16-10.
Yeah, just an exciting first quarter. Both teams obviously We know they can score it, and saw that start to pick up there late in the first quarter, but I think we're in for a good game here, Owen.
And while we end the first quarter, we'd like to say, GAF, more homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. We are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And from York Public Adjusting, our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claims so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for your policy rates. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And also Watchfire as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. And Pizza Paya, have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they're voted best pizza in Bologna. Pizza is our love language. Once again, thank you for the sponsors helping us put on the broadcast here in Normal West for the Midwest Crossroads Shootout. Got an exciting slate of games today, already one in, with Quincy topping the East St. Louis Flyers. We have this one between Manuel and Mount Vernon, and 3 more to follow after this. So feel free to stay with us. Spend your Saturday with Clutch Sports Media. Here's Traps on the left wing. Tolliver lost the ball, but Richardson right there to pick it up. Tolliver dishes down to Traps below. Didn't have a clean shot, so he kicked it back out.
Had the right idea down there, just couldn't get it off in time, but some good ball movement here from Manuel looking for their shot.
Traps lets it go. Can't connect. Rebounded by Trevor McClure, the freshman. McClure making a freshman mistake right there. Loses the ball going out of bounds. Now here's Manuel back to work on offense. Traps gave it off to Richardson, swings around to Tolliver, try to drive. He took one too many steps, and he'll get called for the travel.
Seen a couple turnovers here. I think Mount Vernon obviously wants to try to capitalize off one of those. But right now, credit to Manuel's defense. They're playing pretty physical inside.
Nice layup underneath by Boo-Ray Nesbitt Jr.
And how about that? Not the biggest player on the floor at 5'11", but he can surely get to the basket.
Yeah, he knows how to bully his way through people, being that running back on the football squad. Here's Traps. Nice underneath the basket. Can't connect for the layup. Rebounded by Jakyle Green. But he was fouled, so he'll get 2 shots at the charity stripe. Jakyle Green, the senior forward for Manuel, can't connect for the first free throw. Already we've seen a lot of missed free throws, even going back to the first game between Quincy and East St. Louis. You got to feel, if you're a coach, nothing really frustrates you more than missed free throws, as he connects on the second one.
And I think, this game and especially the next slate of games, and they're going to be tough competitive matchups. Free throws are your focal point. You need those extra points.
Nesbitt Jr. wide open underneath. I don't think you want to do that if you're Manuel.
No, that's the second bucket in a row they've given up right there, just going over their defender.
Nesbitt Jr. already up to 8 points. Here's Traps. 5:50 to go here in the first half. Manuel leading by 3.
You can see Mount Vernon's really turned up the defensive pressure.
Yeah, they're really trying to limit the post touches, I believe. Kind of daring them to shoot the 3, settle for jump shots.
And so far, not even really giving them that. I mean,
no.
Guarding that perimeter really well.
Traps just going to dribble in the corner near the mid-court line. Yeah, I mean, just, dead offense. You feel like here nobody's moved within the past 10 seconds.
And if it, turns out to be that type of game where we see a lot of just hard-nosed defense, lower scoring, Manuel can certainly play those low-scoring games. We saw that in their 42-34 win over Morton just the other night. But then again, they could go up and score in the 80s or 90s on any given night.
Yeah, never know what kind of Manuel team you're going to get. As Richardson's jumper, no good. Mount Vernon looking to go fast. That was Quentin Millsap. Couldn't get the layup. Loose ball underneath. Grabbed by Manuel. Richardson, nice move. Ooh, in a dish. No-look dish from Dietrich Richardson.
That's just an all-around player right there at 6'6". The junior gets the block on the other end, and then just a no-look dish for the bucket.
Richardson, we covered their game last Saturday against Metamora. That one poked away by Tolliver. He's going to have a fast break chance. Tries to get the foul, throws it up, no good. Did get the foul, so he'll get 2 shots at the free throw line. But, yeah, we saw their game against Metamora, and he just really had a hard time getting going in that game. And I think that was a big reason why they, weren't able to play a close game with Metamora, even though Manuel is still just as good, being ranked second in 2A.
Yeah, and it's games like that. If you start to kind of lose a lead, you fall, far behind, which in that game I think it was a 22-point loss. Sometimes that confidence just kind of gets away from you, and obviously Metamora, as well of a defensive team as they are, they have really kind of turned down a lot of good players this year from scoring. So I think Richardson, when he's not scoring, he could still be that catalyst out there on the defensive end. It's just a talented player, and no surprise why there's a lot of Division I schools that have interest in that player.
Yeah, I feel like, Dietrich Richardson's the great nucleus of the team, but you always need, other players to step up. And that can be a variety of different players. You could go to Traps, Finley, Page, McClendon, and even sometimes Naz Jackson.
Yeah.
Pick your poison, but there's multiple players who can be difference makers for the Manuel Rams. That shot no good by Davion Goodwin. He'll get free throws out of it. Here, 3:53 to go in the first half. Manuel leading 20-14 on Mount Vernon. First free throw, good as gold from Goodwin. Second free throw, up and just as good. So Goodwin, good for 2 free throws. Now here's
back and forth game so far.
Yeah, it really has. Feel like, both teams kind of just mirroring each other. One gets a basket, the other gets the basket. One gets a defensive stop, the other team gets a defensive stop. So be interesting to see how far that can continue into this game.
And really, we know the team name, the Rams.
Nice drive there by Jarrell Traps. He's now up to 11 points in this ball game.
So we know that the team names the Rams, the same color jerseys, but also similar styles. I mean, really, both teams match up well, size-wise, style of play. So
nice cut there by Nesbitt Jr. Another layup for Navante Nesbitt Jr. He's now into double figures for the Rams. Navante Nesbitt Jr. wasn't able to find his offers or commit somewhere, but I did see one where he holds a football offer to Upper Iowa University. Not the only great athlete on this team, as Mylan Nettles, the senior, he is actually committed to McHenry for football as well.
A lot of 2-sport athletes.
Drive by Naz Jackson. Gets his own rebound. Thought better of being down in the post right there. Kind of reset the offense, kind of relax a little bit.
Jackson, just a sophomore. He's Peoria last season, transferred over to Manuel. He's putting together a nice season.
Traps, he'll once again just dribble way back. This game's going to be a huge chess match between the two coaches, Marvin Jordan and Tim Holloway. Holloway, 25 years with the school between coaching and teaching, his 4th year as the head coach. He also spent 20 years coaching the baseball team for Mount Vernon. That jumper no good by Richardson. Get a 2-on-1 right here. Couldn't be handled. That was Jake Page. Couldn't handle that pass, and that's a costly turnover right there by Mount Vernon.
Yeah, and sometimes those, quick passes in transition, bounce pass, just maybe you're running a little too quick to keep up with that ball, and right there turn it over. But under 2 minutes now, you give Manuel a good opportunity to try to extend their lead.
Manuel leading by 4 so far, minute 40 to go in the first half. So here's Amari Breedlove. Traps now with it. He'll drive, kick it out to Breedlove in the corner. Just about lost it out of bounds. High pass. Great save by Breedlove.
See if Manuel maybe winds some more clock down here.
Breedlove's three-pointer from the wing. Rolls around, no good. Rebounded by Nesbitt Jr. There's Nesbitt Jr. Gives it off to the freshman Barnes. He'll drive baseline. He'll get called for the player control foul. Ref kind of looked like he said he went with his elbow a little bit, and you're going to get called every time down below.
Yeah, he's kind of leading with the elbow, and good opportunity here now if you're Manuel. Would you say maybe play for the last shot? Hold on to that lead.
You could.
They like to play quick, though, so.
I think if you see something open up right away, you take it. But if not, don't force anything you don't need to.
Yeah.
Here's Traps. Yep, got a feeling this might be the last possession of the first half.
Obviously try to get to the basket. Maybe if you don't have to settle for the three.
For the Rams last night, played against Bloomington, got a 82-40 victory. Here's Traps. He's going to go to work now. Forced a turnover. Now here's Price. Gives it off to Page. Wide open Nesbitt down below. Pump fakes. Gets his defender off the ground. Gets fouled as well. Nice savvy moves right there from Navante Nesbitt Jr. getting the foul called.
And it's one thing, too. You want to play for that last shot. Maybe sometimes you go for it too quick. You leave too much time. Turn the ball over there instead of going in with maybe a 4.6-point lead. Chance for Mount Vernon to cut it.
Nesbitt can't connect for the first free throw. He'll get a second one. 10 seconds here remaining in the first half. Second free throw good. Now here's Traps. Looking for the last shot in this half. He's at the top of the key. Dribbling around, pulls up. Deep two-pointer, bounced off the back end. Breedlove's rebound. Tried to kick it out, but time expired while it was in the hands of Josh Humbles. So with that, the first half comes to an end here in game number 2 of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Manuel up by 3, 22-19. Kind of looking at the scoring right here. First for Manuel, Traps leading the way with 11 points. Tolliver has 4, Richardson 2. And down below we have our own Joey Wright with Coach Marvin Jordan. Take it away, Joey.
Manuel head coach Marvin Jordan. Marvin, you guys go into the locker room up 3. Take us inside that first half.
Kind of came out and, just wanted to get a feel of, the officiating and how we could actually play with the rhythm in here. And just kind of, feel each other out and just see where we at just for the first half.
Neither side able to really pull away in the first half. What adjustments do you have to make down the stretch?
I think we got to be a little bit more patient with our offensive selection as far as shot taking. We got to keep the pressure up defensively. I think that's always going to be our backbone. So those two things, and we should be okay.
I appreciate it, Marvin. Good luck. Yep. Owen, back up to you.
Thanks, Joey. Some great stuff right there from head coach Marvin Jordan. And, John, what are your takeaways from the first half in this one?
Yeah, I think both teams obviously trying to feel each other out. Obviously on the offensive end, slower pace game here. Manuel had some tough looks trying to get to the basket, maybe a couple of 4 shots. Mount Vernon, good job trying to get to the basket, obviously drawing some contact, getting some of those free throws, but really back and forth game. I think both teams are going to try to find their stride a little bit more in the second half, but certainly a lower scoring game if you like defense, and should be an entertaining finish.
All right, good stuff right there from Joko. And here at the half, we'll thank our sponsors. GAF, more homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof more than by any other product. We are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And also by Watchfire. As the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools, Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment system that fires up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And by Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they are voted the best pizza in Bologna. Pizza is our love language. All right. And we'll take a quick break here at halftime. After the break, Manuel up 22-19. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon enough for the second half of game number 2 in the Normal West Crossroads Shootout.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories. Your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action. More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
And welcome back, everybody. Here at the break of game number 2 at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout, we saw a Manuel 3-point lead to go into break. from the first half, we'll start with Manuel scoring. Jarrell Traps leading the way with 11 points, followed by London Tolliver 4, and DJ Finley, Dietrich Richardson, and Darren McLendon all with 2 points respectively, and Jakyle Green adding another point. Little bit of a surprise from Dietrich Richardson, only scoring 2 points, but definitely a player who can take over the ballgame at any point in the game. And on the opposite side for Mount Vernon, it's Navante Nesbitt Jr., who averages 18.4 points per game. He has 11 so far in the first half. Another score for the Rams of Mount Vernon include Jake Page from 3, Goodwin has 2, Barnes has 2, and 1 point from Marlon Price. But interesting tidbit that we've received from our chat is that, we didn't really see it here in the first half, but sophomore Cale Maurer not playing in this game. Not sure why, but he's a big difference maker for this Rams of Mount Vernon. He averages 10.7 points per game. Just a huge threat both offensively and defensively with his size. Great rebounder and block shot go-getter. And, yeah, so that's a big loss for Mount Vernon.
Yeah, obviously, a guy they rely on, too, for that added scoring. And, with him not in the lineup today, they have to turn to some other guys. And, when you look on the flip side with Manuel, we heard from our own Joey Wright down there at halftime with head coach Marvin Jordan. He said he likes how they're playing in this game. Obviously, just have to be patient on the offensive end. And, we should see an entertaining second half, but both teams trying to find their rhythm.
And going into the second half, what would be your key to each team for a victory today?
I'd say for Mount Vernon, continue to get to the basket, draw that contact. That's been big. They showed that in the first half with Nesbitt. I think they're doing a really good job of kind of finding their strength inside. If you're Manuel, I think it's some of those backdoor cuts, some of those possessions where you could try to play the half-court set, not find yourself kind of sitting out in no man's land, but I think they have the speed to find themselves cutting to the basket, getting some open looks. I mean, we've seen them do that all season. I think they're just trying to feel out this defense first.
Certainly, and just a little housekeeping, letting people know foul-wise. Really the only threat was Dave Barnes for Mount Vernon with 2 fouls in the first half. Alongside him, Nesbitt Jr. had 1 foul. Then for Manuel, it was just 1 foul each across 4 different players. Darren McLendon, DJ Finley, Terrence Page, and Dietrich Richardson, as I said, all with 1. So, pretty clean game so far. A lot of guys, being able to stay out of foul trouble. We'll have to keep an eye on that going into the second half. But so far, some of the best players, excluding Cale Maurer, are still on the court.
Yeah, that's been a big thing. It's been a clean game, obviously. As you mentioned, Owen, not a lot of fouls. So pretty quick first half, in my opinion. But I think both teams maybe want to come out in the second half, maybe push the tempo a little bit. We saw more half-court set offense, but I could see both teams get out and run and kind of add to their totals.
Yeah, maybe feel a little bit more of a sense of urgency now that you're in the second half and you're not, not as much of a ball game to lean on as you get towards the end of it.
Yeah.
So halftime just about over here in Normal West High School. John, this is my first time over here. Walking in this morning, I just see the large bleachers, and I was like, wow, this is quite the gym.
Yeah, it really is. And, especially when you have a shootout like this, you bring in a lot of good teams. You're going to see this place start to fill up tonight, especially as we get down the stretch to our nightcap. And one of the games that we, John Michael and I touched on that first game, but people are not going to want to miss it, whether you're in person or watching our stream, but Normal Community Metamora. I can't say enough about that game. I think this is kind of the appetizers leading up to the big meal.
Yeah, it's nice. Kind of, 5-course meal today with all 5. But, yeah, when we get Metamora on later, it's going to be a great game with Normal Community. And both teams, I think, are going to put a show on for us and everyone here.
But some really good physical but clean games so far in the first 1.5, I should say, as we're getting into our second half. But both these teams here putting together a great game for us, especially in this one.
Mount Vernon will take possession to open up the second half. Here's Marlon Price, held to just 1 point in the first half. The junior for the Rams. There's Dave Barnes. Gets it back to Price down low. Nice move, spin, gets the nice layup, and what a move from Marlon Price.
Yeah, that's a great job getting that basket up and under, especially with that pressure that Manuel put on him defensively, able to find that opening.
Traps and Finley going back and forth. Said now they'll swing it over to Richardson. Here's a drive down below, kicked out. Terrell Traps his first three-pointer of the second half. Missed, no good, but we're going to get a, oh, not a foul. It must have hit the top of the backboard. And they'll send it the other way.
So chance here for Mount Vernon to capitalize, grab a lead.
I can't remember if they've, I think maybe they opened up with a 2-0 lead, but other than that, they haven't really had the lead much of the first half. As you said, great opportunity right here. Traps, aggressive defense right there. Try to poke it away. And he did get it as Quentin Millsap stepped out of bounds trying to go for the ball. Some great defense right there by Jarrell Traps.
You can see both teams applying that defensive pressure. Maybe that was kind of preached by both Coach Holloway for Mount Vernon and Marvin Jordan for Manuel. You know, defense is going to be big in a game like this.
Richardson's three-pointer short, but he knew it was short and got the rebound. DJ Finley, his shot is also short. And a second offensive rebound by Terrence Page. He'll drive, and a nice layup by Terrence Page.
And he's one player he can get out and score. There's really up and down both these teams' rosters. A lot of different guys that can go out and score.
Page getting his first bucket of the afternoon. Here's a baseline, just about turned it over. Instead, Barnes right there. His shot, no good, but he was fouled on the attempt. Barnes, in their win last night, had 8 points. And the Rams, so far, put together quite the season. 20-7. Always a good thing when you can hit the 20-win mark. 5-1 in the South 7 Conference, holding second place in that respective conference down south. That one knocked in by Barnes. 24-22, 5:45 to go in the third quarter. Now Richardson with the ball, gives it off to Finley. They'll swing it around left side. Now Richardson, step back, three-pointer. That was a deep one and good. Dietrich Richardson going into his bag for that three-pointer.
He's had a quiet day so far, but we know how talented he is.
Barnes getting his own rebounds, but Page right there on that one, and he was fouled going up underneath. Jake Page will be at the free throw line. The junior looking to give Mount Vernon the lead. Can't do it with the first one, but he'll get a second chance. When they change the scoreboard here, 27-25.
26-25, I believe.
They don't even know what's going on. As of right now, it's 27-24. So we'll roll with that. That was Richardson. He'll drive baseline, looking for teammates. He'll go up and under and gets a layup. Nice patience right there, displayed by Dietrich Richardson. He's now up to 7 points. Only had 2 in the first half, but slowly starting to awaken here in Normal West. That drive good by Nesbitt Jr. He's up to 13.
And almost all of his points, Owen, have just been going right to the basket.
Yeah, you got to feel like he just knows his game, and he's just going to go to that every single time. 3-ball by Richardson, no good. Pulled down by Page, and that was knocked away. Loose ball. Page right there grabs it.
I think he got the timeout.
Had a Page versus Page jump ball on the ground, but they'll get the timeout. Holloway gets the timeout, and Mount Vernon will hold the possession. You know, Tim Holloway kind of going into his resume a little bit. found out that he's one of the top 10 scorers for this team in Mount Vernon history. He played in the 90s, as I said earlier, also a baseball coach for 20 years. Still the head coach for the basketball team in his 4th year. Son, Brogan Holloway, plays on the team. Yeah, Holloway's got quite the squad this year, just up and down. You go through and, you know, probably not a lot of these guys underclassmen play, but you got to see that, you know, Dave Barnes and Cale Maurer, when he is on the court, those guys are the future of this team.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, I think that's a big thing when you get underclassmen that are playing big varsity minutes. You're putting together a lot of wins. That's just, all right, how much success can we have year in and year out? And I think that's only going to add to next season, even when these guys grow and even get more experience.
Mount Vernon will inbound, gives it off to Nesbitt Jr. Nice cut there by Nesbitt Jr. He'll go up, no foul. Doesn't get the friendly roll on the basket. He was kind of looking for a foul, has his shrug underneath, but he'll get back on defense. Here's Richardson, top of the key. Dribbles around, gives it off to Traps. Traps and Richardson just going back and forth, just trying to find something in the post. Look, there's McClendon. He had something, but that was knocked away by Dave Barnes, but he'll get called on the foul underneath. For Barnes, that's his 3rd foul. He's got to be careful now going into this game.
You know, I think that's an opportunity maybe too for Manuel when they come and double off down there, maybe look for the open man. Right now, Mount Vernon just making it tough inside.
Certainly are. Richardson's jumper no good. Knocked away. Traps trying to persuade the ref that it's Manuel ball, but he won't win that case.
Nope.
.345 here in the 3rd quarter. Manuel by 3 over Mount Vernon. Nesbitt Jr., he'll go to work, gets a bump from Tolliver. That will be the 4th team foul for Manuel, so both teams have 4 fouls. Next one for each will send them to the line. And RJ King can't handle that pass, gives it up to Manuel. Here's Richardson down below, fouled hard, and he'll go to the free throw line.
Good strong take there from Richardson, drawing that contact.
Richardson, a strong kid. He's not afraid of contact and to go up to the basket down below. First free throw, swish. Now his 2nd free throw. A little short off the front of the rim. Now see some half-court press from Manuel. You know, they've been able to force a couple turnovers, see if they can get another one. Put some pressure on Mount Vernon. Wide open underneath, Marlon Price. Nobody around him. Gets the easy 2 points.
They beat the trap there and found the open man. Just like that, 2-point game.
Great job by the Rams of Mount Vernon and Marlon Price. Traps now with it, right wing. Gives it up to Tolliver, top of the key. Kicks it out to Richardson. Tolliver once again thought about popping the 3. He thought different. Traps drives baseline, wide open Tolliver. His 3-pointer, not enough, no good. McClendon saved it, Terrence Page underneath, wide open, and it's good. Terrence Page right there with the heads-up play.
That's just great awareness for McClendon, able to drop it back down into Page for the finish.
Now Holloway, his 3-pointer from the corner, no good. Rebounded by Traps, and now here's Richardson. Nice no-look pass underneath. It's Page again. Terrence Page, back-to-back layups, extending the Manuel lead by 6.
Now we're really starting to see Richardson turn it on here. He's picking up his momentum, and nice assist there to his teammate Page.
Page on the defense 5 pokes it away. Another pass from Richardson to Page again, and they are just on a different level right now. Dietrich Richardson and Terrence Page on the same cylinder, getting the past 6 points for Manuel. And they'll take a timeout, Holloway from Mount Vernon, kind of get things settled. You don't want this game to, escape you right now. This is a crucial spot. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. We need to keep it close going in the fourth.
And how about Manuel, Owen, when they really start to find their rhythm, they are dangerous. I mean, now we're starting to see them play some transition basketball. Richardson obviously been the assist maker on those last 2 to Page, but man, no signs in slowing down right now. I think that's what Coach Marvin Jordan wants his team to continue to do here moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, just the speed of the guard play from Manuel, it's just been on full display the past few minutes of those guards getting the steals, flying down the court in the transition game. They, Coach Marvin Jordan, you got to feel like your speed of your team could, run with anybody.
Yeah.
So they'll break the huddle and take the court. Looking at fouls, Barnes with 3. And the only one close to trouble from Manuel is McLennan. He has 2. Still in good shape, though. Now we're back to action here in the third quarter. Tolliver ready for the challenge of Nesbitt Jr. Traps. Guarded him aggressively, a little too aggressive. Picks up the foul. For Traps, that is his first. Great defense right there. The inbound play goes to Nesbitt Jr. Put it in right where only Nesbitt could get it. And, productive play getting the foul out of it.
He's a football player, too, at running back, but I'm sure he's caught some slant routes with one hand. Yeah, that was almost like a football throw for a catch right there.
the free safety on defense as well. He's missed the first free throw. Had 2 interceptions, and one of his 28 total touchdowns was on the receiving end. Yeah, just quite the athlete that Mount Vernon has him in Devontae Nesbitt Jr. He makes his second free throw attempt. He's up to 14 points now. Cuts the lead to 7 for Manuel. Traps, baseline drives. Can't get the layup. Rebounded by Mount Vernon. That's Price. The foul right there looked like from Tolliver. Bumped Millsap. They'll go to the free throw line. Over the 5 foul threshold here in the quarter.
And if you're Manuel, I mean, you obviously want to try to force turnovers, but playing with this lead, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're fouling and, putting them at the line for easy points.
And another missed free throw. And Millsap last night's game had 4 points. Trying to get his first of the afternoon on the second free throw. And gets the friendly bounce. It's now a 6-point lead for Manuel. Tolliver, he'll drive, kicks it out wide open, Traps from the corner. Good! Jarrell Traps from the corner.
He's up to 14 for the afternoon, and quite the game so far from the senior.
Feels like Tolliver, every time they get on defense, he's just ready to go, slaps the court. Price drives, lost it. They'll get a whistle. Just a defensive mentality from him. He's just a scrappy player, wants to go out and just ball.
Was a former prep player, too, in Arizona, transferred back to Manuel. Believe that was Compass Prep, Arizona.
Price, another missed free throw. Don't have official number on the free throw attempts today, but
we talked about that, in games in this shootout, those free throws are going to be crucial.
And another miss. They're just leaving him a lot short.
Yeah.
Now here's Traps again. Nice crossover drives, floater. missed all of the backboard, but it was knocked away. Still inbound it underneath the basket. Nice move. Richardson wants it, gets it. Right at the free throw line. His jumper, good. Richardson with a nice jump shot, mid-range game. The lost art, John, the mid-range shot, but Richardson, he knows how to knock it down. Now here's Nesbitt Jr. He'll drive left side. That one off his foot. Drove in and lost the ball off his front foot. That's just another crucial, missed opportunity from Mount Vernon, whether it's the missed free throws or the turnovers. They just can't find anything.
Yeah, Manuel extending that lead. Maybe a chance to play for the last shot here again. But they've really pulled away.
Yeah, now with an 11-point lead, Manuel definitely feels good going into the fourth quarter. Trying to double team Richardson. Leaves to a wide open Humbles from the corner. No good. Bounced up. Rebounded by Jackson. And he gets the layup. Naz Jackson with the bucket. Here's an transition. Nesbitt kicks it out. That's Millsap. He got caught underneath. Clock rolling under 4. I don't know if he knows it. Shoots the three-pointer. And he makes it.
Wow.
To go at the buzzer. Navante Nesbitt Jr. just kind of threw up a prayer, and it was answered. And that's a big, it cuts it down to 10.
Yeah.
Could provide, a little shot of energy going into the fourth quarter because they're going to really need it.
Yeah. Being down 10 is always being better than being down 13, right? So, got it off at the horn and able to fall. Maybe not the shot he expected to go down, but pays off. And still a lot of time left in this game, but Manuel looking good.
Here at the end of the third quarter, I'd like to thank our sponsors, GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And also by York Public Advertising. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claims so you won't be shortchanged. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And Watchfire as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And finally, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Bologna. Pizza is our love language. I don't know about you, John, but getting close to the late afternoon, lunchtime, feeling hungry, and some Pizza Pie. That kind of sounds good right now.
Yeah, it does. Read my mind.
But we still got a fourth quarter. A lot to be determined here in game number 2 of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Let's start with McClendon underneath. Puts it up. He might have took one too many steps, and he sure did. Darren McClendon with the turnover to start the fourth quarter. Not the way, Marvin Jordan wanted his team to start this fourth.
Now Mount Vernon a chance to knock on the door here.
Some half-court pressure once again by the Rams. Got beat by it last time, and I can see Dave Barnes just underneath waiting for that open. Now he'll drive. Nice pump fake. Up and under. No good on the layup. Pulled in by Richardson. He'll kick it out to Humbles. Baseline. Tiptoed. Stayed in. That leads to wide open Traps. Three-pointer! Jarrell Traps from downtown again.
Big-time shot there. Traps is finding his stride.
Traps up to 17 points, and yeah, great game from him. Now here's Page, kicks it out. Now in the corner is Barnes. Lead back up to 13 for Manuel. Nesbitt Jr., his jump shot, no good. The ball, 50-50 ball, but it goes out of bounds on Mount Vernon, and they'll give it to Manuel. Two top scorers, both have 17 on the court, Nesbitt Jr. and Jarrell Traps.
Manuel's got to like where they're at, sitting with this lead, but, they want to add to it. A team like Mount Vernon can come back quickly.
Richardson dribbles around, finds Traps. Now Richardson in the corner. His shot, left it short. But Finley right there to get the offensive board. He gives it back up to Richardson and gets the layup. Richardson adds another 2, and he's up to 12 points. Now a 15-point Manuel lead. This is getting to the danger zone for Mount Vernon. Oh, Richardson, he really wanted that one. Got bit. Nice hard layup there by Marlon Price. Now here's Traps.
Another good take to the basket.
Sure was. Now Richardson back again with the ball. Nice shot fake by Traps. Good ball movement. Leads to an open Richardson. Misses his three-point attempt. Now Barnes, a little out of control, just about lost it. Gives it up to Nesbitt Jr.
And I don't think Barnes saw Price down there. He had the wide open lane, but
nice drive by Nesbitt. He'll get fouled. We'll see who the foul went on. Be DJ Finley. Finley now it says 2 on the board. Yep, so 2 fouls on Finley. First free throw made by Nesbitt Jr. See some substitution changes. Traps checks out. McClendon checks out. Jackson back in. Jakyle Green in. Second free throw from Nesbitt Jr. Good as well. 19 now from Bourret. Into the 5:10 mark here in regulation. Here's Richardson. Nice feed from Finley, but he was fouled. Richardson will go to the free throw line. He's at 12 points. Chance to add 2 more. But it's not just the points from Richardson. You know, we saw in the first half or maybe it might have been the third quarter, the defense and then the assist. You know, we don't have a number on those yet, but he's just been able to have fingerprints all over in different areas of the ball game.
yeah, he has. And, you know, one of those players, like we said, Owen, even when he's not scoring, he's, you know, really solid defender. We saw a few of his assists, so he can be a playmaker out there, but starting to find his stride a little bit.
Good defense from Manuel. Getting the double team, kind of doubling everybody. And now here's a break for Naz Jackson. Off the backboard and almost. Well, there's Jakyle Green. And that's going to go off his fingertips, but oh my goodness, that would have been electric here in Normal West. Naz Jackson almost went off the backboard for his teammate Richardson. Oh, what could have been, Joko? What could have been?
I'd venture to say that probably, if that would have happened, would have been our candidate for top play of this tournament.
Certainly was. The jumper's good right there. Nesbitt Jr., he's now up to 21. And, you know, we see Gavin Russell down there. I'm sure he would have had a great action shot. You know, I'm not gonna call him out for missing the 2 dunks in the first game, but third time would have been the charm for Gavin.
Would have had the best look at it, too.
Yep. Now Manuel dribble around. Now we get to the 4-minute mark. It's going to be a lot of slow, methodical offense, I feel like, for Manuel.
Yeah, playing with that lead.
Mount Vernon, they want to be aggressive, but you don't want to foul and just let them just score more. And that's a nice finish right there from Naz Jackson. Now Price on the other end. Hit it off underneath the backboard. Another shot, no good. That one good from Dave Barnes, his 5th point. Still just a 10-point lead. So Mount Vernon's in this. They can get a couple turnovers, a couple baskets. They're right in this ball game, but a lot's going to have to go right, and they're going to have to stay disciplined. That's a nice floater again by Naz Jackson. So now back-to-back possessions. Naz Jackson put up a couple shots, and they've gone in.
Yeah, and back-to-back points for Jackson. That's only his 4th point of the game. You know, really doing it at the right time here late in the 4th quarter to extend this lead.
Good feed right there to Barnes. Can't get it. Humbles might have had a hand on that one. They're going to get a travel. Looks like Green. Jakyle Green went down on the floor with the ball, so by rule that's a travel. The timeout on the court. So 3:06 to go here in the fourth quarter. Manuel by 12. And quickly say thank you to our sponsors from GAF, the roofing company. Also, York Public Adjusting. Get more information from them at 800-670-8647. And Watchfire is the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High School. And Pizza Paya. Check out the new location in Uptown Normal. Three minutes to go. Manuel by 12. Seen a lot of great basketball today. A lot of great basketball more to come. We got 3 more games at the 4 o'clock hour. Molen and Bradley Bourbannais. Then the 4th game at 5:45 is that layup. No good by Dave Barnes. And he's going to pick up a foul. Not the place where you want to pick up a foul on the, offensive side of your team. The 4th game at 5:45 is Normal West in Washington, and the nightcap at 7:30, Normal Community in Metamora. So a lot of good stuff still to come here on Clutch Sports Media. Can check out our Twitter and Instagram for updates. If you can't see the broadcast, we're going to have tons of great pictures out there later and maybe even some articles. So don't forget to get your subscription to Clutch Sports Media Overtime. See a lot of good stuff there. I know me and Joko have put together some articles. Now we get close to the playoff. Here's Humbles. Nice dish on the low, and that's knocked away. Marlon Price with the stuff.
Yeah, that one's going to stay with Manuel. Came from out of bounds back in and had the right idea. But
yeah, I couldn't see who had the ball, but whoever it was, Marlon Price was his worst nightmare on that possession.
Yeah.
Underneath, just about lost. Saved by Jakyle Green. Now Richardson almost triple teamed way beyond the three-point arc. No look pass by Finley, but it was knocked away by Jake Page. He didn't fool Jake on that one.
No.
Good effort from Finley.
Now we're just going to see some keep away now, some pressure from Mount Vernon, try to force a turnover. Clock's kind of against them right now.
Certainly. Gives it off to Humbles. Now to Richardson. Brings that double team wide open. Jackson, he'll drive baseline, kicks it out. Jackson wide open, but smartly he's just dribbling it around and gets a foul. Jake Page is going to be called up for the foul. Just the second one on Mount Vernon. Sorry, third one. Now Richardson underneath. Puts it up, can't get it. A lot of fighting underneath. And a good poke by DJ Finley. He hits the deck. Tries to save it. Great effort by DJ Finley. They're not going to get the ball, but hey, man, you see your teammate right there hitting the deck for the ball, that fires you up.
Yeah, this late in the game and you're up just trying to save those possessions. You can see how much effort he put in.
Some great defense by everybody. Now it looks like an over and back. Just a costly turnover there from Mount Vernon. Now with 1:45 to go, still down 12. It's, the mountain's just getting even bigger to climb for the Rams of Mount Vernon. Now Finley will inbound it from the sideline. Finds Richardson. Haven't brought the double yet, but you got to feel like it's there. It gets fouled by Price.
Now you just force Manuel down the stretch here to shoot free throws.
And free throws haven't been an easy thing today,
They
so
have not.
that could be in their favor. They're at 4 fouls, so now the next one will put it to free throws for Manuel. Double team right there, and that's where we're going to get the 5th foul. And Josh Humbles will get to go to the free throw line. Josh Humbles, no scoring today, but last Saturday it was an offensive struggle for Manuel against Metamora, but he was one of the few bright spots that was able to find some rhythm in that ball game. Makes the first. Humbles just a sophomore, so plenty of years remaining for him. Second free throw, and good. 2 for 2 trip for Josh Humbles. Grows it to a 14-point lead. Tried to go up for the stuff was Jake Page. Got denied. Gets denied a second time. Jakyle Green with a nice defensive stop, but he got called on the hand. Now Page will get to the free throw line.
Try to string together a few here. But just free throws really have not been on the side for Mount Vernon this afternoon.
It was on the side of Page right there. He's made 2 free throws so far and doesn't make the third one. Knocked away off Mount Vernon. It'll go to Manuel. And it looks like RJ King's going to get subbed out for Davian Goodwin. Goodwin with 2 points in this one. Humbles fouled by Jake Page. Send it the other way for free throws. See in the corner over there. Looks like Molen, the Maroons, about ready to get their game on. That one will be at 4 o'clock against Bradley Bourbannais.
Should be an exciting matchup. Molen, obviously defending 4A state champion last season. They graduated some of their star players. Brock Harding, Gatorade Player of the Year, Owen Freeman, now at Iowa, both of them at Iowa. And Bradley Bourbannais, they had that big win over #1 Homewood Flossmoor in 4A this season. So both teams played a pretty stacked schedule.
Yeah, that Owen Freeman, he's had quite the freshman year at Iowa. Quickly becoming a difference maker for the program. It'll be exciting to see, his development at the college level. Clock rolls down to 1:20 to go in the game. Manuel by 15. Here's Nesbitt Jr. Floater. Left it short, grabs his own miss, and he'll get fouled. He'll go to the free throw line. So both teams just, trading free throws here in the final 2 minutes. Navante already up to 21 points. He's had a great afternoon. Make it now 22.
And some fight in Mount Vernon. They obviously aren't backing down. They know this game's probably out of their reach, but they're continue to try to go out there and score.
Missed the second one, rebounded by Green. Yeah, they still got a lot of good basketball left ahead of them. Ranked 17th in 3A, but they're going to be there for a potential run come February and March. I'm looking to dribble it around without turning it over. Just about did right there, and he did. That was, couldn't get the number. Jaquan Brown tried to save it, but his foot went out of bounds. Our first time seeing Brown in this game. With Manuel up big, they kind of get some of their bench guys in, see the court. Here's Jake Page's three-point, rims around, no good. Rebounded almost by Humbles, but it's going to roll around. Humbles has it. Looks like they're going to call the foul. Or maybe got a timeout off. Yep, timeout. Great heads-up play there by Humbles. Not that, at this point in the game it matters, but, it's always good to know when your players knows the situation like that. This could be, say a different game and scores a lot tighter where a possession really matters. And if your player's smart enough to make that call on the court, gives you confidence as a coach.
Yeah, better to use that now as, kind of a learning tool is when you get put in that situation, like you said, Owen, heat of the moment late in the game, you're going to want to call that timeout, not get caught with that travel, loose ball on the floor. So that's a good heads-up play here, and obviously we know this one's over here. Manuel going to pull away with this victory, but still the right idea.
Yep. Just looking to finish out the final 38 seconds and wrap up game number 2 here at Normal West. Here's Jackson with it, gives off the Humbles. Now Finley with it. Cross half court. Still see some tough defense, aggressive from Mount Vernon. Get the double in the corner, the coffin corner, what a lot of coaches like to call it. You got to feel like Holloway's probably going to call if his guys here's clock rolling 10.
You like the effort, though. Eh?
Yep, and that will probably wrap the bow on this one. So wait for clocks to hit 0, and they do. Manuel wins game number 2 of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout by a score of 57-43. Just a great all-around effort from Manuel. Jarrell Traps leads the way with 17 points. Richardson, 13 points, but he also had huge impacts in other ways. Terrence Page really caught fire in the second half, had some strong sequence of plays. He's with 8 points. Naz Jackson as well, 6 points. Josh Humbles, 4 points, all from the free throw line. Some great stuff from Manuel. And on the flip side, Mount Vernon had the leading scorer in the total game, Nesbitt Jr., 22 points. Not much outside of him. Marlon Price had 7 as the second best, followed by Barnes and Page with 5. And, you know, you still want to think that had Mount Vernon had Cale Maurer, I feel like this is a closer game and a lot more, you know, interesting at the end.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, Manuel really kind of separated there in that second half. That was big. You know, obviously being up at halftime with a slim lead, but really they turned it on. I think they started playing that transition basketball, and it was a good win for Manuel. Obviously that looks really good on their resume at now 17-10 on the season.
Manuel's excited about that one. Their teammate Jarrell Traps getting the player of the game honors. First game it was Keyshawn Thomas of Quincy. We're awaiting Joey to get Traps for
looks like 2 players
interview.
a game here.
Oh, we got 2, Richardson and Page. All right, and we'll hear once again from Joey Wright with the players from Manuel.
Here with Dietrich Richardson and Jarrell Traps. Peoria Manuel picks up a big win over Mount Vernon. We'll start with our player of the game, 17 points for Jarrell. Take us inside the effort out there.
You know, we just got to get good chemistry as a team. You know, it's a family. It ain't just one-on-one out there. We all get along. We all can move the ball.
Dietrich, Jarrell, yep, absolutely. 3-point game at halftime, Dietrich. How'd you guys pull away down the stretch? What adjustments did you make at halftime?
We just locked in on defense. We wasn't forcing shots or nothing. We were just finding each other as like a team role, good team W. Everybody points spread out everywhere. Nobody's being selfish. So,
Jarrell, only a handful of games left in the regular season before the postseason comes around. Where do you feel like this team is at as you guys get ready to make a run through Class 2A?
Yeah, I feel like we got a good shot. You know, we got good coaches who can help us with anything we need help with. Yeah, I feel like we got a good run to win the state this year.
Absolutely. Dietrich Richardson and Jarrell Traps with us here on the floor after a big win for the Rams. Over the Rams, guys, we'll go back up to you. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Joey, and also to Jarrell Traps and Dietrich Richardson. Once again, a final 57-43 victory for Manuel. That sideline report sponsored from Brad Halstein of Edward Jones. Finally, one more time before we head to break, I'd like to thank GAF for their partnership. GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And also from York Public Adjusting. For more information, call 800-670-8647. Watchfire as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. And lastly, Pizza Paya for their pizza. Their love language is pizza. So once again, final from our game number 2, 57-43 Manuel over Mount Vernon. Still have games upcoming. 4 o'clock we'll get the next one between Molen and Bourbannais. So we're going to take a quick break as the teams warm up, and we'll see you back here on Clutch Sports IL.
Good evening and welcome to Game 3 of the 2024 Normal West Crossroads Shootout. I'm Dalton Carmine, joined in the booth by my partner and good friend Michael Savoy. Michael, we've seen 2 solid basketball games already in this competition today, and certainly this one is going to be promising as well. We have 2 teams that are top 3 in their respective conferences. Molen out of the Western Big Six, Bradley Bourbannais out of the Southwest Suburban.
Yeah, this should be a good game, and for folks who don't know, last year these were the 2 teams that faced off in the Bradley Bourbannais Regional Championship game, and Molen ended up winning that, and it actually ended up winning the state championship in 4A, so this is a little bit more of a revenge game for Bradley Bourbannais, so it should be a fun one to watch.
Starting lineups being announced currently, and yeah, big win for Molen over Bradley Bourbannais, 71-39 in that regional matchup last year. And I mean, you got to realize that these Bradley Bourbannais Boilermakers, they're not going to forget that. They absolutely remember.
No, and you know, this is a team that they know that they're talented as much as they were last year. They might be even better this year, so they're looking for revenge, and they think this is a good time to do it.
Combined record of 36-11. Combine these 2 teams' records. 2 very good teams that feel that they are poised for a deep playoff run as Molen looks to defend their 4A title.
Yeah, this should be a fun one, and you know, there's a lot of storylines that go into this game for both teams intertwining, and we can't wait to get into those as well.
As we go along in this one, plenty of storylines to follow, including Braden Freeman, who will start for the Molen Maroons. If that last name sounds familiar, it's because he's the brother of Owen Freeman, who was on that state title team last year. Owen currently plays the University of Iowa, putting up insane numbers. Definitely the front runner right now for Big Ten Freshman of the Year.
He's been killing it in Iowa, and you know, another thing about Owen Freeman is that he was once a Bradley Bourbannais Boilermaker. He was there for 3 out of his 4 high school years. He was there when he was a freshman, sophomore, and junior, and he obviously transferred to Molen his senior year to partner up with another Iowa Hawkeye, Brock Harding, and that team was really fun to watch, but that's another storyline that is within these 2 teams that, you know, just makes this game that much more interesting.
Brock Harding, if I'm not mistaken, Gatorade Player of the Year last year.
You're not wrong. Yep.
And Harding doesn't get as many minutes as Freeman at Iowa, but I'm sure Coach McCaffrey will have him getting into more and more minutes as his career progresses as a Hawkeye.
The starters for Bradley Bourbannais is Brandon Harris, senior, Anthony Kemp, senior, coach's son of Ryan Kemp, Ethan Cole, also another senior, and Tyron Bender, another senior, and then along with them is the junior Nick Allen, 6'11" Nick Allen.
Speaking of coaches, the coach of the Molen Maroons, Sean Taylor, is actually came from Quincy. He was the coach at Quincy, Illinois, an absolute juggernaut this year out of the western part of the state. And Quincy took down a very solid East St. Louis team in our first game of this 2024 Normal West Shootout.
Yeah, that Western Big Six conference, you know, there are years that it can be either way. It could be, you know, a good conference or a bad conference. This year, it's a spectacular conference. You want to talk about the defending 4A state champions and Molen being atop that conference along with Quincy, which in their own right has gotten some big wins this season.
Feels like when it comes to basketball, all the talk is about the teams that are up north, you know, in Chicago, that area. But the western part of the state absolutely showing out this year.
Yeah, and it's not even just the western part of the state, like we just mentioned. You know, the central part of the state, you're talking about Peoria Richwoods with Lathan Somerville and everything Normal Community has done. Look at the southern part of the state, Mount Vernon. Even though they just lost a little bit earlier today, they're still a very solid team in that part of the state.
Trey Taylor Jr. and Nick Allen in for the tip, and there will be a whistle. Interesting start to this one. I think they're just going to do that one over.
Yeah, it looked a little awkward there how they just didn't tip the ball. They were just interlocking arms.
All right, now we are underway as the Boilermakers control the tip.
Looks like they're being physical already with Nick Allen down low.
Tyron Bender, top of the key, surveying his options, throws to Harris. And over to the quarter to Kemp. Kemp inside, now that one thrown out to Cole. Cole to Bender. Bender finds Kemp again. Kemp it to the corner. Now top of the key. Cole into the post, and we're going to get a whistle as Nick Allen caught that one about the free throw line, and just a little bit too much contact there from the Maroons.
Yeah, Molen's already trying to double team Nick Allen down low, and if that's the case, they're going to try to do it all night. Then a key for the Boilermakers is trying to find that open man, and usually if he's on the three-point line, that's an open three-point shot.
On the wing is Anthony Kemp. Now he goes inside. Oh, and he smokes the layup, but gets his own rebound, puts it back up again. And 0 for 2 goes Nick Allen. Those are two he'll tell you he should have had. And now a cheap foul committed by the Boilermakers just 40 seconds into this one.
Yeah, I think Nick Allen, if you ask him about that layup, he'll say that he expected a Molen Maroon defender to be there, and that Molen defender was not there, so that inadvertently messed up his shot.
Sometimes the hardest shots to make are the ones where you are wide open.
Yeah, because if you don't get the expectation that someone's there, it just messes up your rhythm, and that's something that Nick Allen, probably would say that's on him.
Trey Taylor finds Arthur Abbey, surveys his options, goes back to Taylor in the corner. And Taylor to the free throw line. Thought about a shot as Freeman. Freeman out to Abbey. Probably that's Peyton Olmstead's. There's Trey Taylor into Olmstead. Olmstead thought about it again. Back out to Taylor. Ajagbea drills the three. Vinny Ajagbea off and running. Molen on the board first here in Game 3.
Yeah, he was a big piece in their state title team last year, so given that he's a senior, he's got an even bigger role for this team.
Strong take from Kemp. I believe that's going to get him 2 shots, unless they called it on the floor. Couldn't quite see.
But they called it on the floor, yep.
So that'll send Harris to inbound the ball for the Boilermakers, the senior. And he finds Bender. Bender into the corner. He'll try 3, just short. And rebound to Freeman. Freeman will bring the ball up.
Yeah, Freeman's one of the main players to watch out for this Molen team. One of the best juniors in the state. And, obviously him playing Bradley Bourbannais has a little extra flair to it, too, given that he's a former Boilermaker.
Trey Taylor's perfect skip pass to Abbey, and he drills the 3. Maroons are 2 for 2 from the three-point line to start this one. It is 6-0. Boilermakers still looking for their first points. Bender can't get them. Rebound hauled in by Taylor. Maroons the other way. Here's Freeman. Thought about a 3. He'll slow it down. Now survey his options. Ajagbea will drive out now inside Taylor. Nobody picked him up, and it's an easy 2 for Taylor. Miscommunication for the Boilermakers. And Boilermakers are going to take a timeout.
Yeah, I don't really get what the Bradley Bourbannais Boilermakers were doing there on defense, just not necessarily the greatest communication there. Nick Allen caught in pretty much no man's land, given that he was in between 2 Molen Maroon defenders, and he pays the price. And I won't even say he paid the price. It was just some Bradley Bourbannais defender that did not pick up his man.
Well, we got a second here, Michael. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. First, Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25 years labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF Presence Club. York Public Adjusting, our team of experts. Watchfire is the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. Bradley Bourbannais yet to get on the board. Ice-cold offense to start this one. There's Cole in the corner. Anthony Kemp finds Bender, who tries a 3, and he hits it. BBHS finally on the board. Here's Abbey quickly pushing the pace. Arthur Abbey, a freshman, by the way, a freshman starter for the defending 4A state champions. Don't see that very often. But
yeah, you don't really see that unless you're in really small school basketball. Then you see a freshman step up over the place. But for a 4A team like Molen, as Freeman takes a 3, and for a 4A team like Molen that's really good in their own right, you don't really see a freshman even play, let alone start.
Harris has got it with the freshman Abbey on him. He's going to drive hard left on Taylor. Kicks to the corner. That's Bender. Bender misses another 3. Rebound hauled in by Ajagbea. Here comes Abbey.
For BBCHS, it's all about how they shoot the three-point ball. There's a nice steal there for Bender with the layup. It's just all about how they shoot the three-point ball. When they feed it down low to Nick Allen, Molen's already double-teaming them, so it's all about finding that wide-open player.
Easy bucket there, and for Coach Ryan Kemp, you want lots of those. That's how you're going to win this game against Molen. Force turnovers, get out in transition, because this Molen defense, when they get themselves set, it is extremely hard to penetrate.
They do a really good job with communication, too. That's something that BBCHS hasn't done a whole lot of so far.
Taylor's going to try a 3, just off to the right. Rebound to the Boilers. Up ahead, that's Harris. Harris lost control of it. He'll slow it down now. Now he finds Cole. Cole inside to Allen. Allen spin move along the baseline, lost it. Whose ball's it going to be? It'll go the other direction. Turnover for the Boilers.
Yeah, right now for BBCHS, it's all about what can they do if Nick Allen's double team down low, because Molen's game plan is shutting down Nick Allen. They know that the reason why Bourbannais has been so successful this year is because of the 6'11 big man. So they're trying to shut him down, and what can BBCHS do to stop that?
It's good there for BBCHS as the quick steal and a putback just coming up short is Allen. He had a perfect positioning on that one, but he couldn't finish it. Ajak Beta, good no-look pass. Smokes the layup, but putting it back up and in. I believe that was Freeman that they're going to credit the basket to, but a brilliant job by Ajak Beta to real eyes in the back of his head scenario as dishes it off to the opposite block.
It's a good start by Molen, and it's a 5-point lead against a team like BBCHS that can be streaky. It's a good start.
Kemp throws in the corner. Bender will try another three, and he stays cold. Ajak Beta the rebound. Maroons trying to push it here. Taylor, as Freeman wide open on the block, lays it up and in. 12-5. The Maroons all over the Boilermakers. Just under 3 to go in the first quarter.
Bradley Bourbannais played Andrew High School last night, and I had watched that game on film, and from the start of the game, Andrew reached out to an 8-0 lead, and BBCHS was able to win that game by 1. So they're able to come back in this game, but it's a different animal in Molen.
Ajak Beta, nice control, lays it up with the right hands. And Coach Kemp wants another timeout. He is not happy.
Yeah, it's not the greatest situation when you have to burn 2 timeouts with not even the first quarter ending. You're not even, a sizable amount of time left in the first quarter, and it's not a good scenario when you're Ryan Kemp's team.
14-5 your score. 2:30 left to go in the first quarter. Game 3 of 5 in this Normal West Crossroads Shootout. We got a couple good ones coming up after this. We got Washington will take on the host, Normal West. And then the nightcap is one that you are definitely going to want to see. Metamora taking on Normal Community. Those are two teams that are ranked in the top 10, top 15 in about any poll you can find.
Yeah, the defending 3A state champions in Metamora that's poised with which could be another deep run in the postseason, adding Iowa commit Cooper Koch. And then you want to talk about Normal Community, the 4A Ironmen, that they aren't the defending 4A state champions, but they're poised to make a deep playoff run this year.
Back in action as that's Kemp on the wing, gets a screen from Allen, now finds Bender. Bender did not want to try another three. He's 0 for 4 so far. And Kemp, top of the key now. Finds Harris inside and another foul as, again, we see Allen fighting for position. And the Molen Maroons just being a tad bit too aggressive.
Yeah, and this is just, the Molen's game plan is just frustrating Nick Allen, making sure the focal point of their opposition's offense is frustrated and not, able to find his footing.
Throw into the paint there. That's Allen. Put it up. Allen thought he got fouled. Ball along the baseline. Ball's loose. Eventually taken out by Ajak Beta. And Taylor, the big man, surveying his options. He'll slow it down. Now inside, Ajak Beta fakes it. Now goes up. It gets blocked by Allen, but the Maroons retain possession. That's Freeman on the wing. Taylor top of the key as they swing it around to Marcus McQueen, newly entered into the game. Ajak Beta throws it away from Freeman. Miscommunication there. Freeman didn't come out far enough for it. Ball back to the Boilermakers, and maybe that's something they can build on, Michael, forcing these turnovers.
Yeah, the defense, can do their job. Maybe their offense can, but for what it looks like right now, BBCHS, you're relying so much on Nick Allen, and that's what Molen's game plan is, to stop Nick Allen. So what can you do without Nick Allen being the focal point of your offense?
Pretty fast-paced first quarter here, despite the 2 timeouts called by the Boilermakers. Now here's Harris, and now gets swung to the corner. Bender. Taylor's giving him space there. Bender's had a rough start to the game shooting the ball. Taylor's giving him space. And another whistle. I believe that one's going to go on Freeman, maybe on a hand check.
Yeah, Freeman, one of the better Molen players this year on their team, and him in foul trouble really causes Coach Taylor to make a decision, and he does sub out one of his better players in Freeman for, I'd probably say, the end of the first quarter, maybe sometime in the second quarter, but some amount nonetheless.
Daniel Ward Jr. in there, got him listed at 6'6". Very, very tall Molen team. Not the tallest in this tournament. That title goes to Normal Community, who you'll, of course, see later as Brady Welch tries a three. Won't get it to go. Allen and Abby fighting for the rebound, and the freshman Abby coming out with it as he hands it off to Taylor Lewis. Ajik Beta now. That one into Awar. Back out to the top of the key to Abby. Ajik Beta again. Abby thought about a three. Fakes the drive right. Knight puts the moves on him, but good defense there by Gavin Cole. Ajik Beta almost got his pocket picked by Bender. Surveying his options inside. Nice finish. Count it. And one for Peyton Olmstead.
Yeah, they're going to get Nick Allen for the foul too, so not a good first 8 minutes of the game for the junior big man that's gotten some college offers, believe it or not, from Loyola Chicago, among some other Missouri Valley Conference schools like Illinois State. But not a good first 8 minutes for the big man.
That possession right there just shows you the patience of this Moline Maroons team. Very good defense for about 30 seconds there from Bradley Bourbannais, but Moline waited him out, made the right passes, gets the ball into Olmstead. He cannot convert the and one, but a 16-5 lead in favor of the Maroons. 25 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, they're trying to feed the ball right now to Nick Allen. I don't know if that's going to work out for the rest of the game, as this is a drive by Brandon Harris.
Harris directly to the rack, and that you would love to see more of that if you're Coach Ryan Kemp. Just an easy ball screen. Harris flies to the rim and gets two. 16-7 your score. Abby's just got 6 to shoot. Now he fires to the corner. That's Taylor. Inside, Ajik Beta. He's got to put it up. He does, and it's swatted away by Allen. Not sure if he got it off either way. But a very fast-paced first quarter here in Game 3. 16-7 is the score.
Yeah, if Riley Bourbonnais really wants the opportunity to win this game, they have to do so without, relying on Nick Allen so much down low on the offensive end. But from the way it looks right now, only a 9-point deficit, and Bradley Bourbonnais ended that quarter on a good note. So it should be a fun one.
Just the end of the first quarter here. Bradley Bourbonnais, if they keep forcing more turnovers, maybe start making some outside shots with Bender, certainly get themselves back into this one. Got another moment here. Let's take another look at our sponsors for this evening. First, Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF Presence Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And of course, GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than any other product. We are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And of course, Watchfire, as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And last, certainly not least, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. Ajik Beta now with it on the baseline, finds Taylor in the corner. Taylor running all over the place in this one. Abby, nice dish down to Olmstead, a good fake, but has it poked loose. It'll stay with the Maroons. Very, very good offense, but even better defense there. Anthony Kemp, coach's kid, to poke that one loose.
Yeah, good start for the first quarter for the Maroons. Hopefully they, keep that momentum going in the second quarter. And for Bradley Bourbonnais, I'll keep saying it. Can they do their offense without their big man? And we'll have to wait and see if they can do it.
Abby almost threw it away. Now Ajik Beta thought about driving. Nice spin move into the lane, virtually untouched, but he misses the layup, and the rebound is hauled in by Harris. Pushing the pace is Harris. Drives hard left. Now he loses the ball. It's loose. Harris comes out with it. They're going to swing it around to Kemp. Good defense from Taylor. Kemp out to Bender, and the Boilermakers reset.
And Molen defense, from the moment this game tipped off, they've just been very aggressive.
Not giving them anything easy, but there is another foul as Harris drove into the lane, and too much contact once more from the Maroons.
Yeah, their defense is a defense that you look at and, they're going to try to take your best asset out of the game as much as they can. They double-team Nick Allen, and they're going to make you beat them another way.
Here is Kemp, top of the key, throws it out to Harris. Harris to Bender. Bender to Kemp. Kemp got Freeman leaning. He takes a wide open J, and he hits it just inside the three-point line. 16-9 now. Bradley Bourbannais slowly but surely coming back into this one, but Taylor has something to say about it. Big, strong move inside the paint. Taylor gets it up over the defense.
Yeah, Taylor's a difference maker for this Molen team. He's the leader in most of the statistical categories on the offensive end.
Three-pointer from the corner hits the top of the backboard and goes back towards the shooter and out of bounds.
Yeah, something I realized, as the quarter started, as the he's back in the game. For a moment of time, Nick Allen was not in the ball game. I was wondering why that was, but now he's back in the game.
Here's Freeman, and another one. It's just a silly foul. You don't want to see that if you're Bradley Bourbannais trying to press. Freeman draws the foul.
Yeah, down by 9, you don't really want to commit those kind of fouls, but it's early on in the second quarter. You can commit up to 5 fouls before a double bonus, so you can get away with those for a little bit.
I like the press as well. Been pretty decent so far. This Molen team there we go. There's turnover right on cue as Taylor stepped on the line and Bradley Bourbannais gets the ball right back.
Yeah, their defense and the press, like you said, Dalton, it's been probably their best card in this game. And can they get the momentum from this press and turn it into points in the offensive end? That's the big question for them.
I've seen countless basketball games where the winning team just falls apart when they start to get pressed. As here's Bender tries a three from the corner, hit nothing, and Abby, point guard freshman with the rebound, pushing pace. Now he stops, drives into the lane, thought about it, but kicks out to Freeman instead. And Freeman to McQueen. McQueen swings to Taylor. Taylor, a little bit of a mismatch here. Throws it into Adjungbeta. Adjungbeta fakes the pass. Now standing on the block, and he drug his pivot foot. That's travel, and the ball go back to the Boilermakers.
This Boilermaker defense is starting to catch their own fire, and their momentum from their defensive end has to generate some points because right now their defense is putting on presses. They're getting after Molen. They're causing turnovers, but on the offensive end, they're just unable to hit any shots.
They can just keep it up for 5 more minutes, and they'll take probably a much smaller deficit into the locker room and lots of momentum. Harris gets stripped by Abby. Abby throws it out to McQueen. McQueen draws the contact, but no call. 360 layup is short. And Dangerfield, that's Gavin Cole, who comes out of the ruckus with the ball. And now Kemp slows it down, gets a screen from Harris. Kemp, nobody picked him up, and he launches a 2. That won't go. Adjungbeta, another rebound up ahead to Taylor. Taylor on Harris. Nice job by Harris to not foul there, but Taylor gets his own rebound, puts it back up and in. Trey Taylor Jr. having himself a great ball game so far.
Yeah, leader in most statistical categories for a reason. He's one hell of a ball player. This is a nice block. It might be a foul.
As I mentioned, just a junior. Trey Taylor, just a junior, along with Braden Freeman, a junior, and I believe I'm missing one other. Adjungbeta is a senior.
It's just a very upperclassman-heavy team, along with what we've already seen out of Abby, the freshman. We already talked about him playing, varsity minutes, even, being as far as starting on the varsity team in a really big school like Molen. That's pretty impressive within itself.
Marcus McQueen, he's come off the bench, number 4, and played some solid minutes. Free throw is no good from Anthony Kemp. And Freeman swings to McQueen. McQueen throws it out, almost turned it over, but McQueen able to retain it. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this one. Down low, stolen away, bad pass from Taylor. Good hands by Kemp. See what he wants to do. He drives hard, finds Allen in the lane, who draws contact, but no call again. Freeman way out ahead to Abby. Abby, nice hesitation, but it won't go. Great body control, everything but the finish. Boilermakers come out with it, trailing by 10. Here's Harris. Harris goes up on Taylor. Nice, smooth finish from Harris.
Yeah, I mentioned that, Nick Allen, he just can't be the offense tonight for the Boilermakers. So what does that mean? Brandon Harris needs to step up big for this team.
McQueen wide open, and he buries the 3. McQueen off the bench has his first 3 points of this one.
It's a big 3 by McQueen, answering what Brandon Harris had as a 2. 3s are better than 2, so a point swing favors Molen.
Kemp steps up and drills a 3. Right back at you, says Anthony Kemp. Coach's kid, he drills the three, 23-15. Here's Abby splitting the defenders. A nice floater, and he gets it to go.
A freshman.
That is not a play you see a freshman make hardly ever, Michael.
It's impressive. Molen's no slouch either when it comes to competition they play, so this kid's been awesome for them.
Bender just cannot get it going from outside the arc in this one. He misses again, and there's a late foul call. Certainly was a foul, though. So Brendan Harris gets caught hacking at Arthur Abbey.
I think they're going to get that on Cole. Or yeah, you're right. Brendan Harris.
Yeah, I believe
Harris
right. was the one who threw his arm out there. I'm not sure who they actually got it on. Just under 3 to go in the first half. Molen with a comfortable but not insurmountable lead, 25-15, here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout.
This game pretty much is a crossroads shootout, thinking where Molen comes from in the west and Bradley Bourbannais in the east.
Absolutely. And rebound pulled down by Harris somehow, or pardon me, that was Allen somehow, up ahead to the junior Gavin Cole, who finishes. And the lead back to single digits. Bradley Bourbannais starting to string together some buckets here.
Yeah, they aren't using Nick Allen as much as they'd probably like to, but nonetheless, this lead that Molen's had is down to single digits, so you can't be too upset if you're Bradley Bourbannais.
Taylor Lewis off the bench, hands to Ajong Beta. Nice jab step. Here's Olmstead. And Lewis again, surveying his options and finds Ajong Beta. Harris on Ajong Beta. It's going to be a good matchup all night long, and Harris gets the better of him here as it's blocked and eventually grabbed by Kemp. Numbers for the Boilermakers. Bender back to Kemp. Great ball movement. Fantastic ball movement, and Coach Taylor wants a timeout.
Bradley Bourbannais, they're finding their stride without their big man Nick Allen, and to their benefit, Coach Taylor now is not pleased with his Maroons team. A lot of turnovers on the offensive end for them. You got to credit the Bradley Bourbannais defense for doing that. And right now, finally, you're seeing Bradley Bourbannais use their defense to create some offense.
And while we have another moment, let's take another word from our sponsors, Couples Construction, the masterly installer of GAF shingles. 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. And GAF, of course. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Watchfire is official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And finally, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. Michael and I actually just had some Pizza Pie right before this one. First time I've had it, of course, not being from this area. Very, very, very good. I'm
gotta say, I'm not totally from Bloomington Normal either, but I gotta say, I'm pleased with the taste of the pizza. I thought it was great.
Trying to break the press now are the Maroons, and they do so successfully. Taylor back into the game. Lost it, but keeps it in the corner. Back out to Freeman. Cross-court pass is tipped away by Kemp. Kemp really coming into his own here in the last couple minutes. He's been doing a little bit of it all for Bradley Bourbannais, and as you said, if the offense isn't going to come from Harris, Kemp and Harris, or the offense isn't going to come from Allen, Kemp and Harris are great secondary options.
Yeah, Nick Allen, a player that averages well over 20 points a game for a reason. He uses his size well to his advantage, and his players set him well up for success, but it's when the team that they're playing against double teams and it takes them out of the game. Where does the offense come from? And Brendan Harris and Anthony Kemp are two very, very key pieces for this Boilermaker team.
Good defense from Boilermakers. Ajong Beta now in the far corner. Forced it inside. Another forced pass ending in a turnover. Bradley Bourbannais defense really stepping up now. A minute to go. See if Coach Kemp wants to hold for the last shot or if they want to go right at him and try to get some more momentum heading into halftime.
You got to wonder if that was Sean Taylor's message to his boys in the timeout is to not force anything as there's a foul. And finally, Nick Allen draws a foul. If you asked him after this game how many fouls you should have drawn in the first half, he probably would have said up to 5, but I'm pretty sure that's his first one.
Good footwork from Nick Allen. He is also a junior, so very junior-heavy game today. But Allen, good footwork to draw the foul. And his first free throw, nothing but nylon.
Yeah, the key players for Molen are mostly juniors, and you talk about the most key player for Bradley Bourbannais being a junior, but this Bradley Bourbannais team is very senior heavy. You got to talk about their seniors. There's 4 seniors in the starting lineup for them, along with Nick Allen. So it's a good mesh of senior leadership and senior experience with their talents, and then you add a 6'11" big man who's a junior. So it's a good mess of talent.
So important to have that balance. I know as a coach, usually it's out of your control in high school, but having that balance when you're trying to build a state championship team of a lot of seniors, but not everybody being a senior, with a good amount of juniors that will be seniors, of course, next year. And it doesn't hurt when you throw in Arthur Abbey, a freshman.
Yeah, if this freshman kid could get good now, just imagine what he's going to be in 4 years from now. I mean, this kid's got it all.
He is going to be a nightmare for the Western Big Six, that's for sure. Allen went out and believe they're going to get him for the foul on Taylor. Looked like Allen was going for the ball, but his chest bumped into Taylor's back. And they will get him on the push. 16 seconds to go here.
Yeah,
Gavin's up by 4.
Gavin Cole took a big tumble, but I don't think he'd really care about that tumble because he is a football player, so I'm sure he likes the physicality.
Gavin Cole and Ethan Cole, of course, I assume they're brothers, potentially cousins on this Bradley Bourbannais team. 10 seconds to go. Abbey just dribbling at half court. Molen's got to have to go quick. See what Taylor drew up. Abbey skipped past to McQueen and barely keeps it in bounds. McQueen's got to go. He throws one up just short, and it won't go out of bounds. The buzzer will sound. Very entertaining first half of basketball to the surprise of nobody. And 25-21 is your score as we head into halftime. Molen Maroons on top.
Yeah, they've been on top for the majority of the game. They started out the game on a nice run, but you got to credit Bradley Bourbannais after falling off, at the end of the first quarter, the score being what it was, and then they finally started to find some offense. They've been good at their defense, and they finally are able to transition their defense into some offense. So it should be an exciting second half.
Late to let them get back in it, but we played really well against an excellent team. So, we knew it was going to be a good game, and we're going to have to play well the second half.
What adjustments do you like your team to make in that second half?
Well, we got to take care of the basketball, and then we got to continue to do a good job on defense. We're doing a really good job on defense. We just got to continue doing what we're doing.
One more time before we step aside for halftime. Word from our sponsors. First Couples Construction is a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And GAF, more homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. They are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the entire U.S. As a Standard Industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And Watchfire as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and supporters. And last but not least, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they are the voted best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. We'll step aside just a moment here at halftime. Your score 25-21 in favor of the Molen Maroons over the Bradley Bourbannais Boilermakers. Don't go anywhere. Be back in a bit on Clutch Sports Media.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps covered in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime?
we're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories. Your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action. More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Back here on Clutch Sports Media, game 3 of 5, and an absolutely loaded day of basketball here from Normal West Community High School. 25-21 is your score. As halftime is nearing the end. And Molen Maroons with a, I don't know if I'd call it a comfortable lead at all here, Michael, the way Bradley Bourbannais was playing to end that half.
Yeah, at the end of the first quarter, you might say, okay, a comfortable lead. We took them out of the game plan. Usually Bradley Bourbannais' game plan is utilizing their big man, Nick Allen. But then Bradley Bourbannais finally found something. And they found it in the act of Brandon Harris and Anthony Kemp, the players that aren't Nick Allen that have to step up for this team. Bradley Bourbannais finally found something in their game.
Not to say Allen hasn't had, a horrible game at all, but I mean, Taylor and Ajagbeta have just kind of stepped up on the defensive end. There's not much that you can do about that, if you're Nick Allen. But he's done a really good job of creating for his teammates when Molen collapses on him when he gets in the paint, finding Harris, who's had a pretty hot hand so far. Kemp has had a good game so far. Bender, we know what he can do. He hadn't got going quite yet, but, I mean, coming out of the half, don't be surprised if he comes out and drills 2 threes.
This Bradley Bourbannais team, I do like him because they have a little bit of everything. They have the height. They have, Nick Allen, that being the height. They have speed. Tyron Bender is a track star. He runs some pretty fast times in track and field, so they got some speed. And they have some IQ when it comes to their basketball team as well. You got to talk about Ethan Cole, their quarterback for their varsity team. So he brings in that kind of IQ when it comes to decision-making. And I do like this Bradley Bourbannais Boilermaker team.
And what a win this would be for Bradley Bourbannais, who's had a really good season so far, don't get me wrong, but what a resume booster this would be for Coach Kemp's squad if they can take down the defending 4A state champions.
This Molen team isn't, I'll go off the limb and say it isn't as good as last year's team, but then again, who was in Class 4, the 4A state champions? But then again, it's Bradley Bourbannais. This wouldn't be their most impressive one. I'd say arguably their most impressive one was when they beat number 1 in 4A Homewood Flossmoor the other night. That was a game where Homewood Flossmoor just couldn't stop Nick Allen, and Nick Allen imposed some matchup problems for the Vikings. So that's probably their biggest win, but this would be arguably their second biggest win, I would say. And it'd be one hell of a win because if I remember correctly, they were down early, and I don't think Bradley Bourbannais had the lead at all in this game. They might have had the lead a little bit in the first quarter, but besides that, they've been down the majority of this game. So it's not just a resume builder for this team. This is a one that tells a lot about your team.
Absolutely, and it seems like, or seemed to me at least, that Molen came out of the gates. I mean, they got a couple wide open layups. They got a couple wide open threes that they drilled. It kind of seemed like they were just going to cruise, maybe not to a total blowout, but a pretty easy 15 to 20 point win, which obviously doesn't look like that's going to happen, but who knows?
Yeah, both teams have scripts when they go into the games, just like how you see in football, where you script your first possession of the game. Molen had, their plan of attack of stopping Nick Allen and being aggressive on the offensive end. Bradley Bourbannais wanted to feed Nick Allen. They've been doing it all season. They've been very successful, obviously, by doing so, by telling by their record. But when they couldn't stop Nick Allen, or when they couldn't feed Nick Allen, where was their offense going to come from? They found it out in the second quarter.
Just a minute left to go at halftime. Molen with a 4-point lead. Get you another word from our sponsors here. First up, Couples Construction, a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows them to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And, of course, GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. We are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. as a standard industries company. GAF is a part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Watchfire as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And last but not least, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game. See why they were voted best pizza at Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. 8 minutes back up on the clock. Molen leading by 4. What is set to be a very good second half here in Game 3 of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout.
Looks like both teams are having their starters go back on the court for the start of the second half, and if the second quarter, not the first half in general, Molen had jumped out to such a big lead on Bradley Bourbannais, but Bradley Bourbannais started coming back in much of the second half, or the second quarter. So if the second quarter is any telling of what can happen in this game, I'm looking forward to see it.
Bradley Bourbannais also, they didn't particularly shoot the ball well in the first half either, and yet they're still only down 4 to a fantastic Molen team. So keep that in mind as we progress in this one, as Bradley Bourbannais has the ball at a half. Bender will not try a 3. Instead, he'll swing to the corner to Ethan Cole, the senior. And skip pass to Bender. Bender looking in the post for Allen, but Freeman is just not letting Allen get any touches. Here's Kemp on the baseline. Up and under. Pretty finish. The hoop. The harm. Anthony Kemp starts the second half. Guns ablazing.
Man, he is quick. That sweep and go move by Kemp going to the baseline, that was quick, and he was able to finish up and under. It just gives you a little bit more of the ability that he has.
And rolling off, but getting the rebound is Harris, putting it back up. Won't get it to go. Taylor gets it. Kemp cannot convert the and one. Second time now that's happened in this one. And Taylor thought about throwing it to the corner. Now he does throw it to the corner. Freeman's going to try a pretty open 3 off the back iron rebound to Harris. Bradley Bourbannais pushing the other way, just trailing by 2. And there's a foul. I think they're going to get Taylor.
Ooh, no, they're going to go traveling.
They got the travel by Harris, dragging the feet before the foul. Possession back to the Maroons.
This is a break for Bradley Bourbannais. If it was a foul, it would have definitely been on Molen, and that would have been a good start. But nonetheless, Molen could capitalize on this and maybe score a basket the other way.
Molen's still kind of struggling against the press. They did break it that time, but it wasn't easy for Coach Taylor's squad. Ajing Beta now picked up his dribble, now finds Taylor on the corner. Taylor thought about launching a 3. Now he drives right, finds Ajing Beta on the wing. Nice spin move. Has Harris on him, and Cole picks him up there. Skip pass to Freeman.
Yeah, they Olmstead down low in the short corner. When Ethan Cole comes up, they have him wide open.
Olmstead, one of the more underrated players on this Molen team. He is a starter as Taylor's got it now. Good defense of Bradley Bourbannais. Taylor not quite sure who he was passing it to, but it went right to the hands of Ethan Cole. Bradley Bourbannais another chance to tie it. Bradley Bourbannais was down 8-0 as 3 from Bender, another miss. They were down, I believe it was 8-0 and maybe 16-7 at one point in the game, if my memory serves me correctly.
I think you are correct. Nonetheless, they've been down heavily in this game so far, and it's shown a lot of fight.
Taylor Kemp didn't pick him up, and Taylor makes him pay from the corner. Taylor strikes again in a big three-pointer for the Maroons, 28-23.
It's arguably the Maroons' best player, and if Molen's going to have a big night tonight, he's going to have a big night tonight.
Taylor does it all with that big frame. Bender has all the space in the world. Be interesting to see if Bender takes another shot in this game. A little fadeaway from Kemp. Not a bad shot at all. Just couldn't get it to go. And Abby, the aforementioned freshman, with the rebound. In the corner, Freeman wants a three. In and out, tapped out, and eventually grabbed by Harris. A little 3-on-2 potentially for the Boilers, but Harris lost it. His foot was on the line. That one's going to go back to the Maroons.
Yeah, I feel like he figured, he's got the steal, he's got the fast break opportunity. He didn't have the numbers advantage because Molen had 2 players back, but he figured, he can do it. He could do it himself, and he's one of those other quick players that Bradley Bourbannais has that can score in a hurry.
And I don't mind Harris picking up the pace there. We've seen him finish at the rim multiple times in this one, but you have to be controlled when you're going to do that. Just a rare mistake, if we're being honest, from Harris.
Yeah, a really complete player and one of the better players this BBCHS team has.
This 2-3 zone giving Molen some fits despite that 3 that was hit by Taylor. Ajong Beta in the middle finds Olmstead. Olmstead beyond 3-point line. Ajong Beta drives right side, double teamed, puts it up, swatted away by Harris. Harris another block. Now there's numbers for Bradley Bourbannais. Bender dishes it to nobody, and out of bounds it goes. Gavin Cole, the junior, kind of got caught up in whether to cut to the basket or flare out for a potential jumper, and unfortunately, Bender and him were not on the same page. Got out of bounds.
Bender just lost control of the ball. I mean, he knew he had the pass to the Gavin Cole. They knew they had numbers, so that was the right pass, but he just lost control. He has to control himself. You're talking about that with Brendan Harris. Same thing with the rest of the Boilermakers. Just control yourself.
Under 5 minutes to go. 28-23 your score. Molen Maroons at the lead. Nice moves from Abby, but good defense from Bender as well.
Yeah, someone like Bender, you're not gonna cross him over. You're not gonna drive past him to the basket. He's just too quick for that.
He is not easy to shake off. That is for sure. Olmstead now top of the key, gives to Freeman. 2-3 zone continues to be a little bit of an issue for Molen.
It's one of those zones where if you have someone who's 6'11" down low, that certainly helps.
No one picked up Taylor for a split second. In and out it goes. That very easily could have been 2 more points for Taylor. Bradley Bourbannais probably a little bit lucky on that one.
It's one of those shots in that kind of zone that you're living with because you can't necessarily defend it, and you have to live with those kind of shots.
Allen with a strong lefty take to the rack, still making his presence known despite not having too many points in this one.
Yeah, Molen's not necessarily guarding them like they did in the first half, and it's caused Nick Allen to kind of be in his zone and be more of a facilitator like he's been the majority of the season.
Abby got trapped. Coach Sean Taylor wanted a timeout. Just a reminder, folks, 2 more games coming up after this one. We have the host Normal Community West will be taking on Washington. Should be a good.
That should be a great game, actually.
Should be a great Middle Illini versus Big 12 matchup there, and the nightcap will be an incredible game. State-ranked Metamora going up against also state-ranked Normal Community. Normal Community, the tallest team in the state. They've got weapons on weapons, and they are extremely well coached. Metamora, you can say the same thing about them.
Yeah, a lot of the light's been shined onto that community Metamora game, and rightfully so. 2 of the best teams in the state in their class, but that Normal West and Washington game is going to be rightfully probably one of the better games in this tournament also.
Certainly a perfect way to end a phenomenal day of basketball here from Normal West. And there's a phenomenal three-pointer from Marcus McQueen Jr. Marcus McQueen, the junior, out of timeout.
It's a good three-pointer to start out the timeout for Sean Taylor's team. You got to wonder if he was talking about an offensive set because he realized that Bradley Bourbannais had some momentum going their way.
And Allen again, that time he does get the foul call. he stepped back and just threw that one up there and prayed for a whistle. He got it. He'll go to the line.
It's hard not to get a whistle if you're double teamed like Molen's doing to you. The Molen's a very aggressive team, like we said before. So they're double teaming you. It's not going to be the most difficult thing in the world to draw a foul.
And first free throw is good from the big man, Nick Allen, the junior.
Like I said before, he just received an offer from Drew Valentine's Loyola Chicago Rambler team out of the Atlantic 10. So he's got a lot of those offers, and along with the Missouri Valley schools like Illinois State and Valpo, among others, as he got a steal.
Loyola, great basketball program now in the Atlantic 10. There's a three from Kemp. He continues an incredible game, Anthony Kemp. As I was saying, Loyola, a fantastic team out of the Atlantic 10, even though as an Illinois fan, I hate to hear that name. I think it'd be a pretty good fit for Allen in his future basketball endeavors.
He's just a junior too, so he doesn't necessarily have to make a college commitment. I'm sure he's going to get a lot of higher profile college offers as he goes on his senior year.
It's Abby in the corner, throws up a three. Won't go. The putback is blocked, and a late foul call. Looks like Allen might have got the ball in that one as Freeman was going up for the putback, but a late foul call, and that's another foul on Allen.
The story of this game right now is Nick Allen, and it's not just the fact that he hasn't necessarily shown his presence like I've seen in games past. It's just now he's got 3 fouls, so now he's in danger of being in massive foul trouble if coach wants to keep him in.
Freeman a friendly roll on the first of 2 free throws. Two and a half minutes to go here in third quarter.
Well, it's like one of those hard decisions you have to make as a coach with, one of your best players having 3 fouls in this point in the game. Do you sub him out or not? But looks like Ryan Kemp's going to keep his big man in the game.
Second free throw from Freeman is also good. Extends the Molen lead to 4. As Kemp gives to Harris. Harris kind of gone silent here recently in this second half. Like to see him maybe get back into it.
Yeah, he's one of those players where you can't count him out. You can't just say, okay, let him shoot it because he's going to miss, or don't let him be a difference maker, because he will be that difference maker for your team.
Harris seems like the definition of a glue guy. That term gets thrown around a lot. But Bender takes to the rack, won't get it to go, wanted a whistle. Eventually taken away by Freeman, and that's going to be a foul. Harris body checking Freeman.
I believe that's his third also. So if that is the case, then yeah, that is his third. So right away, 2 out of the 4 or 5 best players for this Bradley Bourbannais team had in foul trouble. And if you weren't going to sub him out, which Ryan Kemp still has not made a decision about subbing him out, so you're risking the fact that they might be even further foul trouble.
Thought Gavin Cole was going to come in for Harris, but no, he came in for Bender. A great pass inside, but there's going to be a travel called on Olmstead. I couldn't even see the angle for that pass from all the way up here in the booth. That was a fantastic find. Unfortunately, Olmstead chopped his feet, gets a whistle for travel.
I'm not really sure how he got that pass off. It was in between 4 Boilermakers, and he got it off, and I don't think Olmstead was really even expected it also, even though he wanted the ball. I'm sure he wasn't expecting himself to be right by the basket that wide open.
Here's Harris, nice dribble drive. Gives to Cole, throws it back out to Kemp. Kemp again, lost it. It'll stay with the Boilers.
I would like Kemp to take that 3-point shot. He's wide open. We've seen him knock it down, and I'm not sure why he'd ever feel so inconfident about himself, because he's been knocking down those shots all night.
Fantastic game, thus point for Kemp with 11 points. There's another whistle. I believe they're going to get Olmstead.
Yep.
Clock is still running. Clock's you gotta
put it back now and
take a second here to fix that.
Yeah, usually, from what I've seen lately in high school games, they don't start the clock in enough time. But, now this time it's the opposite, where you just let the clock run, and they're obviously going to have a talk over it. It's not a 30-point lead for either team, so you're not going to have a running clock. So it wouldn't make much sense. And it's in the third quarter, so that also wouldn't make sense in this time of the game.
Just a little break here as they add 8 seconds to the clock. Make it 1:31 to go in the third quarter. Moline Maroons, they've led this entire game, but it hasn't been by much. 33-29 the lead. Inside, Kemp.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're going to call on the floor.
They're going to say no shot. What's the call here?
So they're gonna call a foul on Taylor Lewis for Moline, but they're going to say it's on the floor. But what an and one opportunity that would have been if that basket counted.
That play was absolute perfection over the top of Lewis. Kemp just grabbed it and put it up and in, but get the whistle on the floor. Here is Kemp again, potentially looking for Allen inside. Goes to Cole, who swings it to Harris. Back out to Cole. Cole, open three, just short. That one was a little too deep, but Ethan Cole, his brother, comes out with it. And another strong take from Allen, won't get it to go. And there is another foul as Abby was picking up speed and gets checked by a Boilermaker.
Yeah, that offensive possession for Raleigh Bourbonnais, it's a good offensive possession. I've said that, Nick Allen shouldn't be the one who gives you the points. Molen's trying to take him out of the game, but by doing so, you need to feed him down low because there's going to be a lot of shooters on the outside waiting for the ball, and we saw that there with Gavin Cole. But that three-point shot by Gavin Cole, I'm not entirely sure why he shot it from that far. He shot it from almost the tee in Normal West, it felt like.
Arthur Abbey gives to Lewis. And Abbey drives hard right. Nice Euro step. Finds McQueen into the paint. Down to Adric Beta. Eventually taken out by Lewis. Nice job by Bradley Bourbonnais defense to not collapse and stay strong.
Yeah, a little bit more extra passes there by Molen. Not entirely sure why they would do that as there's a turnover then. And extra passes, you're giving the defense more opportunities to steal the ball, and wasn't necessarily the greatest offensive possession for the Maroons.
Here's Kemp. He's been the hot hand, and I believe he will just hold it
for
the last shot of the third quarter. I agree. They absolutely should.
You're down by 4. It's a good opportunity to either cut this lead to 2 or 1, and Anthony Kemp's a good person to do that, so we'll see how this quarter ends.
7 seconds to go. Let's see if Kemp, he's got an open three. He's going to take it in and out. Rebound to Abbey. 1 second, can maybe get something off here. He does.
Ooh.
Oh, Abbey almost got it to go. A great shot, just barely hits the right side of the rim.
I'm going to tell you what. I thought that shot was good. I thought Abbey had a great opportunity to make it, and it was just off.
Looked pretty good from here. Now, end of the third quarter, get you another word from our sponsors. First up, Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. We're also sponsored by GAF. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a GAF roof than by any other product. They are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the entire U.S. As a Standard Industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. And Watchfire, as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools, Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And finally, Pizza Paya. Have you been to the new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they're voted the best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. Washington Panthers, we see, marching down the stairs into the locker room. Not too much longer before they will take on the host Normal Community West, in game 4 of 5 here from the Normal West Crossroads Shootout.
I got to ask, Dalton, doesn't this feel a lot more like March? Does it feel like the postseason sort of deal where, now you're going to see teams that match up well against each other go at it? Obviously, we talked about it last year, Bradley Bourbonnais and Molen were in the Bradley Bourbonnais Regional Championship game, so these teams have some bad blood with each other, and this feels a lot like March.
I definitely agree. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say at all. Call it early, say it's just February. These teams got 4 or 5 conference games to play still, but I'm getting a March vibe here. All these good teams here in one place makes me excited for when it actually is March.
Definitely.
McQueen missed the 3 on the other end, and now Allen, a strong take with the right hand. Another bucket for Allen, and the lead back down to 2. We're just getting underway in the fourth quarter, 33-31. Overall, a pretty low-scoring affair. Taylor up and under, gets it knocked away, no call. Up ahead here to Cole, up and under again. Won't get it to get over the rim, and Abbey takes it away.
If Molen hurries, they have numbers.
Nobody picked up Abbey when he got to the paint. He takes a wide open J and drills it.
Yeah, Bradley Bourbannais, I'm not really sure what their defensive plan was there. They had a Boilermaker on him until he got into the elbow, and maybe he thought he would have passed it, so they were trying to predict the pass, but then he wasn't covered.
Another upperclassman-esque play from Abby as Harris back into the scoring column. Lead remains at 2. Abby had about 5 options on that play, but he made the best decision in pulling up for that J. Here's Taylor pulling up for a 3. Too strong. Molen not crashing the offensive glass. Fear of another foul as Allen will clear that one with ease.
And how about Bradley Bourbannais down for the majority of the game, if not all the game, has an opportunity to put a nice offensive possession here and maybe even grab the lead.
And Anthony Kemp looks like he's going to get a screen from Allen.
They're really trying to feed it down to Allen.
Inside to Allen. Can't say I blame him. Now Kemp.
Ooh.
Nice move. Takes it into the paint and finishes. Smooth as silk from the senior Anthony Kemp.
It's not often that I see a pass fake break someone's ankles, but that's the case there.
McQueen will try a 3 on the other end. Nothing but net. McQueen, some fantastic minutes off of the bench. Marcus McQueen, the junior.
For every BBCHS basket, Molen has an answer.
Absolutely. That one poked loose, eventually grabbed by Adjunct Beta. Numbers for the Maroons. Now Freeman goes up strong, won't get it to go. Kemp, solid defense, not fouling. And that one's picked. Abby picked his pocket, takes on the taller Kemp. Now Kemp picks his pocket. It's a ping pong match here in Normal West.
It's a great way to putting it right now. And I think that timeout from the Bradley Bourbannais coach, Ryan Kemp, that's probably very much needed there.
Yeah, everybody take a step back, take a breather. This is looking like it's going to be our closest matchup of the day, although Quincy and East St. Louis played a pretty close game. I don't think the scoreboard tells the entire story in that one. But phenomenal game here. Everything we could have asked for from Bradley Bourbannais and Molen.
Yeah, Molen, a very strong team, like we said before. They're talented in their own right, and then you got on the fact that they're playing the team that they beat in the regional championship last year, a team that they know wants revenge against them. So all the stakes were pointing at this game being really great.
And Bradley Bourbannais coming off of an ugly loss to Stag where they gave up 90 points. And it sounds basic, it sounds cliche, but defense does win championships. When Bradley Bourbannais plays solid, hard-nosed defense like they are today, they've proven, obviously, that they can match up with anybody. But unfortunately, when you have lapses time and time again like they did against Stag, that's when you give up 90 points.
Yeah, 90 points and, obviously not a great defense again, like you said, Dalton. And that can go without saying, obviously. But you got to remember that game before the game against Stag was against the Homewood Flossmoor team. So maybe they just were on a high because they beat the best team in the state. So, that game might not necessarily tell a whole story about this team, but from what we've seen here, the Boilermakers have played really well, overall really well.
Harris finds Kemp out of the inbound, who goes to Bender. Bender has had not his best game, but he's back into the game. I think that just shows the amount of trust that Coach Kemp has in Bender, the senior.
He's got a lot of trust in all of his players, really.
Certainly,
you talk about Nick Allen having 3 fouls, he's still in the game.
Kemp off the right part of the rim on the 3, no good. Here's Abby. Abby, of course, looking to push the pace into the paint. Finds McQueen, who thought about another 3 now. Finds Freeman. Good ball movement from the Maroons, but even better defense from the Boilermakers. Up and under goes Taylor, and they're going to catch him for a travel. I believe that's the right call. Taylor had the right idea. I think he just took one too many steps as he was driving to the rack.
I feel like that's a call that it's not necessarily a given call, but it's just up to the official. And like you said, Dalton, you think it was a good call. Not everyone in the stands obviously think it was a good call, but it's one of those judgment calls by the refs. And obviously Taylor, he knows that he's good, and he knows that maybe he just made a mistake. It's all right.
Allen getting a touch in the paint. Bender will try a 3. Won't go again. Bender just cannot find the bottom of the bucket, no matter how wide open he is. And Abby on the much taller Allen.
Oh, what a steal.
That was grabbed by Bender. There you go, making his presence known on the defensive end as he slows it down smartly and gives to Harris.
Yeah, I've said Bender's a track star. He can really run, and we saw it there. There's another 3.
Another one from Bender won't go. He just cannot find it. Out ahead to Taylor. Wide open. Throws it down. Trey Taylor. First dunk of the game. And what is probably the most valuable player from this game at least, Trey Taylor, throws it down to give Molen a 5-point lead.
It was weird how that all happened because Trey Taylor, it's not like he just leaked out, like past the Bradley Bourbannais Boilermaker defense, as soon as the shot went up. He went past a few Boilermakers, and it was just weird how no one on Bradley Bourbannais picked him up.
Here's Kemp, top of the key. Gives to Cole. He gets it to go. Ethan Cole puts one in.
The Truman State commit at quarterback shows off his accuracy there at that shot.
And McQueen finds Taylor. Taylor's open on the baseline. Nice and smooth. Nice lefty stroke. Puts it in. Back up by 4. Go the Maroons. Quickly the other way goes Cole, who draws a foul on Taylor. Won't get it to go. He will go to the line.
Right now we're seeing how Bradley Bourbannais, they can score now. They're finding their offensive rhythm, but you got to give credit to Molen's offense for answering back. And this is not a game that Bradley Bourbannais wants to be in where they just keep trading baskets because obviously they're down. So it's going to come down to if Bradley Bourbannais can get stops.
Just heard from our beloved producer, Jonathan Michael. Taylor's got 4 fouls in this one. Potentially, if this game goes into overtime or if it does come down to the wire like it looks like it's going to, that's a storyline you got to pay attention to.
It's not as big as a storyline from that, but you got to think about the 2 best players on this Bradley Boilermaker team, Brandon Harris and Nick Allen, both with 3 fouls. So a lot of the good players in this game are in danger of fouling out.
Coach Sean Taylor leaving him out there. An alley-oop up to Olmstead. He comes down with it, goes back to McQueen, who gets flied into by, I believe that was Ethan Cole in the corner, and they're going to get Cole for a very obvious foul.
Yeah, Cole, I'm sure he probably realizes that, hey, I did it, and I'm sure Coach Kemp probably would talk to his players. A lot of coaches, when that stuff happens, they talk to the players and say, hey, stay down, just contest the shot, you're not going to block everything. So, yeah, just a little bit of a learning moment.
Taylor inbounds it up top to Freeman. And Freeman being hounded by the defense. Eventually taken away by Bender. Bender to the rack. Won't get it to go, but there's 2 other Boilermakers there. And committing the foul is Olmstead. A very wacky play that probably should have ended up in a layup for either Bender or the other 2 Boilermakers there. But alas, it will send, I believe that's Gavin Cole, to the free throw line.
I think if Gavin Cole realized who was right by him on that offensive rebound, Nick Allen, he probably would have given to Nick Allen for the dunk. But nonetheless, another foul committed by the Maroons, and Gavin Cole an opportunity to cut this to a 1-point deficit.
Can't really blame the junior for getting the ball and going up with it, even with Allen behind him. First free throw is good, so if he knocks this one down, won't end up mattering. Ball don't lie, as they say, Michael. And the announcer second.
That's the most basic announcer's curse. That happens to all of us.
And that one, a triple team on Abby, taken away. Nice spin move by Kemp. He lost it. Ball's loose in the paint. And they're going to give a timeout to Coach Kemp. Interesting.
Yeah, Sean Taylor has a good point. He was mentioning that maybe he traveled, which I'm going to be honest with you, I think he probably did. But nonetheless, the timeout was granted to Bradley Bourbannais.
Buckle up, Michael. It's going to be a wild last 2 minutes and 43 seconds of this one.
These are 2 teams that, they're playing their hearts out. They don't want to lose. They don't want to lose to one another. Given that what has happened between the 2 schools for the past couple of years, these 2 schools, it's not that they don't like each other. It's not like they're rivals, but both these schools want to win this game.
Quick word from our sponsor before crunch time here. First up, Couples Construction, a master elite installer of gaff shingles. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And of course, Gaff. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a Gaff roof than by any other product. Gaff is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Watchfire is the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools. Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And of course, once again, Pizza Pia. Have you been to the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in the Bloomington Normal area. Pizza is their love language. Under the basket, Harris will throw it out towards half court to Bender, who gives to Kemp. If you're Coach Kemp here, who do you go to? If you're Bradley Bourbannais, do you try to force it inside to Allen, or do you give it to Kemp and have him create? What do you think you do, Michael?
I think there's a 3-pointer by Harris, but Oh, there's a good
Nice
offensive rebound.
Back from Allen.
You have to go to Anthony Kemp in this situation. Molen knows that this type of the game, it's going to be Nick Allen that's going to gather the most attention. So who do you go to? Your second best scorer, which I believe is Anthony Kemp.
And if you're Allen, you have to fight extremely hard down there for offensive rebounds because that will absolutely kill Molen. That will kill Molen as well as a turnover directly into the hands of Allen. And Harris wisely slowing it down. 2 minutes to go. We are tied up in what has been the best game of the day here from the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Bender out to Harris, top of the key. Gives to Cole, Gavin Cole that is, who gives to Kemp. Top of the key, Kemp with Taylor on him. Taylor again with 4 fouls. Harris. Bradley Bourbannais in no rush, and they should not be in any rush. Here's Kemp, drives hard right. He knows Taylor's got 4 fouls. It's off Kemp's knee and goes to the direction of the Maroons.
It's a good defensive possession by Molen, and Anthony Kemp doing what he's been doing all night, being aggressive, driving to the basket, and it's worked out for him.
I don't mind it at all. I don't mind the take whatsoever. Unfortunately, just off his knee. And Molen, big possession here, biggest possession of the day for any team for sure. His adjunct Beta hasn't gotten in the scoring column in a while. Maybe go down to him. Here's Taylor. McQueen is wide open, and he launches a long 3, and he gets it to go! Marcus McQueen again. 45-42 Maroons.
He's been their shooter, and he's been the one that's been knocking down the big three-pointers. He's been the one that's pretty much been answering anything that Bradley Bourbannais has, so kudos to him.
Steps up with confidence. You know, just a junior coming off the bench. He didn't start in this one. Stepping up to the three-point line. That one was a couple feet beyond the three-point line. Launching that 3 and getting it to go and really putting Molen Maroons in a nice spot.
Yeah, we mentioned about how Molen wants to make sure that they limit, Nick Allen to any scoring, but for Bradley Bourbannais, if they want to do the same thing to Molen, it's got to be the Marcus McQueen because he can be just as lethal from the outside. Talk about his shooting. He's made a plethora of threes, and they're not just three-pointers in the middle of the game that, you make. They're big-time three-point shots.
We wonder if that was on the game or any part of the game plan for Coach Kemp if they were scouting McQueen at all. I think if they weren't, he probably regrets it now. Bradley Bourbannais needs a bucket. 1:10 to go, fourth quarter. What would be a huge win for both of these teams. Here's Kemp, who gives to Harris, back to Kemp. Little give and go Harlem Globetrotters action. Kemp's going to launch a 3. Too strong. Rebound to Taylor. Good box out. Numbers potentially for the Maroons. No, Taylor slows it down and gets bumped by Gavin Cole. Smart play by Taylor to not lose his control and just fly to the rack and turn the ball over and instead bring it back out and draw a foul.
It's a very smart play by Molen. Don't force anything. You have to understand that you're up by 3. Bradley Bourbannais has to do something too.
Freeman turns it over off the inbound. Allen gets it to Harris. Now Harris slows it down. A critical turnover for Freeman and the Maroons. But Bradley Bourbannais needs a bucket here, Michael, as Bender throws to the corner. Here's Kemp. They've been going to him all game. He won't get it to go. Rebound to Allen. And they're going to get one of the Maroons. Whistle. Was it Taylor? They're going to get Taylor on the push. A late whistle on Trey Taylor.
Whoa.
Committing the foul on Nick Allen. That sends Taylor to the bench, Michael. He's got 5.
That doesn't only foul them out, but, if I'm Sean Taylor, I'm not the happiest right now because that was also a late whistle. It wasn't something that was just called right away.
At this point, I would say just let him play. Bender wide open. Can he hit this one? No! Rebound grabbed by Cole. Now Kemp, can he hit it? No, just short. Bender grabs it and turns it over to Freeman. Freeman flying out of nowhere to grab the pass from Bender to Kemp. And a foul committed. Believe that might send the Maroons to the free throw line, or maybe they have one more to give. Looks like they might
have one more to give.
Maybe 2 more to give, actually. Oh, no.
Great possession.
Two critical turnovers. Bradley Bourbannais just could not get one to fall, either of those threes. And that was a loss by Lewis, but he keeps it. He's going to get fouled. Bender on the reach around. They're going to get him. Bradley Bourbannais fans not big fans of that call, but I believe it was the right one.
That possession before for Bradley Bourbannais, they had 3 opportunities to hit some big three-point shots. They were in the right people's hands. You want to talk about Anthony Kemp and Brandon Harris, and then, using his speed, Tyron Bender gets the rebound, but then he just makes a careless pass.
That one inside to Freeman. Freeman lost it.
Oh, wow.
They're not going to call a trip. They're going to give it to Bradley Bourbannais. I thought Freeman was open off of his hand. I thought that he got tripped before he went out of bounds, but they're going to give it to Bradley Bourbannais, who trails by 3, 22 seconds.
What a call, and
Coming
now
down.
Bradley Bourbannais, this is crunch time for them.
Coming down to the wire, they need a basket. Abby is all over Harris. Harris puts his offensive foul. Bradley Bourbannais gives it right back.
Yeah, Harris isn't pleased with the call, and I don't blame him. It's not like it's a bad call, but it's in that time of the game where you want to have the players play, but that was more obvious than not. The arm extension was brutal.
The Boilermakers shoot themselves in the foot, give it right back to the Maroons with 13 seconds. And smartly, Lewis is going to turn to the ref and take a timeout. Goodness, I need another deep breath, Michael.
What a sequence of events here in this game. Like we said before, these two teams, they aren't rivals with each other. It's not they hate each other, but one of these two teams faced each other last year in the regional championship game. Molen ended up winning that game, but I think Molen knows that Bradley Bourbannais, they want their revenge. So this game is shaped up to be a great one.
Best game of the day for sure, and reminder that we've got 2 more coming up here. Approximately 20 minutes after this one concludes, we will have the host Normal West taking on the Washington Panthers, 2 teams really struggling, but perhaps on the road to regaining their footing. And the nightcap, as we've mentioned, Metamora and Normal Community, 2 pretty close teams geographically to Normal West that will do battle here in the nightcap of the 2024 Normal West Crossroads Tournament.
This is a great event here by Normal West. I mean, I got to say that one of the better shootouts in the state. It's not one of those shootouts in Chicago that, is sought after. It's one of those Central Illinois, out of what you can probably call the middle of nowhere kind of shootouts.
It's
a great shootout.
This is Central Illinois basketball right here.
Yeah, it's teams from the western part of the state, teams from the eastern part of the state, like Bradley Bourbannais, that meet up in the central part of the state. And this is pretty much what a shootout is. Like I said, it's a team from the west and a team from the east colliding in the central part of the state.
Don't overlook, we've mentioned Molen, state champions in 4A, but Metamora was state champions in 3A last year. So Normal West able to get 2 state championship teams here in this one. 5-second call. 5-second call. Ajak Beta didn't get rid of it. And what do you know, Michael? Another chance for the Boilermakers.
That timeout, I was gonna mention that timeout being called later within that sequence. So I was wondering if they would have gone at least 1 or 2 more seconds to inbound the ball. And
let's see if they can even inbound the ball. They do to Bender. Bender's only got 12 seconds. They need a bucket quick. Bender step back. Stolen away. Freeman, a breakaway. He goes up. The exclamation point. The dagger. Molen somehow, some way is going to escape this one with the victory. What an unfortunate end for the Boilermakers.
What a game, and it couldn't have ended any better for the Maroons. You want to talk about gutsy, jumping the passing lane, and what a guy to end it too. Braden Freeman, the former Boilermaker, ends it. And Bradley Bourbannais, once again, heartbreak against the Maroons.
What a game, the best game of the day so far for sure. Oh, wow. That's going to take me a minute to recover from that one. And really, for Bradley Bourbannais, there's not much to hang your head about here, Michael. Maybe those turnovers at the end of the game, those are going to keep you up at night. But what a game you played.
I mean, Molen took out Bradley Bourbannais' best player, Nick Allen, and they had to figure out how to get their offense from more pieces, and they did. After the first quarter, they did. They found out some more pieces, and for Bradley Bourbannais, it's all about late game situations. What do? Do you make gutsy passes? No, you don't. You have to take care of the ball, and just stuff like that these Boilermakers team definitely has to work on.
Trey Taylor, rightfully so, receives the player of the game, even despite the foul out. And we're actually going to throw it down to our very own Gavin Russell, our Swiss Army knife, who is standing next to the player of the game, Trey Taylor.
The core player of the game, Trey Taylor. You guys won a nail biter. It was a close one. What did it take?
Yeah, it took a lot of strength and a lot of grit out there. We had to tussle and fight out there for the ball. And, being the stronger and fighting harder was the win of the game.
Sure, and you hit a big shot down the stretch there. Obviously, it was kind of going back and forth. What did it take to hit that big shot? Ice in the veins right there.
It didn't take much. I usually practice on it. So when I released it, I felt it. It felt good.
What does it mean to be here at this tournament? Obviously, a lot of great teams. You played a really tough team in Bradley Bourbannais.
That we needed this one to be picked in the higher seed, so when we got the dub, this is what we needed. This is what we came here to win.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time, Trey. Send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Gavin. Great work, as always. One more word from our sponsors before we step aside here and prepare you for Normal West and Washington. Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of gaff shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows them to give each customer the Gaff Gold Pledge Warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the Gaff President's Club. Call 308-826-4377 for an estimate. And Gaff. More homes and businesses in the U.S. are protected by a Gaff roof than by any other product. They are the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the entire U.S. As a standard industries company, Gaff is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Watchfire, as the official scoreboard of the National Federation of High Schools, Watchfire manufactures scoring and entertainment systems that fire up athletes, fans, and sponsors. And of course, Pizza Pia. Have you been to the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Bloomington Normal. Pizza is their love language. From our entire crew from Normal West Community High School, I'm Dalton Carmine and my partner Michael Savoy. Our entire crew, don't go anywhere. We've got Washington and the host Normal Community West coming up in just over 20 minutes here on Clutch Sports Media.
Welcome back to Normal West High School as the Crossroads Shootout continues. Our next game is the host Wildcats as they'll take on the Washington Panthers in our fourth game of 5 here at the Midwest Crossroads Shootout. Alongside Owen Dimfel, I'm Gavin Russell. Owen, a couple teams, Big 12 Mid-Illini represented here. Maybe the seasons, you look at it on paper, not what you'd expect from both of these schools, but they've been in a lot of close games, and I wouldn't want to play either of these teams on any given day.
No, I mean, I don't know if you want to go as far as saying it's been a disappointment for both of them, but it's been turbulent. But this is where a great opportunity where you can kind of, find your way back on the tracks with a win here in a shootout like this. And you said it, they've played a lot of close games with some tough teams, so they are more than capable of being in close ball games and finding ways to win. It's just whether they can get to that point.
Certainly, and you mentioned turbulence. Last night, Washington fell at a heartbreaker. They lost on a buzzer beater to Dunlap in a Mid-Illini Conference battle. Dunlap, no slouch. They've got some good talent over there. Normal West, as of recent, they fell in a lot of close games this season, too. Just to name a few. Lost 6 points to Normal U-High, 3 points to Normal Community, a very, very good team we'll see next. They lost by 2 to St. Joseph Ogden, 2 to Champaign Centennial. So, as you see for both these teams, they've been right there. They just kind of have to get over the hump.
Yeah, but, and the name of the game is that you can't almost be there. You got to get there. You can say how many excuses of, you almost made this play. You almost, came up with this one. But at the end of the day, you just got to go and make those plays.
Indeed. We'll see if both these teams are able to kind of get over the hump tonight, so to speak. And we've got the anthem coming up as Normal West and Washington are ready to do battle here at the Midwest Crossroads Shootout. We're going to step aside for a brief moment for the anthem coming up, and we'll be back for basketball action at Normal West. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
And the national anthem is done as both teams will now head to the benches for the starting lineups here in the 4th out of 5 games at the Crossroads Shootout. Again, Owen Dimfel and Gavin Russell on the call with you at Normal West High School. Starting lineups coming up as Washington will be in their traveling black uniforms. Normal West will be in their home white uniforms. The lights go out for the home Wildcats, kind of the home game of sorts for the day. So they get one of the later matchups. Packed house here at Normal. A few people already trickling in for the next game, which is surely to be an excellent one. If you're wondering why your screen is completely black, well, they just got the lights out here as they get the starting lineup introductions going. So far, I found Clutch Sports doesn't invest in night vision with their cameras, but fortunately for the game, we'll have the lights back on. Washington will start things out. We'll get their starting lineup for you shortly. They'll start out with junior Andre Lewis wearing number 4. It'll be C.J. Duncan, number 10, the junior. The sophomore, number 12, James Johnson. The senior, number 21, DeAndre Jackson. And rounding things out, the senior big man, number 40, Braden Vanderheit. That is the 5 for the Washington Panthers, who enter the game at 13-12 on the season and 7-4 in Mid-Illini Conference play. Owen, with that Washington lineup, what are you looking for?
I mean, really, you look up and down. They have a lot of size, and so you want to see if they can really work the post game in today's game. And when we spoke to Coach E right before, during warm-ups, he was really, excited to talk about C.J. Duncan. Feels like he can really make a difference in this game. It's been well documented. He's had a really big improvement throughout this year, and as he's, developed in this high school program. So really watch for him and just the size of this Washington Panthers defense out on the court today.
Good points there, Owen. Now it's time for Normal West starting lineup. It's A.J. Austin, the junior, wearing number 2. The senior, number 3, Isaiah Robinson. The senior, number 4, Nate Moore. The junior, number 15, Mike Zaleski. And the senior, number 23, C.J. Wilson. That is the 5 for Normal West. They're 8-17 and 3-5 in the Big 12 Conference this season. Again, Normal West in their home white uniforms on the home floor, and Washington in the traveling black uniforms with that familiar Panthers orange on the numbers and letters. And we're ready to go for a good one. Washington and Normal West tipping off. It's our 4th game of the Crossroads Shootout gets underway. It'll be Andre Lewis kicking it over to C.J. Duncan, mentioned just moments ago. Not a lot of seniors on this Washington team, so they'll have a lot coming back next season, including Duncan.
Already seen kind of a zone defense from the Wildcats.
There's Lewis, goes in, and it's turned over, intercepted by Nate Moore.
Nate Moore, I mean, he's had an outstanding season so far, averaging 15.5 a game, 372 total points this year, and he has 51 steals, so watch for him to be stealing balls left and right.
Both teams are active defensively. Neither team is known to give up high scoring to opposers. Moore trying to drive inside is cut off. A.J. Austin will try to drive in, kicks it over. Robinson, nowhere to go. Panthers defense stifling right now.
Already seeing some really tight defense between both teams.
Tried to force a shot, and it's going to be a foul. Going to the line to shoot 2 will be Nate Moore. And you mentioned zone defense on the other side, Owen. Can be very tough to break. If you can't do it effectively, a zone can pretty much neutralize it.
Yeah, I feel like the best way to attack a zone is that you need to really speed up the passes, because that's where you're going to see the open lanes where you can get a shot off, or maybe even a lane to pass it. So, as much it's need to be like a calm fast. Like, you can't be out of control, throwing it away, but that's the way you can kind of break through. If you can quickly swing it around, find a touch in the post, you might have an easy 2 points.
Surely, and sometimes depending on the zone that's being run, you want to work from the middle, kind of that middle linebacker, the facilitator of sorts. We'll see what Washington can do, but Normal West gets the early lead as they lead by 2, the first points of the ball game. Up and in, a nice layup, found a seam in that zone. That's the sophomore James Johnson. He's come a long way, played a lot as a freshman. He's only getting better.
He certainly has, and just another one of them tall guys on defense for Washington, standing at 6'5".
Brings a lot of height, and a foul on the floor is going to go against Normal West on a loose ball foul. I think C.J. Wilson was hoping for a hold going the other direction, but it'll stay with Washington. Duncan picked up the pass. Johnson will spin around again, and he'll travel with the ball. Right idea, just didn't effectively do it.
No, and he kind of saw that, open man in the corner right as he was about to pick up his the ball. So, just saw it too late before he already traveled.
Sometimes just get caught in no man's land. Normal West will try to capitalize. A early 2-2 ball game. Three-pointer on the way for far corners, no good by Robinson.
That's a good look.
Taking an open shot, C.J. Duncan kicks it over. Lewis, corner three, no good. Bats it back in is Vanderheit. And Panthers will reset on the offensive board.
Smart play there by Vanderheit.
It's tipped out of bounds, and it's going to stay with Washington. Mike Zaleski got a hand on it. And what I noticed right there, Owen, is they're not going to let Washington just stand around and survey. They're going to be coming after the ball no matter who has it.
No, and I feel like that's the way you got to attack this game, is that you want to set the tone. The earlier you can do that, the more you can dominate the game.
There is C.J. Duncan hitting the three, our first three-pointer of the contest, and a lead for Washington. Moore kicked it over to Robinson. He'll shoot a three, no good, doesn't hit anything. Tried to be saved by Zaleski, and C.J. Duncan comes away with it.
Yeah, good idea, but those are hard plays to get after.
Johnson trapped into the corner. Middle is Vanderheit, shoots the free throw line jumper, no good. Isaiah Robinson. A lot of seniors for Normal West. They've just dealt with some injuries, getting a lot of close losses. Sometimes the cookie doesn't crumble the way you want it to, but got to make the most of it when you can. There's still a few games left in the regular season. Of course, anything can happen in the postseason.
Yep. Control what you can control, and, you know, things like that could be like just attitude towards the season, knowing that every game's an opportunity to get better.
Thrown up, no good. It's tipped around, and it's going to stay with Normal West. C.J. Wilson tried to make a move. Looks like the Wildcats have had a few good looks at things early on, just haven't converted.
You know, I think that's, you know, kind of gone both ways. There's been some wide open shots, even from three-pointer, but they just haven't been able to knock it down yet.
They get it into Andrell Alexander, who recently checked into the game. Three-pointer, that's good. First field goal of the game for the Wildcats, and they tie the ball game up at 5 as Nate Moore hits from downtown.
Yeah, Nate Moore, he's got already all 5 points for the Wildcats. Yeah, without a doubt, their best scoring option on this team.
Sometimes you have to go to your leader to get things done. Here's Duncan, another three. Try is good. Can't leave C.J. Duncan open. He'll make you pay his second triple of the ball game. Panthers lead by 3.
You know, it just goes back to the pregame talk with Coach E. He was excited for him to play this game and already knocked down 2 3-pointers. Big start for him.
Pass a little inadvertent. There's a deep three just short off the iron. Offensive board. Wilson got it back out. Moore tried to drive in. Stopped by the much taller C.J. Duncan. Robinson tried to kick it over, and it's going to be out of bounds. Zaleski couldn't corral it, and Washington will get it back on the turnover.
Yeah, some miscommunication. Them two trying to get back on the same page, walking back on the defensive side.
C.J. Duncan will bring it up. Mentioned Coach E's high praise of C.J. Duncan before the game, even before the season. Was really excited for his potential year. Here's another three. No good on that one. As Vanderheit gets the offensive board. And a steal by the Wildcats. Robinson comes away with it.
Just not a smart play there.
Down low post. Wilson works it on Jackson. Deep three-pointer from Moore, no good. Shooting it probably near college range. Johnson among 3 bodies, and he'll be fouled on the floor, and it'll stay with Washington.
Great job by Johnson, just attack the basket. The Wildcat defense really tried to collapse on him, but forced the foul.
He gets it into Vanderheit. Goes cross court to Johnson, has to make an acrobatic catch. Tries to drop it down. It's tipped and it'll stay with Washington again. Normal West staying very active in those passing lanes. They're trying to take away those easy buckets.
Yeah, they got away with one there. That was just another ill-advised pass and caught into the arms of all the Wildcats, but still, I mean, great defense by Normal West.
They leave Duncan open again. He can't get that one. He's already got 2 threes taken away by Jackson, then tipped away. And a jump ball results out of all of it, so we had a little bit of everything there, Owen. Had the three-pointer, had an offensive board, a block, you name it, we had it.
I think we've seen a lot of everything, just even going back to the 2 previous games today.
Great mix of basketball here at the Crossroads Shootout. Teams all across the state, three-pointer, Moore. He gets it to go. Nate Moore is rolling for Normal West. He's got all 8 points, and we're deadlocked today.
Well, he's already halfway to his season average of 8.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Nate Moore, of course, trying to make the most his last year here at Normal West. Jackson out to Lewis. Couldn't handle it. Gets it back out. Johnson, hesitation, fake, goes up, no foul call. Body hit the deck, and Johnson did a nice job of finishing through the contact.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, finish through the contact, and no matter what just happened, you just got to go through it and need a good job concentrating towards the basket.
I think some players, younger players nowadays, will tend to just want to look for the foul call.
Certainly. And that can take away from their playmaking ability, because you can't just be looking for the whistle every single time. You got to be looking for ways to score, looking for open teammates.
Johnson did a nice job in the other end. Normal West is going to be content to run a little clock off here as they'll try to finish out the first quarter with the last possession if possible. Malik Givens-Smith, sophomore on the volleyball line, gives it back to Moore as they'll work it around and set up a play. 15 seconds. Washington bench gets fired up. Here is Moore. Moore drives around, goes up, it's tipped around. 3 seconds. Hits a lot of hands. Shot at the horn is Wilson. Got it to go! C.J. Wilson beats the buzzer.
Wow, I mean, what a shot. We've seen some close buzzer beaters earlier today, even going back to the previous game, but that one just threw up a prayer and it answered for him.
It was bouncing around off a lot of hands there. Didn't know where it was going to go exactly, but it's C.J. Wilson, the senior, taking the lead at the end of the first. 11-10 is where Normal West leads. Let's get a quick break for our great sponsors here at the Crossroads Shootout, starting with Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. Also by York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be short-charged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. Also by Michael Harris. As your local State Farm agent, Michael Harris will be there whenever you need him with a good neighbor service you can count on. Give him a call. Also by Pizza Pie. Have you been to the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best in Bologna. Pizza is our love language at Pizza Pie. Back as C.J. Wilson ended that first quarter with a bang. The buzzer beater from half court is where we stand. Washington starts out with the basketball. Normal West still in that zone look. Here's Vanderheit, goes in. He had the size advantage right there. Used it well, and the little baby hook, he's got 5.
Vanderbilt could be a real, bread and butter for Washington in this game. His size in the paint. And that was something that really Washington wanted to lean on early into the season, was their size and experience down in the post. So he's been a huge help for them this year.
Vanderheit, a familiar name to Washington fans. There's been a couple of them that have come through, played really well. Devin Vanderheit, a couple of years ago, was a excellent player at Washington, is playing with Lewis now. Division II team, I believe. The Flyers up in the Chicagoland region. Here's a three-pointer on the way. It's good! A.J. Austin hits the triple, and it's a 2-point lead as we go back and forth here in the second quarter.
Well, now we're starting to see some more scoring from the Wildcats. It was the first 8 points from Moore, but now Robinson and Wilson have each added a 3 of their own. So that's going to be huge for Normal West if they can keep getting this alternate scoring outside of Moore.
Focus player is Duncan right now. He hit 2 threes in the first quarter. James Johnson to Andre Lewis. It's tipped away and stolen away by Normal West. Turnovers starting to pile up a little bit. Up, Givens couldn't get it to go. Little contact. Johnson goes the other way, goes the distance, can't get it. Track meet here at Normal West. Zaleski steps through, just off the iron.
You got to finish that shot.
Couldn't get the Euro step finish. C.J. Duncan will wisely slow it down, running up and down the court pretty hard there for a couple possessions.
Oh, yeah, and don't want to get players getting gassed right away.
Vanderheit is fouled on the follow-through and will shoot 2. Refs letting them play pretty good here. Haven't seen a whole lot of fouls. Couple bodies have hit the deck, no calls. What do you do to adjust? Obviously you're looking to maybe draw a charge or something. Do you play a little more straight up, or do you keep looking for those calls?
I think you play more straight up because as you said, these refs have been allowing the players to play their own game. And for some of these players, it's physical. Diving down on the floor for the loose balls. And if that's like multiple players going after, they'll let it settle out before calling a jump ball. We've seen that in the earlier games. So for allowing these players to play to their ability, just play straight up. Maybe you can look for it every once in a while, but you got to kind of just know the game situation where, okay, maybe this isn't the right time to try and draw that because I could give up an easy basket underneath.
Indeed, and a lane violation right there. Again, just little details that can cost you later on. So Vanderheit's missed free throw. He'll get another opportunity at it, and he can tie the ball game making this free throw. He does capitalize, so no harm, no foul for Braden Vanderheit as ties us up at 14. There's a little confusion with the scores table. Oh, look at that. Good buddy down there in the corner. A nice doggo sitting behind the Normal West bench. Fortunately for that dog's Wildcats, it hasn't been a rough start. Moore shoots from 3, no good. Vanderheit trips and falls. I think he was trying to lean in for a little bit of contact. And then he tripped over his own footing.
It goes back to the physicality. Refs are letting him play this game.
I think a lot of fans will tell you they prefer that as long as it's not egregious.
Right.
And right on cue, there's a foul. An offensive foul, a push off the ball. That'll go on Andre Lewis. Here's Malik Givens-Smith. He kicks it over for 3 to Robinson, no good. Normal West likes to live on the perimeter, if you haven't already gathered that yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some teams that, common phrase in basketball, live and die by the 3. And, maybe you can categorize Normal West like a team like that so far, at least in this game.
Isaiah Robinson picked his pocket. He'll dump it off another 3, no good. Getting open looks, just can't capitalize. A.J. Austin shot the last one. C.J. Duncan spins around, shoots. I believe Zaleski might have got a hand on that one. Couldn't get it to go. Lewis.
Another good take to the rim.
Sometimes the rim just unfriendly. Johnson back to the basket. He's got to make a move. Spins around, double team, and he's fouled on the floor. We'll see who they tag with the foul. And they'll give it to Malik Givens-Smith. Right there, Johnson probably got a little fortunate. He had his back to the basket for a long time, kind of got held up. Fortunate they came over and fouled him.
Yeah. You know, especially when you're down on but low there, never want to get called on a 3-second violation too, which high school players are, susceptible to getting.
Johnson goes down again in a double dribble. So right idea, just couldn't execute in the paint. And back to Normal West. Turnovers probably going to be at the top of both teams' lists heading into the halftime locker room.
Yeah, and I really don't know if it's, I think it's a mix of both good defense and a little bit of sloppy offense.
Regardless, still look to clean it up a little bit. Givens goes up and under. Just didn't get the friendly roll from the rim. It was a good move. Here comes the Panthers the other way. They have numbers. Lewis shoots from the wing. No good. Both teams open looks, just not hitting tonight.
Sometimes that's the name of the game, where you get open looks, but if you can't knock them down, it's, those are dry spells, and you can't have that.
Austin tries another one. Can't get it to go. Offensive board. Another opportunity, and it breaks the drought. C.J. Wilson, he's all about timely buckets, Owen, as we saw in the first quarter, and he breaks the seal. We hadn't had a bucket for a while.
Yeah, that was a great find, too. Didn't remember who had the dish on that, but turned around, saw him right there in the cutting lane, and nice feed for the basket.
And another turnover. It is Wilson that comes away with it. A few Wildcats set to check back in, and it goes through the hands. And back into the game, Nate Moore will be joined by Erdell Alexander. And first appearance tonight for Jackson Whelan Laniers. Two-point lead with 2 minutes to go in the second. Twos are wild. Vanderheit directs traffic. He's thinking about a three. Steps in. They work it back out. Now Lewis. Vanderheit over. Three-pointer is good. Will Martin gives the Panthers the lead on the three-pointer.
Gavin, there hasn't been much for offense in that game, but that was the best offensive possession so far in this one.
And another steal. Washington trying to add to the lead. Vanderheit tried to get it to Duncan, then to Martin. And they'll kick it back out. Here's Vanderheit for three, no good. They get it back again. The offensive boards have become pretty commonplace for both teams in this game.
Will Martin doing a great job just being at the right place at the right time and not giving up on the play.
Vanderheit, no good. Had a little contact. Couldn't get it over the outstretched arm. 55 seconds to go as Moore has it. We'll see if they hold it again for the next 40 seconds or so. They beat the buzzer in the first quarter. And timeout, Normal West, as they'll talk it over the next 36. Assuming they'll probably wait out several seconds, probably 25 to 30 before they set up their play.
Yeah, definitely want to chew some clock off in a one-point game like this. It'd be huge for either team to be able to go in the half with the lead just to build off that into the second half. With Normal West having the ball here, if I'm Coach Hefferman, I would, as you said, wind down 20 seconds. But even if it means that you have an open shot, like, say in the corner with 10 seconds, don't be afraid to let it go. If you got the open shot and it's the right shot, take it. Don't worry about getting the absolute last shot. You just want to make the smartest play possible on that drive.
Good point. Almost cost them in the first quarter as they turned it over. Fortunately, immediately got a steal back, and C.J. Wilson pulled out some heroics to fire it in from half court. But you can't always bank on that. Half quarters and buzzer beaters don't happen every day. Although we've seen a couple today. That's what you come to expect with great teams, the Crossroads Shootout. 30 seconds to go in the first half. Pretty quick moving, slow scoring. A trip and it'll be a foul. Washington had plenty of fouls to give. 2 more fouls to the bonus. That's another thing too. With the new bonus kind of formula, quarter by quarter, maybe they try to purposely foul to throw them off here with some fouls to give.
It's certainly a smart defensive strategy. Wind down the clock and make them, run an inbounds play, because then maybe you can create a turnover, a steal.
13 seconds. Looks like Washington will just play it out straight up. Back to Wilson, back to Moore. Moore tries to drive down on Lewis. He got it to go off the glass. And that's where time will expire. The Wildcats with some timely buckets, and they finish the first half of play up by 1.
Yeah, they had a great first half. Both quarters ending within the first, ending at the buzzer, layup and a 3-point shot, and Moore having a great first half leading with 10 points.
Indeed. We're going to send it downstairs. It's John Camosa standing by with the sideline report. John, it's all yours.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Normal West head coach Ed Hafferman. Ed, really tight first half, but obviously gaining a little bit of momentum after that bucket going into halftime. What are your takeaways?
I think both teams are playing pretty solid defense. We're kind of settling on shooting outside shots, we're knocking down a couple threes, but we got to get to the rim. Got to put our head down a little bit and make better decisions when we do drive.
Washington, obviously a tough defensive team. What adjustments you guys have to make in the second half to try to pull this one out?
Well, they have some size advantage on us, so we got to do a better job when the ball gets in the post, looking to dig on their guys, kicking it out, making them shoot the threes. I know that they've hit a couple wide open threes, but we want to try to contest them, run them off the line.
Appreciate it.
So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, John. Nice sideline report there. And absolutely, Owen, I definitely can agree with everything that was said there. Settling on shots on offense for Normal West. They gave up a few open looks, got a little bit lucky, but fortunately for them, they do have the lead and they can make these adjustments at halftime.
Yeah, and he couldn't put it any better than saying that they were settling for the outside shots. We made note of that in the first half, and I agree. The size disadvantage that they have when trying to work the post game, but they should not just be afraid of it. You got to go down there, you got to work hard, and one post move too, it could get a defender off their feet, and that opens up the door for an easy 2 points. So you got to find a way to work it and see if you can get points from there.
Surely, we've got more basketball coming your way in the second half in about 8 minutes, but let's tell you now about our great sponsors here at the Crossroads Shootout, starting with Couples Construction. They're a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is a 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. To learn more, you can call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. Michael Harris is your good neighbor here in the Bloomington Normal area. As your local State Farm agent, Michael Harris will be there whenever you need him with a good neighbor service you can count on. Give him a call. And by Pizza Paya. Pizza Paya. Have you been to new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Bologna. Pizza is our love language at Pizza Paya. That's where we'll leave it for a couple minutes here at the first half of Washington and Normal West. A slim lead, the slimmest of leads, 1 point for Normal West on a last-second bucket by Nate Moore. And we will be back for more action after this break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back for second half of action at the Crossroads Shootout on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories, your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action. More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Welcome back to Normal West High School. It's the 4th out of 5 games here at the Midwest Crossroads Shootout as we have host Normal West taking on Washington, a little Big 12 Mid-Illini crossover event. About 3 minutes on the clock before we get going here in the second half as the Metamora Redbirds are shooting around out there on the court right now. And don't go anywhere. The next game, our 5th and final game of the day, is surely to be a fantastic one. Metamora and Normal Community, need I say any more? A couple of fantastic teams, not just in Central Illinois, the entire state. Definitely a couple of contenders to make it down to the state finals, make it to March. And I mentioned this on a broadcast earlier this week. We were doing a girls game. The way the IHSA calendar played out this year, you really don't go all that far into March with the season. So if you play basketball in March, you're bound to be in the super sectional and the state finals, which makes that figurative road to March even more important.
Yeah, you feel like, as you said, as it winds down into March, that's kind of when you've had a successful year. If you can make it to that point, it was a really good year, no matter even what happens in the regular season. For example, you look at like a team like Manuel, who played today, they're a 16-10 record. People will just look at that record and be like, well, they won't do anything in the playoffs. Absolutely not. If you actually look at how they play tough teams and they play tough games, and that could really build them for a playoff run. And there's other teams like Manuel's case.
Surely, and they play down in 2A. Most of their games are against bigger opponents. I mean, they're playing in the Big 12 Conference. Not to mention they had to forfeit a couple games they actually won just due to a player discrepancy with the IHSA causing them to forfeit a couple early season games. But you're absolutely right, Owen. You get towards that March season, that's when it really, really starts to count. Both of these teams out here, again, probably not going to be favorites, but I would definitely classify both these teams as those dark horse type teams in the regionals. You win one, you win two, you catch fire. Both these teams have that possibility.
Yeah, they're definitely sleeper teams, and it'd be opponents where they would maybe look past and they'll catch you when you're not looking. So they're dangerous teams in their own right.
Surely are, and they'll try to pick up a victory here tonight. Normal West is fresh off a win a few days ago against Peoria Notre Dame. That was a good win for them. Heartbreaker last night for Washington, so they got to be a little gassed. They played a few games this week. They had been on a 3-game winning streak, so would like to get back to winning 4 out of 5 if they can come away with a win tonight. Should be a good one, though. Not a high-scoring game, but good defense out there, and I think both teams will make some good adjustments here after the break.
Yeah, and, one thing that I really made note of here at halftime was the statement that Coach E made to us, that he said we're going to guard hard, and I feel like they've done a really good job of that in the first half. It led to, Normal West settling for shots that they necessarily didn't really want to take, so that was a huge part for Coach E, saying that they're going to guard hard, and they followed through with it.
Certainly, and over on the other side, as Ed Hafferman mentioned, they don't want to settle for shots. They kind of want to reverse that trend. We'll see what they do here in the second half of play. That is a good shot from outside. Austin couldn't get it to go, though. And you got to keep firing those. Those are wide open shots. Wouldn't say settling. Johnson drives in. Big pass out. C.J. Duncan ends up with it and hits from 3. His 3rd triple of the evening and gives his side the lead.
Yeah, great shot by C.J. Duncan. He's just got, really good follow through into it.
And a steal here by Jackson. Drives all the way up and in. Scoop and score. That's 5 quick points for the Panthers.
Can't think of a better way to start the second half for Washington than what's played out.
Moore for 3 answers. Didn't have much scoring in the first half. Right on cue, on fire to start out the second half of play. Less than a minute in, and combined we've seen 8 points.
Yeah, and Moore with 13 of Normal West's 21 points. And, I think a huge key for them here in the second half is to get that, alternate scoring. The others have been C.J. Wilson with 5 and A.J. Austin with 3, but, someone who I would look for is Isaiah Robinson if he could get going.
Isaiah Robinson and A.J. Austin both have had some good looks. Malik Given-Smith drove in a couple times, just couldn't finish at the rim. Inbounded in. It's going to be thrown over the head of Jackson and turned over. Turnover's probably another point of emphasis at halftime. Just got to work on those little details. That's one that Coach E's not going to be too happy with. You can't throw it over your guy's head on the inbound.
No, it's one thing if, you throw it out of bounds on a play where you're driving in the lane, and another to completely throw it over an opponent or your teammate's head from an inbound play.
3-pointer is good. Mike Zaleski has 2 of 3 to start the second half of play for Normal West. Zaleski and Moore both hitting a 3, and a timeout by Washington, as it'll be a 30-second timeout. Washington looking to talk things over. They caught fire initially. They had 5 very quick points. Now we're swinging the other direction. Normal West has been the hot hand in the last minute or so. I think this is what the second half is going to be like, just back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, basketball is a game of runs. That's just what happens, and you want to be the team that can get the most runs, but I think it's more important that you have the last run of the game. So we're a while from getting to that point, but the more the better. And as you said, I think there's going to be a lot more swing of runs in this one.
Momentum is arguably one of the most important things that you can't really measure or practice for, really in any sport, but especially basketball. Jackson had it open, steps out, gets it back to Duncan. Johnson is fouled. As reaching in on that one was Isaiah Robinson. Washington trying to move the ball around a lot, find an open hole. They get it over to Johnson on the inbound. Vanderheit, nowhere to go with it. Makes a move to Jackson.
Good defense by the Wildcats on there, denying the post touches.
Up is Lewis, no good with it. May have got a hand on it. Here's Moore coming the other way. Moore goes out of control, and he was out of bounds before he saved it. And it'll go back to Washington, so a couple turnovers in a row for both sides. Playing a little timid right now, it looks like. not necessarily even the good defense that we've seen, but just kind of playing out of rhythm.
Yeah, and you got to know where you're at on the court. That one, when you get close down to the baseline, you got to just know where you're going with the ball, most importantly. And so it didn't look like he had a plan other than going up to the basket for a layup, but he thought different and just lost it.
Normal West leads by 2. So Washington will try to tie or take the lead on this possession. Vanderhyde up. I think it got blocked away there by C.J. Wilson. If not, he definitely altered it in some form or fashion. And hard foul. And A.J. Austin should go to the line to shoot 2. And it looks like they'll tag Will Martin on the foul.
Yeah, going back to that C.J. Wilson block right there, he's been just huge defensively this season for Normal West as a paint protector.
The Normal West really is not the tallest of teams. Wilson, one of their taller players at 6'4". Taylor Hafferman, who's hurt at the moment, is 6'5". So, again, some injuries have stifled things, and a jump ball.
Great hustle play by C.J. Wilson right there. Almost had it, but good job by Washington to get a hand in there and force the jump ball, and so you can retake the possession.
Scoring was hot the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, and then it's gone dry for the last few possessions. Andre Lewis will set things up on the volleyball line.
Already seeing some really good movement from the Washington Panthers.
Still nothing open. They're moving around, though. There's Vanderhyde on the 3. Off the iron. It's tipped out, and it'll go to Normal West. The C.J. Duncan pops it out.
Almost had it. Good idea, good hustle, but just didn't really have good possession on that from the box out.
Here's Zaleski. Over to Given Smith. Kicks it out. Zaleski for 3. Almost down. And a foul, which will go the other direction. A loose ball foul on Normal. Speaking on the subject of some injuries for Normal West, Washington similarly dealt with losing some players for not their entire season. Early on, a lot of multi-sport athletes, part of the football team that made a great run. State semifinals this year for Darryl Crouch's squad. Lewis being one of those, and as well as James Johnson and company. Definitely like to have those multi-sport athletes. They just kind of add a different dynamic to your team.
Yeah, and with the multi-sport athlete, it keeps them busy in the other sports, like other seasons. There's really no such thing in, this day and age of high school sports as an off season. I would say, in my opinion, either you're, playing club ball, AAU, travel, you name it, or you're in another sport. But it's very important for athletes to, stay busy, keep your body in shape all year round for whenever you're ready for the season to come back again.
Certainly. Pull up just inside the free throw line, no good. A lot of players for Washington will also play baseball. I'm sure there's a few multi-sport athletes for Normal West as well. Here's Duncan for 3, no good. Tipped around Jackson, and it's blocked by Wilson. Wilson taking care of things underneath, and it'll stay with Washington, though. But he's part of that SWAT team. Probably at least his third block of the evening, if I had to guess.
Yeah, he's averaged roughly about 1 or 2 blocks a game.
Deep 3, Martin couldn't get it to go. Jackson cleans it up. Good box out. It was kind of a team effort right there. James Johnson kind of corralled 2 Normal West Wildcats, and Jackson swooped around for the offensive rebound.
Kind of like the slingshot move from, Ricky Bobby Talladega Nights. Slingshot him in there. Wide open for the layup.
Love the NASCAR reference. Unfortunately, that's a fictional movie.
Well,
I wonder if there's any big NASCAR events going on recently or anytime soon. Not a big racing guy. I don't know about you, Owen.
I think of racing as, Cars just going fast and turning left.
I'm more of a basketball guy, more of a poetic game as Zaleski hits from the wing. Here's Given Smith on the steal, and he can't get it to go, but the right idea.
Yeah, caught Washington napping from the inbounds, and that's a key play you got to make, but just about had it.
Here comes Johnson, throws it up, no good. Tipped around, and finally Given Smith comes away with it. No good. Lewis comes away with it. Over to C.J. Duncan. Over cross court. Martin! Triple is good.
That was a fantastic swing pass. I mean, led the pass right to him in the corner, right in the wheelhouse for him to put up that shot, and it was a thing of beauty.
Coach Eric Shermerhorn told me before the season, Martin doesn't leave the gym. He will shoot all day, all night. Does not matter, and he's hit a couple timely threes. But we'll get a foul on the other end as it looks like Moore will head to the line to shoot two.
Nate Moore already 13 points in this one. It's been a great scoring threat for the Wildcats.
Moore unable to hit from the free throw line. He'll shoot one more to try to tie the ball game. Stands really starting to fill up here as the next game, Community and Metamora. Couple best in the state and 3 and 4A respectively as Moore ties the ball game. Lewis fouled going down the court. It was their last foul to give. Next one will be bonus shots for the Panthers.
Yeah, that one was called on Nate Moore. Trying to reach in for the basketball. He's been known for that this year with his 51 steals like I mentioned earlier.
Professional pickpocket on the basketball court. Johnson knifes down the lane. Kind of an afterthought on the shot, and I think he got tipped. C.J. Wilson once again kind of in on the coverage, I would say. He's kind of ranging both sides of the paint, up and down the lane there. He's not stuck in one spot.
Yeah, he made James Johnson second guess himself in there, and it's never good when a player goes down in the paint and leaves his feet and has his second guesses. You always got to know what you're doing with the ball if you're going to leave your feet like that.
Duncan, cross court, airmailed it, and it's going to be a foul, and it'll be free throws coming up. C.J. Wilson did reach in right there, so he picked up a couple quick fouls, and it'll be Braden Vanderheit at the line to shoot two.
Not too many in foul trouble in this one. That was just the second. Late in the third quarter. Wouldn't worry until he gets the third or fourth one.
Vanderheit breaks the seal. 1 point lead for the Panthers, and he'll try to make it two. He does. Minute 21. Given Smith will run it up. Goes down. Wide open. Alexander, no good. Washington down with the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting some good looks from three-pointers. They just haven't been able to connect. And, you don't know if Coach Hefferman's thinking that they're still settling, but I really don't think they're that bad of shots.
Certainly not bad shots, just sometimes the shots aren't falling, which is of course frustrating as a hooper. Here's an interception. Given Smith goes all the way. It's blocked away, saved, and then taken away by Johnson. That was out of control.
How Given Smith didn't have a foot out of bounds on that one, I don't know, but
must be a football player as well. Intercepted and then tiptoed the line on the other end. Johnson, they'll get it back out to Martin. Got to think they're holding for the last shot up.
Oh, certainly.
No, Duncan will shoot for three. No good off the front iron. Almost gets his own rebound in. It'll be out of bounds. That's one of those you kind of mentioned earlier. If you got the open shot, you take it. Since Duncan's been hitting them tonight, I probably okay with that shot.
Yeah, why not? He's had a couple of them knocked in, but even a great hustle play to follow a shot. He almost got his own rebound from that, and that could have been great to tie it up here at the end of the third, but just couldn't quite get it.
Nate Moore, probably going to be the last shot of the third quarter. 8 seconds. Zaleski, corner three, got it to go! Another last-second three for the Wildcats. Duncan tries to beat the buzzer. He gets it up off the back iron. And Wildcats take the lead at the end of the third by 1. They've done it so many times tonight. We'll talk about that more here in a moment. But let's first tell you about our great sponsors here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout, starting with Couples Construction. They're a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is a 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. Also by York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 1-800-670-8647. Also by Michael Harris. As your local State Farm agent, Michael Harris will be there whenever you need him with good neighbor service you can count on. Give him a call. Have you tried Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best in Blono. Pizza is our love language at Pizza Paya. Normal West, probably the most clutch shooting we've seen all day. I believe in every quarter they have hit some sort of last-second shot. One buzzer beater, a couple shots in the remaining seconds, and it gives them the lead. There's something to be said for clutch shooting. That in itself can win you some games.
Yeah, they've been the better team at finishing out quarters, and now as we enter the final quarter, can they finish the ultimate quarter and win this game?
So just a one-point game, really up for grabs. But this could be decided among the final seconds. There's Wilson, gets up, can't finish. And now Washington will get their first possession of the fourth quarter.
And as you said, Gavin, in the beginning of the game, both these teams are no stranger to the close games and once again find themselves in another close one.
Both teams have kind of struggled at times finishing out those close games. Would like to improve on that heading into the postseason. Jackson can't get it to go from 3. Moore has had a nice game so far tonight, 14 points. Thought about pulling up with it, has to pass out. Robinson over to Moore in the corner. Thought he had a lane to the hoop on the baseline, but he kicks it back out.
Yeah, reset the offense, see if they can get a better look.
They're not in a hurry. Zaleski has been in the man here in the second half. A couple corner threes for Normal West.
Zaleski, a 45% three-point shooter on the year. Don't need too much space to have him knock one down.
Give him a step. That's more than enough for Zaleski. And Normal West really content with just holding the ball. Of course, situations like this beg the shot clock, which is starting to become present in the IHSA, but not required. Moore for 3, no good. So a long possession ends up in nothing.
Yeah, that's where it can really bite you in close games like this. You come down to the end of the game and you lose by a possession or two, you can go back to that and be like, hey, we just wasted a full minute, 2 minutes, sometimes even more for in other games. And you just can't have empty possessions where it kills that much time.
Lewis for 3. High arcing bounce. CJ Duncan comes out with it, ripped away by Zaleski in a jump ball. It'll stay with Washington, but you never know. Those jump balls can come in handy down the stretch, so the possession arrow will now favor Normal West.
Yeah, they're hustle plays, and Duncan really kind of benefited from the extra bounce on the rim from the shot. Vanderheit had an open look right underneath.
Diving on the floor. Now Washington with numbers. Lewis had it stripped away. Like the idea there, Owen. He had a guy on the ground. You have numbers. It's 5-on-4 essentially for a few seconds, but you can't take it amongst two defenders.
No. And when you get into the paint like that, it's going to collapse and you're going to get more bodies, even though if you have the 5-on-4 numbers, there's still enough there to make a defensive impact.
Now Washington taking their time. They get it down to Vanderheit, down low. It's Wilson again on the block. Jackson, though, corrals the offensive board and cleans up the glass and gives Washington the lead.
Jackson just doing a great job being right there where the ball is to be able to make a play on it.
1 point lead. No stranger to lead changes in this one. It's been happening an awful lot. 3-pointer, another one outside, no good. Robinson just struggling to hit from three.
Struggling to hit anything. He's still scoreless in this one. You know, he's a great facilitator on offense, 109 assists on the season.
Martin can't get it to go, but it's through Robinson's hands. Just whiffed on the rebound, and it goes back to Duncan. Duncan for three. No good, as Austin finally pulls it down. And timeout Normal West. Probably a good timeout. You had 4 timeouts left. Things are starting to get a little shaky. You're getting down to crunch time, half the quarter left to go. What's on your mind here in this huddle for Normal West?
I feel like just after watching that previous possession is that you want to see a little more box out. You know, can't be allowing offensive glasses like that to happen. And, yeah, I just got to kind of calm down the defense, make sure that they can get the right play, and more importantly, get the ball back.
We'll get a quick break for our great sponsors here at Normal West Crossroads Shootout, starting with Couples Construction. They're a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is a 25-year labor, material, and dump fees warranty. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. York Public Adjusting, our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claims so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. Call 800-670-8647 for more information. Also brought to you by Michael Harris, your good neighbor here in Bloomington Normal, and also by Pizza Paya, voted the best pizza in Blono. Halfway home in the fourth quarter. Taylor will kick it back out. Moore goes down. He's fouled on the floor. Probably a smart foul. Nobody was in front of him. As you saw, he made the floater. But foul happens first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a point of emphasis for Coach E's team to know where he's at all time on the court. Don't want to let him take over in these final few minutes because he certainly can.
Alexander has it, drives down the lane, kind of a falling away shot. Thought he slipped a little bit, but controlled it and got it to go. Really one of the first interior shots we've seen go for Normal West.
I'll still count it as a Jordan fadeaway.
He was channeling his inner Michael Jordan, although he doesn't wear number 23. Maybe him and Wilson should switch. Martin, the triple is good. Nothing but twine for Will Martin.
That was a huge zone beater right there. They got the middle high post touch, and that allowed a wide open shot for Martin to knock down.
Moore out to Alexander. Will Martin coming in the clutch, his third triple of the game. Zaleski shoots for three, didn't need it to go. Alexander on the offensive board, can't put it back. Up the court, Will Martin comes away with it.
That was a kind of a Hail Mary pass right there, and he was the one to get under the pass.
Martin lurking here in this near side corner, might want to watch him. Lewis goes down, and he's fouled on the floor. Again, probably not a terrible foul. First of the quarter. So a few left to give. Which I've noticed, Owen, that's been something that's hurt a few teams is the lack of fouls. And then when they need those fouls in the late game situations to put a team at the free throw line, they're giving up multiple fouls as gets through Martin's hands, but it's almost better to have a couple fouls under your belt here in this fourth quarter just in case you do need to take some of it.
Yeah, and we almost saw that in the previous game with Molen and Bradley Bourbannais, where they could have had a possession to either take the lead, tie it, whatever it may be, but the opposing team had fouls to give, so while there's like 20 seconds, they could let them work some time off the clock with their offense, but stop them with the fouls.
Moore finishes it, and we're tied up at 34. Coming up on the 2-minute warning. Really starts to raise the blood pressure a little bit if you're both of these teams. Subsequently, their fans, if you're a fan of either one of these schools. Here's Lewis over to Vanderheit, down the lane. They work it way around. Lewis steps in for two, no good, just in and out. Jackson, another offensive board, he can't get it to go. Wilson comes away with it.
And while they didn't get any points on that possession, they had 3 Panthers right there for the offensive board. So you got to love when you see your teammates right there to crash the boards and get it.
And a timeout by Normal West. And it'll be a full timeout. We'll get a quick word for our sponsors. Starting with Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is a 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. Also by York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. To learn more, you can call 800-670-8647. Also by Michael Harris is your good neighbor here in Blono. You can give Michael Harris a call, and he'll give you good neighbor service you can count on. Also by Pizza Paya. Have you visited new Pizza Paya in Uptown Normal yet? Go check them out after the game and see why they were voted best pizza in Blono. Pizza is our love language at Pizza Paya. Off the timeout. Couple left for Normal West in the timeout realm. They talk things over, under a minute and a half remaining, and we're knotted at 34. Moore, three-pointer, no good. Jackson has it. Looked like the shot they won and just didn't hit it.
Yeah, every shot's going to matter at this point in the ball game, and had a decent look at it, just couldn't connect.
Feel like a three-pointer here might do the trick or go a long way to deciding things.
Be interesting to see how free throws play out too, because it's been well documented in the earlier games. Free throw shooting just wasn't that great for all teams involved.
And Washington may be inclined to hold for nearly the last shot if that so comes available. Vanderheit will drive in but kick it back out. Really probably only going to take something if it's super wide open.
I think it's a smart move because you have nothing to lose here. It's a tie game. You want that last shot.
No shot clock. Nothing illegal about holding the ball as long as you don't get called for a violation. Close guarding or too long in the paint. Looks like that's what they'll do. Maybe a timeout in between there somewhere. Goes down to Lewis. He gets it up. He can't get it to go. Andre Lewis misses it. Now Normal West has an opportunity at the last shot. Nate Moore drives around, goes up, finishes. Timeout Washington as Nate Moore, the clutchest bucket of the evening.
I mean, it almost feels like deja vu going back to last night at Dunlap where they lost on a buzzer-beating layup. That time, Andre Lewis, that ball was like halfway into the net. He almost had it, but it goes back to show what I said in the earlier of the game. You can't just have almost. You got to have it. And that one was huge, and it led to the Nate Moore bucket to take the lead that time.
Unbelievable. Normal West has hit a timely last-second shot in each quarter now. They have been the clutchest team we've seen out of any team today. A lot of great talent today. But there's something that can be said for making shots at the last second And at Clutch Sports Media, guess what we love, Owen? We love clutch plays.
Yeah, and the clutch factor, you either have it and you don't. And in this game, it's been shown that Normal West has the clutch factor, and even more so Nate Moore with the fourth quarter when it really matters to go get it.
Now I pose the question to you, 4.6 seconds. You got to work the ball up the floor. You taking a 3 to win, 2 to tie, and who's taking it?
Honestly, I like Will Martin or CJ Duncan. If I'm Normal West, I don't really want to see either of them two get a chance to have an open shot, so you got to be careful here on defense.
Vanderheit to inbound. Down the floor in the near side corner is Will Martin. Vanderheit looks in, throws it in. It's off the leg and a foul. Fouls to give, so this is where this comes in handy. With the lack of fouls, they may be able to just foul him all the way up the floor and never really give him a clean look at it.
Yeah, because each time the ball gets put into play, at least 0.5 of a second all the way up to a full second can be taken off the clock. And with 3.8, and you got 2 fouls to give, that could get you all the way down to even under 1 second. And at that point, you can't even hardly get a shot off.
Really has to be one of those things you kind of have to decide. Maybe you try to chuck it down the floor. You're almost going to make another football comparison, but you got to have a man kind of on a route, got to break away, find a man over the top just to get a shot off. Otherwise, you inbounds close, you're going to get fouled.
Right. You say that, and I immediately think back in the 92 Final Four Christian Laettner shot, one of the most iconic plays in Final Four history. And so it's a difficult play, but if you can do it, I feel like you have a better shot when you're down there rather than trying to move it from all the way in the backcourt.
Certainly, and, unlike professional, if you're an NBA fan, you think, well, you take your time out, you advance the ball at half court. That's not the case here. You're starting from that far baseline with 3.8 seconds. That's not a lot of time to get the ball in some of these hands, move it to a comfortable shot. So now they'll start farther down the floor. Lewis tries to make a move. Got to get it in. He'll get fouled again with 2.5 left, so 1 more left to give. Assuming they give it, Washington may only have about a second, and Washington will take another timeout. You have them. Use them or lose them sort of thing. Don't blame Coach Schermerhorn. Not much left to say. We just kind of have to see how these next couple seconds play out.
Yeah, and each time, the whistle blows and the clock runs down, you have different plays. So you go back to the last time when you had 3.8 seconds. That's a completely different play you're drawing up rather than right now with only 2.5. You got to get closer to the basket. You can't, allow for too much movement before the ball. So, that's why you take the timeout, because it completely changes everything.
Certainly, Normal West very fortunate that they were in this position with so little fouls. Had they had 4 or 5 fouls in the bonus, that could also be a difference maker.
Yeah, and that shows the great defense that they played here in the second half, especially coming from C.J. Wilson.
They go from the other side of half court on the far side. Got to get it in. They get it over. It's Martin. It's tipped away. It's saved. It's going to stay with with Washington. As Zaleski couldn't crowd, there's 0.4. So now you're almost looking, and Washington will burn their final timeout. Almost not the worst thing in the world, Owen. The foul to give doesn't really come into play because at this point you're going to be looking for a tip at the rim.
Yeah, that's 0.4 of a second. You barely can catch and shoot. So, yeah, if you're Coach Haferman, you got to defend the middle, but you can't just leak out players into the outside 3-point arc.
And you need 0.3 to catch and shoot. Anything less is not possible as long as the clock operates correctly. They don't start it a little late or anything like that. So you're looking at a tip play, perhaps a very quick catch and shoot, which is important. Bring that up. If Washington tries to catch and shoot, Normal West wouldn't want to foul and give them an opportunity to tie or take the lead from the line.
Yeah, that'd be a huge difference maker. But, we talk about a play at the rim. I think the prime player to go to would be C.J. Duncan, the tallest player on the team at 6'6". And Normal West, they don't really have too much of the size to match up with him. So if I'm Normal West, you got to at least think most likely it's going to be Duncan near the rim.
Duncan, Javon White, Vanderheit, Martin out there. They go over. and it is tipped away, no good. They were looking for Javon White at the rim, and that's where we'll end it. Washington is not able to come away with it, and Normal West sneaks out of their home with a victory, 36-34.
You know, Gavin, there wasn't really much for offense throughout the whole ball game, but when the shots did come, they were at crucial times. You know, we've said it over and over, the clutch shooting from Normal West towards the end of the quarters, but that's just what won them the game. Each and every basket at the end of quarter is the real reason why they won this game.
Certainly, they really didn't lose a quarter. Everything was tightly contested, but, you know, got to give credit to Normal West for keeping their composure. Even when Washington got on a little run here and there, it never completely took them out. Certainly a great game. We just saw our 4th out of 5, and Nate Moore appropriately recognized for his efforts today. He played excellent in the 2-point win, very slim win. Double-figure score for the Wildcats, and I believe shortly Arjun Camosa will be standing by as he'll head over for a sideline report. As soon as they're set up here, we'll go to him. John and Nate, go ahead, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. Here with our player of the game, Normal West guard Nate Moore. Nate, walk me through that last shot.
I just got the ball out. They got a lucky miss, and we got out and ran. I saw an opening, I took it.
Obviously, it feels good to be player of the game in front of your home crowd, but this was a team effort, hard-fought game. Just walk me through that game.
Well, we came out. We just got a win last game, so we're feeling good, feeling pumped, and we didn't want to get that up.
Washington's always a tough out, and you know you guys are close to getting to the playoffs here, only a few more weeks before it starts. How does a win like this give you some momentum going?
It gives us a lot of momentum. We just feel good about ourselves going into the playoffs, regionals, first game of regionals. We've lost a lot this season, and losing this game would have gave us a worse game to play in the first round of regionals. So.
Thank you, Nate. Congratulations. Appreciate your time. Back to you guys.
Thanks, John and Nate. Good to hear from the player of the game, Nate Moore, who did excellent in this one. Did a lot for Normal West, including that game-winning layup with about 4 seconds left, and the Wildcats hang on for the victory. Thank you to Martin for sideline report sponsor of all the games here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. And some final thoughts. We'll get to our sponsors and a little preview of this next game coming up, but really both these teams going forward are going to be in these tight battles. These games are going to prepare them, especially Washington. Couple heartbreakers in a row. Got to think it's going to make them better, going to learn from their mistakes. And for Normal West, you love to be able to pull out one of these close victories.
Yeah, you said heartbreaker. And it complete deja vu from last night. Almost the same scenario playing out. But even, going to Normal West, they're the ones that came out ahead. And, maybe it was a little ugly for them, but a win's a win. And at this time of the year, that's all you can ask for.
Indeed, Washington moves to 500 on the season, 13-13, as Normal West picks their 9th win up of the season, advancing to 9-17. So both teams will like to pick up a little momentum heading into regionals. And again, dark horse teams, don't count them out quite yet. They could make you pay if you get them on the wrong night. Before we finish out this one, let's get a quick word for our great sponsors that have helped make all of this possible, our broadcast and the entire shootout, starting with Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, which is a 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for more information and an estimate. Also by York Public Adjusting. Our team of experts will advocate on your behalf. We are dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. Michael Harris is your local good neighbor in Blono. If you need good service, he's a good neighbor you can count on. Give Michael Harris a call. And Pizza Pie. Have you tried the new Pizza Pie in Uptown Normal yet? Well, if not, go check it out after the game and see why they were voted the best pizza in Blono. Pizza is our love language at Pizza Pie. Owen, we had a great one, but now it's our 5th and final game of the Crossroads Shootout. Won't keep for too much longer, as give our fans a break to catch their breath, but it should be a good one coming up between Metamora and Normal Community.
Yeah, when they set up shootouts like this, they always want the best ending the night, and I don't think you could ask for a better matchup in the whole area of Central Illinois between Normal Community and Metamora.
Certainly, and of course both are state respected, state ranked. They've played in already high level matchups. You think about some of the games they've played in between Tournament of Champions for Metamora, State Farm Holiday Classic. They've met up with teams like Harvey Thornton. They've been battle tested, and now they kind of go head on each other. They won't see each other in the playoffs, but certainly this is going to go a long way to preparing them for the playoffs.
Yeah, battle tested, that's been a lot of the key trait among a lot of these teams here. But the difference with these two teams is that not only have they been battle tested, they've won those battle tests in really strong games. So really showing they can go out and win big games when it matters.
Indeed, it's going to be a great one. Don't go too far. 25 minutes. We'll be back here on CoachSportsOwl.com for this final game of this edition of the Crossroads Shootout. Normal Community and Metamora. It'll be Jonathan Michael and John Cambosa on the call. Come back soon for more basketball action from the Crossroads Shootout on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The fans are filing in and packing the stands at Normal Community West High School. It's the 5th and final game of the 2024 Normal West Midwest Crossroads Shootout. It's the Class 4A number 7 Normal Community Ironmen and the Class 3A number 3 Metamora Redbirds, and a battle between two of the best, bar none, in Central Illinois basketball this year. Good evening, everyone. A happy Saturday to you all. I'm Jonathan Michael, alongside me, John Camosa and Dalton Carmine in the booth. Guys, we've been waiting for this one all game long. We've seen some great basketball, some nail-biting games. However, this one could be the best of the bunch, and there has been a lot of anticipation for this contest.
Oh, there certainly has. And, I think as soon as this season started, you could circle this one on your calendar. Metamora, defending champion in 3A. Obviously, Normal Community, the favorites in 4A. Both teams just have been so dominant this year, loaded with Division I talent up and down their roster. But, John, you said it best. Been waiting for this one all day long. It's going to be exciting.
What an incredible way to end an absolutely insane day of basketball. Back-to-back nail-biting games between Normal West and Washington, and then the one before that was
Molen and Bradley
Bourbannais, yeah. Which, both of those, maybe they weren't supposed to be that close, but they were. That just goes to show just the raw skill that we have at this 2024 Normal West Crossroads Shootout. And I am absolutely stoked for this one in a packed gym.
Been a fantastic field. Got to give you a lot of credit to the fellows over at Normal West for organizing such a great event. And the fans are really showing out. I stepped outside of the gym briefly before this one. There was a line out the door and also a line well into the hallway of the concession stand. The people that are in that concession stand, bless their souls, are probably going to miss tip-off. Yeah. The way it's looking right now, it is absolutely packed here between the community and Metamora. Not only is it a state-ranked matchup, it's really the best in the Mid-Illini versus the best in the Big 12. You could, say, okay, maybe Normal Community. Obviously, you got Richwoods in the Big 12. You got Morton in the Mid-Illini. Metamora beat Morton recently, and Normal Community beat Richwoods. So I feel pretty comfortable saying that these are the two best teams, at least in the large schools in Central Illinois. And we didn't see them duke it out. This is going to be some straight cinema tonight.
Yeah, it really is. And when you look at both these teams, let's start with Normal Community, ranked 7th in 4A with a 23-4 record, 9-0 in their conference. Look at some of the teams they've beat throughout the season. John, Manuel, we just saw them earlier today. Rock Island, Chicago Kenwood, Richwoods, Chicago DePaul Prep. These are really, really solid wins. And then you go to Metamora, ranked number 3 in 3A. They're 22-4 this season, 9-1 in the Mid-Illini. They also have some really impressive wins over Mount Zion, Bolingbrook, Downers Grove North, Morton, Manuel just a few days ago. And then that really close loss against Harvey Thornton. That's a team that's obviously a favorite to win in 3A. They only lost by 1 point, so this team has been battle-tested.
Yeah, that Harvey Thornton team, of course, includes Morris Johnson Jr., Illinois commit. And what I really like about Coach Dave Witzig of this Normal Community Ironman team is he just loaded the non-con play. He didn't take any easy games. Just night in, night out, putting his team against the best teams he can find in Illinois. And to be honest, I think that's really going to set up Normal Community for a deep playoff run better than anything else about that team.
Whoever wins that is going to be a marquee win for them, arguably one of the best of this season. And you talk about how loaded their non-conference schedule is. Both teams have played so many great teams. Really, this game, whoever wins, no one is going to truly lose. It's going to benefit both teams going into that playoff run. Obviously, these teams in different classes. This is probably this is going to be the last time they will face each other this year, and the only time they face each other. The first time these two teams have faced off since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It will be a movie here at Normal West tonight. We'll step aside for a quick moment, come back for starting lineups, tip-off, and more pregame here on Clutch Sports Media.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories, your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action, more stories,
more coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Welcome back inside Normal West High School. Huge crowd on hand between Metamora and Normal Community. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock here in the gym. Talk about some players, guys. You know, obviously none of these teams would be as good as they are without very deep teams. That's the theme of both of them. Let's start with Metamora, John. Hey, yeah, we know kind of who we're going to see. It really could be anybody. Cooper Koch has been playing especially well, though, here in this last month of January.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep your eye on Cooper Koch, the 6'9" senior forward, Iowa commit, one of the top 100 players in the country here. So he's been a key piece, transferred over from Notre Dame last season, really been a catalyst on offense. And then obviously you got to look at Tyler Mason, the Winona State commit. He has been such an incredible guard this year to really power the Redbirds. And then Matthew Zobrist, he's getting offers from Illinois State, Bradley, another player to really keep an eye on for Metamora.
I think Luke Hopp as well has to be taken into consideration because, honestly, Metamora is not going to see too many teams that can counteract their size. So the battle down low between the towers of Cooper Koch and Luke Hopp against the absolute insanely tall team that is Normal Community is going to be a great watch all night long.
Yeah, and some of these players, John, for Normal Community, look at Nico Newsome, Saginaw Valley commit, James Weber headed to Wright State. They got Braylon Roman, just so many talented players. Braylon Roman has about 8 Division I offers at guard in a lot of size. They range from 6'4" to 6'10". It's one of the bigger teams you'll see across the state of Illinois.
And anybody on either of these two teams can step up and make a big play, or 2 or 3. That's the beauty of Mid-Illini and Big 12 basketball. Anybody on this entire roster could come off the bench or start and just have the game of their lives and tip the victory in their favor.
Yeah, to your point, Dalton, I think both teams, you know, as deep as they are, that's what makes them special this season.
Certainly is, and you know that Nico Newsom, he committed to Saginaw Valley State just on Sunday recently. So congratulations to Nico, playing at the D2 level. And you know, Normal Community, obviously, you know, you have Newsom, you got Roman as well, getting D1 interest. He is so lengthy for a guard. It's something to keep an eye on. It'd be interesting just to see the matchups. Who's going to be guarding who? I feel like these two teams are really ones where positions, height, size doesn't really matter because everyone is just so versatile on each team. Maybe, yeah, you put Jaheim Weber in the post. I don't know if he'll be playing point guard.
Yeah.
But, I mean, really anyone on this team can play any position on the floor, it seems like.
No, and that's what's going to make this matchup so much fun. You know, you're going to see guys on each other. Roman maybe on Tyler Mason. Zobrist guarded by Newsome. You got Jaheim Weber either on Hop or Cooper Koch. I mean, this is going to be such a fun game at every single position on the floor, up and down.
It's almost like seeing an all-star game.
It really is.
If you had an all-star game of Central Illinois, I think your starting 5 would look pretty similar to the starting 5 you see right now. As we get a look at Metamora's group, it will be Cooper Koch, Luke Hopp, Tyler Mason, Matthew Zobrist, and Nick Walker rounding it out for the Redbirds. For Normal Community, the hosts, they'll be wearing their white with orange numbers tonight. Their starting 5 will be Nico Newsome, Braylon Roman, Dexter Niekamp, who had a big game for Community last night, tied the team high with 17 in a big win over Danville. And he'll also be joined by Noah Cleveland. He's a player we haven't really talked about that much. Cleveland's been such a big part of the community. He'll be alongside Jaheim Weber at forward.
Yeah, Noah Cleveland almost didn't play basketball this season. He originally was going to step off the team, wanted to pursue other things, came back. He's really been that piece that they needed. So many big dunks this season next to Weber, and he has had quite the year for Normal Community. Probably thought I made the right decision sticking it out with basketball, but John, it's so loud in here. This is a playoff atmosphere. Unfortunately, this is the only time we'll see these two teams meet this year because they're in different classes.
Back to Noah Cleveland for a second. He is a glue guy. I know that's a term that's thrown around quite a lot, but Noah Cleveland is an absolute glue guy. He brings all these guys together, which is insane when you think he wasn't even going to play basketball this year.
Yeah.
A crazy narrative.
Team has certainly used his presence in a good way. Same with Nico Newsom, transfer from Bloomington. He's been a very welcome addition to this Ironman team. Again, you can read about Noah Cleveland on Clutch Sports Media Overtime, our ad just before this. We wrote a story on Noah Cleveland, got to know him about why he came back. Check it out. We're ready for tip-off, though. It's the Redbirds, it's the Ironman, it's a packed house in Normal, and we're underway. Metamora takes the tip, and Luke Cobb deals it over to Tyler Mason. Talked about those matchups. Romans on Mason here to start. Mason goes to his left. Now Walker, he's being guarded by Newsom. Niekamp is on Zobrist. Jaheim Weber manning the paint. He'll defend Zobrist and get the block shot. And we're going to get, the ball is either out of bounds or I don't believe it was a foul. I believe it was a clean block.
Yeah, Weber was able to kind of windmill that one and get a piece of it. He came down with it. Unfortunately, that big foot of his was on the line.
Yeah, he is a tough player to go up against when he's down low. So many blocks this year.
Here's Zobrist in a bit of trouble. Kicks it back out to Koch. He's being guarded by Cleveland. That's a good matchup. Mason kicks it out to Walker. Now Koch high post. He'll elevate and miss. Rebound nearly brought in by Walker, but it goes back to the Ironman.
So just a physical start to this game as we expected. And now first look at Normal Community on offense.
It'll be Roman bringing it up. Got offers from Bradley and ISU, who played earlier today just down the street at Sefco Arena. Bradley Braves took the big win. A little birdie told me that Ryan Pedon's in the house, or at least was earlier. I'd venture to guess he probably still is, head coach of Illinois State. Here's Mason, easy to spot with those yellow shoes.
Metamora, a really nice job of clearing the defensive glass there on that one. I know it kind of goes without saying you're going to win games if you rebound well, but they have to clear the glass.
Nice feed down low. It's Luke Hop starting the game with a jolt of energy. He really is that energizer bunny for Metamora, and he started last Saturday's game as Manuel very well, scoring Metamora's first 8 points. We'll see if it turns out to be the same here today.
And I've just got a hunch that's not the last time the rim is going to be rattled in this one.
It won't be. Niekamp shoots a three. Ball batted around. Weber gets the nice save right in front of the Metamora coaching staff. We will see lots of dunks tonight. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Normal Community, they've broken out a dunkometer this season, and they've rated their dunks just about every single game. So we'll keep a track of how many they have, and we can also grade them ourselves. We'll hop at the dunkometer fun.
Yeah. I believe there was 2 games just within the last few weeks where they had multiple 10 or 11 dunks in those 2 games.
Here's Roman. He'll drive in on Mason. Finds some nice space but can't finish. And it'll be a community offensive foul. Goes back to Metamora.
Everything but the finish there for Roman. But if you're Normal Community, Coach Weitzig, you are definitely taking that shot 10 times out of 10. Roman's usually not going to miss that one.
We have a substitution here for Ironman. Connor Smith checks in off the bench for Newsom. Smith, an important 6th man for this Normal Community team. You know, really, I always say this almost every broadcast. I don't sound like a broken record if you tune in to CSM a lot, but the difference between teams that are good and teams that are great or state-worthy are how good your 4th, 5th, 6th players are, guys like Connor Smith, for example. Here's Mason on the drive, kicking out to Koch. Finds Ashton Greaves on the near corner. And Hop tries to save it in bounds, but couldn't quite get a good tip on it.
And to your point, John, earlier in the Molen-Bradley Bourbannais game, McQueen of Molen was the sixth man for them, and he came in and hit 3 or 4 massive three-pointers that ultimately propelled them to the victory.
Both these teams here tonight have won 9 games in a row. Unfortunately, one of them will come to an end here tonight. Metamora's won 19 of their last 20 as Weber goes into the post, and another offensive foul on the Ironman.
That's the start you want if you're Metamora. Obviously, back and forth this game. A little bit of nerves. Both teams having trouble finding the hoop, but right now Metamora a chance to take this lead. We're on Normal Community side, so it's a loud crowd they're up against.
One of the biggest keys for the Ironmen coming into this one is just being able to score points. So you would think that a team like this is able to score a good amount of points night in, night out. There's been a couple times they've struggled as Koch's 3 rims around and out. All of Normal Community's 4 losses, they've scored less than 40. Got to keep an eye on how many Ironmen can put up tonight. Here's Kobe Walker in off the bench. Way too strong off the glass. Back to Metamora. Been a couple empty possessions for the Ironmen, fellas. Got to be pretty happy if you're Danny Greaves and the Metamora sideline knew.
I mean, yeah, not horrible shots by the Ironmen whatsoever. Kobe Walker is going to finish that one usually too, but if you're Metamora, great job clearing the defensive glass.
Yeah, that interior defense too for Metamora. Obviously, Normal Community's got a little bit of size on them down low, but they were matching up great.
Hop and Koch are going to be tested arguably more than they ever have before, at least this season tonight. They faced a good share of bigs. Metamora, they faced Harvey Thornton as well. Everyone in Central Illinois wants a piece of the Wildcats. Here's Koch in the corner. Got it to go. Timeout Dave Witzig. And Metamora has held the number 7 Community Ironman scoreless in nearly the first 4 minutes of action.
Yeah, I think Danny Greaves has got to be happy with this start. Obviously holding Normal Community scoreless 4 minutes into the game.
Take a quick word for our sponsors here tonight, starting with Couples Roofing and Solar. Couples is a master lead installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. Couples Construction is one of them. Give them a call, 309-826-4377. Also by York Public Adjusting. They'll advocate on your behalf, and they're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. Give them a call at 800-670-8647. Also as well by Platinum Plumbing and by First State Mortgage. As we're quickly back in action here in the nightcap. Roman gets Normal Community on the board.
There we go, another open shot for Community. The only difference in this one is Roman stepped back and buried it.
So Roman is the first Ironman to draw blood. Had a team high 17 last night alongside with Niekamp. And a win that clinched at least a share of the Big 12 Conference. They beat Danville 73-50. They're 9-0 in conference play. Here's Greaves, gets a screen from Hop. Now Hop pulls the 3 with Weber in his face, and it's off the mark. Ironman now the chance to tie it up here with a triple. They'll go down low, nice pass to Weber. Blocked, no, fouled by Luke Hop.
And you know, Gene Weber's used to catching that ball down low, going up and two-hand slamming it, but right there, Hop wasn't going to give him anything easy. Puts him at the line.
Fantastic foul there by Metamora, if we're being honest. I'm not sure how many they have at this point in the game. I believe only 1 or 2, but that was an easy layup or dunk for Weber if they didn't foul.
Yes, the first foul on Metamora is Weber sinks his first. Weber's heading to the Horizon League next year to play at Wright State. He's garnered lots of D1 interest. A couple big schools, but Wright State was the one that felt like home to the big fella. And he gets Community within 1 as Cleveland will check out. For the Ironman, here comes the press. Mason doesn't need the screen from Hop. Metamora, it's been an interesting week for them. They nearly were upset at the Dottie Hawkins Gym in Pekin on Tuesday. They barely eked it out 45-42. Had lots of people in Central Illinois watching that game to see if the Dragons could topple the mighty Redbirds. Zobrist' shot is a bit short.
Tough shot there from Zobrist. Couldn't get it to go, and back with the Ironman.
Weber looking for a teammate. Now it's over to Smith. He gets a three, and too strong. Newsom gets the rebound. Roman way downtown. And no good, but it's off the fingertips of Cooper Koch. Braylon Roman pulled that one from Goodfield.
I think both teams just trying to settle into this game.
We've seen some low-scoring games today at Normal West and Washington. Both these teams' respective rivals. Low-scoring battle, 36-34, West a winner.
And even our first game of the day, Quincy and East St. Louis ended up pretty high scoring, but that started slow. It was 20-20 game at halftime.
Yeah.
It's 23 in the first quarter and actually slowed down in the first half, but it's been a long day.
It has.
It has been a very long day of basketball, but very fun as it will go back to Metamora. That Quincy East St. Louis game was a really fun one to start out. Very physical, fast-paced. And Manuel controlled it from the tip-off against Mount Vernon. Here's Zobrist. Nice poke away by Connor Smith. He's still trying to poke away. He loves it, and so do these community fans. They're getting loud. Mason goes behind the back. What a feed. Hop is blocked by Weber.
That's a great block there from the big man.
Newsom finds a wide open Walker. He's not going to pull that three.
Crowd really wanted him to.
And we're going to hold on the Redbirds. Their second foul of the first quarter. Hop picked up that first one, and he picked up that second one as well. Something to monitor because Metamora is going to need Hop's size tonight.
Yeah. You know, with only Cooper Koch and Luke Hop down low, now that Hop's on the bench, you have a mismatch with Nick Walker out there on either Cleveland or Weber, or I should say Walker when he's in the game.
Perfect opportunity for community to capitalize here.
Layup from Newsom, too strong. And a defensive game so far, oh my word! Jaheim Weber, that man has a family. Driving in, Roman the fish on the other end. Normal community fans are loving it. I mean, you wouldn't know it's such a low-scoring game based off of the noise.
He is one of the best shot blockers in the state, definitely in the conversation, no question. But he just makes it look so easy.
Can't challenge Jaheim Weber in the post. More often than not, you're going to end up sorry. Metamora trying to get a bucket. Zobrist found Walker. He kicks it back out to Greaves. Skip pass over. Mason's open triple is short. Jaheim Weber has got his handprints all over this one. Block shots and lots of rebounds as well. Roman falling away and no good. A little bit of a rush shot there if you're community, but defense is really locked in after that opening 5-0 run from the Redbirds.
Yeah, been quite the first quarter. A lot of defense.
Here's Greaves. I anticipate Metamora will hold for the last shot. Weber just lurking like a lion in the paint. He is feasted tonight so far. Now 6 on the clock. Metamora's got to get a shot up soon. Tough shot from Zobrist. Oh my! That will ensure a Metamora lead after one quarter. And a tough look from the junior guard.
And if Ryan Payton still is in the house, he has an eye on Matthew Zobrist at Illinois State. And obviously any team would be lucky to get him next year. What a sharp shooting threat out there.
Metamora 8, Community 6 after one. I want to thank all of our great sponsors that help make this great day of basketball possible, starting with Couples Construction, a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. That allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And also by York Public Adjusting. Their team of experts will advocate on your behalf They will work with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you're properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more information, call 800-670-8647. And by Platinum Plumbing. Experience the pinnacle of plumbing excellence with Platinum Plumbing, where expertise meets reliability. Our skilled professionals ensure precision in every pipe and fixture for an unparalleled service for all of you and your plumbing needs. Platinum Plumbing for top-tier solutions that shine above the rest. And by First State Mortgage, your go-to destination for all of your financial needs. Located at 502 North Hershey Road in Bloomington, they're ready to kickstart your financial journey. Whether you're looking for commercial, business, or mortgage lending solutions, they're dedicated to helping you with your financial goals and needs. First State Bank NMLS 431475. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Defense has been the name of the game in this one. Guys, we'll see if it changes its tone at all here in quarter number 2. And usually those low-scoring games haven't gone in Community's favor this year. We'll see if this is the time they could buck the trend.
I think that first quarter is both teams just trying to kind of get a feel for the game. I think we're going to see both sides pick up the scoring here.
I would absolutely agree with Joko. There's no doubt in my mind that this great defense is going to start leading into great offense. I don't know for who and I don't know when, but I'm very confident it'll happen at some point. Nice shot.
Roman, a tough look again. Points are not going to come easy tonight. You're going to have to make your own shot, and Roman has done so far with 6 of Community's 8. Now Metamora tries to get the lead right back. This game, the crowd, the sound, what we see on the court resembles a state title, as Zobrist is short. Look at those state title games down in Champaign. Dalton, I know you know because you're from the Champaign area. Usually some of those games tend to be lower scoring than many would anticipate.
They absolutely do, and I don't know if it's just because, the stage, these kids are, 16, 17, 18. The nerves can get to them, but I have seen plenty of amazing games down in Champaign, and I have no anticipation that this year is going to be any different.
Both these teams certainly favorites to get back to Champaign as Noah Cleveland gets the layup to go. Here's Walker. He's Metamora's glue guy. Not going to light it up behind the arc or in the scoring column. We'll see it here. Walker's shot is short. We'll get a foul. Looks like Ashton Greaves may have pushed a Community defender. And that was indeed Greaves. Both these teams have just played so many good opponents, especially on Saturdays. You gotta know when if you're a Metamora community, when you go to bed on Friday night, you know a big test is coming on Saturday. We saw Metamora play Manuel last week. Rural Community has been on the road up in suburban Chicago. They played Lyle Bennett last Saturday. DePaul College Prep the Saturday before that. A couple other big games for them. Waubonsee Valley.
Yeah. Saw Metamora play Thornton on a Saturday as well. So, it's going to be prime time. These teams are playing on the weekend.
Loading up that schedule with shootouts. It will benefit both teams going down the stretch. Here's Walker. Finds Macy. He's quickly double-teamed. Roman defending. He is all in Mason's grill. And he finds a safety valve here in Zobrist.
Suffocating defense from the Ironman.
Yeah.
Walker, Weber gives him some space. Now here's Koch. Kicks it back out to Greaves. Nice feed down low to Nick Walker. And he gets it past Weber. Not many have been able to do that tonight.
How about that? Nick Walker, 6'3", going up against the 6'10" Weber, just up and under.
Fantastic ball movement by the Redbirds to not panic at any point during that possession to give the ball over. Or give the ball
great
up.
Awareness by Greaves, too, flipping it down to Walker quick enough to get in front of Weber.
Here's Roman with it now, working on Mason. He likes driving in with that left hand. Hangs in the air and makes it. Braylon Roman has got 8 for Normal Community, putting on a show for potentially those D1 colleges watching. He's one of the top unsigned seniors at the moment in the state. Tyler Mason, he's signed. He's going to Division II level, Winona State. Fadeaway shot from Zobrist is short. Greaves nearly brought in the miss, but it's Cleveland who comes away with it.
Feel bad for Ashton Greaves there. Ball bounced right to him, but he had Weber and Cleveland on his tail that just ripped it away from him.
Ashton Greaves can make things happen. He is the smallest player on the court, at least height-wise, tonight. A little over 6 foot, but he threw down his first in-game dunk a couple weekends ago at the Redbird Round Ball Classic.
Dexter Niekamp back into the game for the Ironman. Believe he's got 2 personals on going for offensive rebounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Here's a 3 ball from Walker. He sinks it. Maybe it is Nick Walker's day to shine offensively. There's 5 straight.
Nick Walker, kind of that unsung hero, making all the big shots right now to propel the Redbirds.
Maybe it is a glue guy like Walker, maybe a guy like Connor Smith, Dexter Niekamp that is the difference maker. And this one tonight, Newsome too short. Here's Koch, hasn't had much going for him tonight. He'll feed Mason, and no dice. I don't believe there's been a lead bigger than 4. Another tough look for Braylon Roman. How does he do it?
I think the impressive thing in Roman's game is you don't see a lot of players with that mid-range game, but that's soft of a touch off the glass. Just an old school player.
You also see a lot of players who might be talented in the mid-range game, but don't take as many mid-rangers because they like getting and ones, or they like dunking it, or they like chucking up threes.
Yeah.
But that's not Roman at all.
Roman is a 3-level scorer, that's for sure, showing why. Emphasizing level 2, a lost art in today's state of basketball, at least in the NBA. Now here's Zobrist, guarded by Newsome. Walker's cutting towards the corner, keep an eye on him. Greaves finds a cutting Walker, and he can't quite finish. Had everything but the unfortunate roll.
Just couldn't get the friendly roll.
Newsome sees opportunity and is rejected by the rim. Tough angle on his layup. Metamora now with a chance to take the lead back. Quickly moving game. Zobrist' 3, got it to go, falling to the hardwood.
And how about Zobrist? He has been such a force this year, especially from beyond the arc. And that's going to go back with the Redbirds.
Yeah. Offensive foul on Community.
I think they might have gotten Jaheim Weber on a push-off down low. My attention wasn't directed quite
Weber
towards there, but
Normal Community size, you gotta, it's good if you have size, you gotta know how to use it though. Weber is a bit too strong there. As here's Koch, guarded by Newsome. That one is good.
That's just 2 Division I players going at each other. Koch gets the upper hand.
Koch has now got 5 on the night, one of Metamora's largest leads of the ball game. Just has a feel that it's going to come down to the last minute of the game. Do not go anywhere in this one. This is going to be a great finish. All right, Gavin Russell will be interviewing somebody at the halftime break, so stay tuned for that. Hear from one of the head coaches about what they're thinking. As Roman's shot misses, no one grabbed the rebound from Metamora.
Yeah, you got to go after that one if you're the Redbirds.
Cleveland's 3, nothing but net.
It's little plays like that that will really upset a coach. You got to go after those loose balls, and then in turn they cut it to 1. Probably not what Danny Greaves wants there if you're Metamora.
Playing a team like the Ironmen, you're going to give up some second and third opportunities because they're just so huge.
Yeah.
But that one right there was very preventable, and Coach Greaves probably not very happy.
Metamora still holds the lead. Community had that nice little surge in that first quarter, started by their defense. Crowd got energized by Jaheim Weber's blocks. Here's Mason. His 3 ball is an air ball. Walker tried to keep it in bounds. And it bounced off an Ironman. It will stay on Metamora's side.
So Weber looked like his foot was, out of bounds there, but that's a good effort there from Walker to spin it back behind his back and save it.
Mason induces the inbound. Now it's Greaves at the top of the key. A little bit of a 3-2 zone right now for Iron. Now it's just back into more of a 2-3 look. Walker now over to Zobrist. He's had the hot hand for Metamora, at least jump shooting wise. 10 on the clock. Skip pass, Mason finds Walker. Zobrist in the corner, back iron, and Cleveland corrals the board. Community's got a chance for a last-second shot. They don't take it. Metamora, though, takes an 18-17 lead in the halftime break. This is as neck and neck as we expected, fellas.
Yeah, it's a really exciting game. Obviously, we knew we were going to see a contest like this between two just high-caliber teams, and that's everything we got.
Send things down to our Gavin Russell here in just a moment. And a closely contested this one so far as we will now send it down to Gavin. He's standing by with Danny Greaves. Gavin, take it away.
All right, we're downstairs with Coach Danny Greaves. Danny, it was an electric first half, packed house here, sold out. What did it take for your team to have the lead?
Well, they're a pretty good team. We've done a pretty good job of keeping them off the boards, and they haven't got many second or third shots. So we can continue to do that, maybe knock a shot or two down. We had some shots early that weren't real good shots. We got to do a better job on shot selection.
Sure, and what other adjustments do you want to make heading in that second half?
Well, you know, we kept them to 17 points, which is pretty good. But we just got to continue to maybe contest every shot and no second, third shots for them.
Absolutely. Good luck in the second half, Coach.
Thank you, Gavin and Coach Greaves. Always nice to hear what the head coach has to say going into halftime. Get a little preview of what the Redbirds are going to talk about in their halftime locker room. And we want to, again, thank all of our great sponsors that helped make tonight's broadcast possible, starting with Couples Construction. Couples Construction is a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. This allows us to give each customer the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, which is 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. Call 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And by York Public Adjusting, where their team of experts will advocate on your behalf, and they're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure that you are properly compensated and the insurance company pays for what your policy reads. For more info, call 800-670-8647. And by Platinum Plumbing, experience the pinnacle of plumbing excellence with Platinum Plumbing, where expertise meets reliability. Their skilled professionals ensure precision in every pipe and fixture, providing unparalleled service for all of your plumbing needs. Trust Platinum Plumbing for top-tier solutions that shine above the rest. And last but not least, by First State Mortgage. First State Bank and First State Mortgage, your go-to destination for all of your financial needs. Conveniently located at 502 North Hershey Road in Bloomington. They're ready to kickstart your financial journey. Whether you're looking for commercial, business, or mortgage lending solutions, they're dedicated to helping you with your financial goals and needs. First State Bank, NMLS 431475, and First State Mortgage, NMLS 172606, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. We'll step aside for a quick break on CSM. We'll come back, have some more halftime analysis, talk about what both teams could be talking about in the second half. Get ready for a big second half of action, the final half of the day at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Been some of the best basketball that we've seen all year right here at Normal West. Right after the break on Clutch Sports Media.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps covered in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams.
Your stories. Your stats and standings.
Your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action. More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Welcome back inside Normal Community West High School. It's the 5th and final game of the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. It's a clash of the Titans in Central Illinois High School boys hoops. Metamora leading Normal Community 18-17 right now. Guys, we heard from Danny Cruz heading into that halftime locker room. If you're Metamora, let's hear some of your guys' input. What do you just take away from that first half? What do you try to do better in half number 2?
Yeah, I think, one thing if you're Metamora, the defensive effort was great. Able to contain some of their bigs down low. And then obviously find some of those shots. They had to work through some tough defense to get them, but you got to be happy with a lead like this, especially holding Normal Community to 17 points. And then if you're Normal Community, I think, try to pick up from that first half of where you kind of struggled a little bit maybe inside and try to get some things going in the second half.
Yeah, I would absolutely just work on the ball movement, create bigger spaces, create better shots. And I know it's not easy to do against this lengthy Normal Community team. But Metamora hit some tough shots in that first half and still only ended up with 18 points. So if they can get more open shots, they could really put their foot down and make a statement in this one. And I think Joko hit the defensive side of the ball right on the head. I don't really think you need to change anything. Pretty much everyone stayed out of foul trouble. You contained Jaheim Weber the best you could. So I don't think there needs to be much of a change there.
And looking at Normal Community, for them scoring-wise, 10 points from Braylon Roman. 10 points almost feels like what normally be a 20-point first half in a low-scoring game like this. He has been very tough to defend, especially in the mid-range. Metamora's got to find a way to contain him. Nico Newsom still scoreless for Community at the moment. Noah Cleveland's got 5. Jaheim Weber has got 2. So just 3 Ironmen have scored. Niekamp, another starter that's been held scoreless in that first half. For Metamora, Matthew Zobrist has gotten 6. Luke Hopp had 2. At opening dunk to start the game. Nick Walker's got 5. Cooper Koch has gotten 5. Ashton Greaves is scoreless for Metamora. And if you're, Metamora, holding Jaheim Weber to 2 points, got to feel pretty good about that. And I wonder if North Korea is going to feed Weber a lot because he's a guy that, he can get a bucket pretty much whenever he wants to, it seems like, especially at 6'10". I keep an eye, I think, on the fouls for Luke Cobb. Only 2 in that first half, but you don't want to pick up that early third.
Yeah, I think they're trying to down there, and that's credit to Luke Hopp doing a good job on him when he was in, and then Cooper Koch trying to keep him outside a little bit. Obviously haven't given him any of those thunderous dunks, but on the interior, he's been a force on defense, not letting Metamora get to the hoop easy. They've had to work for it, and it's coming with some of those quick backdoor cuts when they have, but it's not a player you can go straight up on.
And for Normal Com, I think Gene Weber does have to touch the ball more. He's the D1 commit on the team. He's the best player. And personally, I don't feel like he touched the ball that much in the first half. I'm not quite sure how many points he has right now, but I think he's got to touch the ball more and at least see what happens. See if you can get, Koch or Hobb into foul trouble, or if they collapse, Roman's shooting the lights out, and Gene Weber's a fantastic passer, so he'll find Roman or whoever else, Niekamp, whoever, on the perimeter for a three-point shot.
And it's, the benefit of having a 6'10 guy is Weber can have nights like tonight. Normal Community can definitely still win this game if Weber only scores 2, because so much attention is drawn to him in the post. He just kicks it back out to guys like Braylon Roman, Nico Newsom. They can hit those big shots. Points have been hard to come by. A lot of good defense. Jump shooting, haven't been a lot of easy looks. We'll see who is able to make those tough shots here in half number 2. Strap in, folks. We are ready for an absolute barn burner here in the final 16 minutes. Possibly more here at Normal West. That'll be Metamora ball to start the second stanza. Now here's Mason, gets a screen from Hop. Mason looks at Weber, pulls up for the mid-range. He's fouled and will shoot 2. Haven't seen a ton of free throws in this one.
And I think, Tyler Mason obviously wants to find his touch, get going a little bit. Had a slow first half, but he's a player. If he starts heating up, he can really spark the Birds.
First one's good.
Haven't called Mason's name too much in this one, but like I said, if Weber starts destroying the Redbirds on the inside, like Mason's going to have to step up, put the ball in the basket like that.
Those were Mason's first points of the game, believe it or not. He had 17 points and 6 assists against Manuel. Had 23 against Morton a little over a week and a half ago. Weber triple teamed in the post and he's fouled. What do we talk about? Feed Weber in the post, good things will happen.
Yeah, that's Cooper Koch just going straight up on it. He couldn't believe there was a foul. But it's hard when your player 6'10". They're about the same size, just about. Might have an inch on them, but you got to think they're going to go up and draw some contact.
Weber sinks the first one. He's ranked as a top 50 center in the nation and the number 8 in Illinois by 24/7 Sports. He goes 1 for 2 at the line. Mason finds Walker. He's looking in Koch's direction, but finds Zobrist. Good defense by Niekamp. Better pass. Now it's Koch over to Zobrist. Screen from Hop of the high post. Zobrist drives in and gets fouled. He was in and amongst the trees there. Pretty good outcome if you're Metamora. You go airborne like that, especially with so much length in the post, it's easy to turn it over.
Yeah, if you're Zobrist, you got to be glad he didn't turn it over, and you also got to be glad that Jaheim Weber didn't send that ball up to us here in the booth.
Koch through some contact. His shot is off the mark. Community now down the court with a chance to tie or take the lead.
I think Normal Community knows how big this possession is. He had a chance to tie or take the lead.
Here's Roman, finds Newsom, trying to get his first points, and does. The Bloomington transfers in the scorebook officially. And we're all tied up at 20. Here is 6.5 to play in the third. You felt like this game was probably going to go one of two ways. It was going to be 20-20 at the end of the first quarter. It was going to be 20-20 in the third quarter.
Yeah. Both teams have played low-scoring games this year. They've been in some high-scoring games, so they know how to play in these types of games.
Here's Hop, finds a cutting Mason. Metamora has been cutting so well tonight. Zobrist is open 3, is too long, but Hop is right there, has some open space. tries to find Mason. It's not there, and a travel by Hop in the post.
Hop didn't like that call, but when you go like all along on the sideline or on the baseline like he did, I don't think you're ever gonna not get whistled for traveling.
Sometimes you just drag that foot a little bit. Looked close, but.
Here's Newsom. Niekamp left wide open and short. Hop brings in the miss. Both these teams coached by legendary head coaches Dave Witzig in his 25th year with Community. Hop flies down the lane for 2. Metamora back in front. Danny Greaves in his 13th and what will be his final season with Metamora.
Done just such an unbelievable job here. Just coaching some great players year in and year out.
Redbirds looking for their 3rd straight trip to state. Cleveland's 3 is too strong. Mason's got an open Hop. He goes for the slam!
Luke Hop having himself a game. He has really just burst onto the scene coming off of last season.
It's twice now that he's beat the Normal Community defense just with his sheer speed.
Yeah.
It's not often you see a guy that size in high school move that quickly.
Wow.
Here's Newsom on the drive, working on Walker. Good defense from Walker. Koch saves it for Metamora. A chance for Metamora to really grab some momentum here and take a 3-possession lead as Hop hands off to Mason. He has got some unlimited range, Mason does.
Yeah, this is a huge possession for Metamora. They know that.
Mason pivots and finds Zobrist. Koch fakes the screen, goes behind the back. What a pass from Zobrist. Koch driving in past Cleveland. What a move from the Iowa commit.
Cooper Koch, just that soft touch off the glass. Biggest lead for Metamora.
The more I watch Cooper Koch, the more I can see him absolutely tearing it up for Fran McCaffrey's Hawkeyes next year.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm not too keen on the Hawkeyes being from Champaign, but I can respect Fran McCaffrey and the job he's done in the yellow and black. I think Koch will fit right in.
He'll join Owen Freeman, who's having a heck of a season, alum of Bradley Bourbannais, who we saw earlier today. And funny enough, they played Molen, where Owen's brother Braden Freeman now plays. Both those brothers transferred to Molen their senior year. 3 from Walker rims out.
They knew how big that one would have been.
That would have brought the house down. Is now Roman. Chance for Ironman to get it down to 4, and they do.
It's a booty ball from Roman.
Yeah.
Term that's been kind of prominent in this year's college game.
I think it maybe drew us a lot of inspiration. We heard the phrase, probably wasn't in the Merriam-Webster last year, the tush push in football. Now we got booty ball in basketball.
Makes me excited for baseball season.
Go figure. Who knows what sort of phrase will emerge out of this year in baseball. Tough look from Zobrist and got it to go. He's got 8.
Just got that really soft touch with that floater off the glass. Metamora, we talked about that, coming out of halftime. Both teams starting to find their stride a little bit more.
Roman's 3, rims out, almost had it to go down. Looking at Zobrist and Roman, they play very similar, and they both have offers from Bradley. Who knows, they could be teammates in the future for Brian Wardle and the Braves. Here's Zobrist, high post, fadeaway look, off the left iron. Roman looks ahead to Newsom. He's got just Koch to beat, count it, and 1. Nico Newsom gets this Ironman crowd back on their feet.
Big bucket for the Ironman and Newsom. I think he might have had Jaheim Weber on a lob there if he wanted it, but he says, no, I'm taking this to the rack, collecting that foul, finishing through the harm.
Yeah, the hoop and the harm, and it's another foul on Koch there. I believe his second.
That is Koch's second, just Metamora's second, so the way it looks right now, most of the stars should be playing the rest of this one. No one in that much foul trouble. The last time these two teams faced off, touched on it very briefly at the start of the show, was back in 2019. It was in the State Farm Holiday Classic quarterfinals. Final score of that game, also very low scoring, 37-36, Metamora won it. Community defending State Farm Holiday Classic champions this year. Metamora, they went up to Elmhurst, York, and won the Jack Tosh Tournament Champion, a very prestigious event. Kind of the first downstate team to do so. Koch got his 3 to go. Now the points are starting to come for both teams. Koch is now in double figures.
Normal Com doesn't respond very quickly here at the end of the third quarter. I could see the Redbirds running away with this one in the fourth.
Yeah, they're certainly picked up the momentum.
Community, you just need to counter. We'll see if Newsom can. He's got the hot hand. Walker there too strong. Metamora a chance to push it to 8. Mason finds Greaves, almost lost it. Koch traveled, thought about it just a hair too long.
I think Koch saw his opening there, just got a little bit ahead of himself and slid those feet, but he would have had that lane. Had
Happens
the right
to
idea.
the best of us, even Cooper Koch.
Yeah.
So tempting this to, I take those two little almost preview steps. Niekamp thought about a 3. Walker bounces off of his hands. He's double teamed.
Wow.
Won't kick it out. It bounces off of the Ironman back to Metamora.
They're certainly making it hard on Kobe Walker down low. Luke Hopp coming in to help Nick Walker when he's in, and Cooper Koch.
Walker is the heir apparent to Jaheim Weber's role. He's 6'8" junior. Definitely an underrated player. Hasn't scored yet today, but again, he brings a massive size. He's guarding the guard, Mason. Now dribbles out to the corner. Nearly taken away by Connor Smith. Here's Koch, back over to Mason. They'll probably hold for the last shot. Walker back on Mason again. Now with 8 is Greaves. Now Koch finds Mason open in the corner with Walker closing out. He got it to go. The biggest shot of the game so far. Tyler Mason gives Metamora a 9-point lead. He wanted the extra free throw. Talking with the ref. But still, 9-point lead for Metamora and a massive shot from Mason.
That's just a great drawn-up play. Milk that clock. Mason comes around, baseline, able to catch and shoot on Walker. And, man, Metamora really finding their stride.
I want to take a quick word for all of our sponsors real quick. Starting with Couples Construction, a master elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered master elite. Allows you the GAF Gold Pledge warranty, 25 years labor, material, and dump fees. They're also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club at 309-826-4377 for more info. And by York Public Adjusting, their team of experts will advocate for you, and they're dedicated to working with your insurance company to maximize your claim so you won't be shortchanged. York Public Adjusting works hard to make sure you're properly compensated and the insurance company pays for your policy reads. For more info, call 800-670-8647. And by Platinum Plumbing, where you can experience the pinnacle of plumbing excellence. Expertise meets reliability, and their skilled professionals ensure precision in every pipe and fixture. Trust Platinum Plumbing for top-tier solutions that shine above the rest. And by First State Mortgage, your go-to destination for all your financial needs at 502 North Hershey in Bloomington. They're ready to kickstart your financial journey, whether you're looking for commercial, business, or mortgage lending solutions. First State Bank, NMLS 431475, and First State Mortgage 172606, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Here we go, quarter number 4. Community needs a comeback. They have been held to just 25 through 24 minutes of play. Niekamp and Cleveland on the bench for the Ironmen right now. Smith and Walker are in. Here's the former, driving in on Greaves. And pass past Weber. Metamora now in transition. Lob up to Koch, is tipped up. And a foul.
They're going to get a foul. Is that a shooting foul? Or
I don't believe it would be.
Oh, yeah, just out of I was going to say he's
kind of a tough call there. Newsom, great job getting back on defense. I think he just clipped the hand of Koch.
Causing turnover for Community. You got to value every possession in low-scoring games like this. Now that it really puts the pressure on the defense to get a stop. Zobrist driving in, finds Greaves. Redbirds content to milk some clock here as Hop drives the baseline. Good steal momentarily by Roman, but lost it out of bounds.
Metamora able to regain possession here. And yeah, John, to your point, it's really going to put the pressure on Normal Community to play some hard-nosed defense. They got to get some turnovers and stops.
Especially when you look at a team like Metamora, we see on this possession that it's pretty clear they're going to try and work it till they get a good look. Nothing forced. Here's Zobrist, tough baseline look. That one may be a bit forced, but we'll see.
Tougher
he can't
shot.
make those. That pass to Newsom was airmail. Goes back to Metamora.
Speaking of forced, right there.
Yeah. I mean, those aren't the play. You take advantage of Metamora missing their shot. You come back down, and then you airmail a pass. Not what you want late in the game.
That'll be Mason to bring it up. He is, talk about Hot really emerging. Mason really emerged as well. He just does a bit of everything for this Metamora team. He scores, he rebounds, plays much bigger than his listed height of 6'1". Almost plays like he's 6'5". Zobrist, open three, and it's off the top of the backboard. It falls in, but it hit the, whatever you call it, sort of
the wire of
yeah, the
suspension wire. I don't know.
The wire, yeah. So Community needs a bucket. Not the end of the world if you don't get one, but you'd really like one here. They go to Weber, and he is fouled by Koch, who claims his innocence, but to no avail. That'll be Koch's third. Or rather, no, that foul going on Mason, his first. Was in the act, so Weber will get 2 free throws. Strong off the hand and doesn't get a friendly roll.
And only 4 points now. That was his 4th point for Weber. They've really kind of kept him under control, Metamora's defense.
Here's Mason. Now Weber down in the post. Everyone else playing pretty tight to their man. Now Weber pops out on Hop. Eyes Mason, who is cutting to the hoop.
Metamora's still not forcing anything. I like it. The clock is their friend right now.
That's what you want to do. Just make them play against the clock.
How do you credit Metamora? I've seen them in situations like this. They pass the ball very well. They don't usually turn it over. It's easier said than done. Pass it around like that. As Mason cutting towards the hoop. 2 more for the Redbird lead.
Let him come out and guard you, and then just that, you go back door, easy finish, 10-point lead.
Community has got to get on their horse. They haven't been able to shoot many threes as Roman drives in, got it to go. Need more of that if you're Dave Witzig and the orange and white. He'll call timeout. Community will talk things over. And just a real quick word for, again, all of our great sponsors. It's been a great day of basketball here at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout, and it wouldn't be possible without all of them, starting with Couples Roofing and Solar. All of your roofing and solar needs, give them a call at 309-826-4377. Also by York Public Adjusting. They'll work with your insurance company to maximize your claim. Give them a call at 800-670-8647. Platinum Plumbing for all of your plumbing needs. Even experience the pinnacle of plumbing excellence. And also by First State Mortgage. Tell them about your financial and lending needs. Give them a visit at 502 North Hershey Road in Bloomington, or visit them in another way as well. Member FDIC, and they're an equal housing lender for commercial business or mortgage lending solutions. Talk about what a win could mean for both teams. For Metamora, obviously gives you a ton of momentum. Needless to say, if you want to talk about the AP rankings, I feel like a win like this could potentially vault them up to number 2 or number 1. Greaves traveled.
I think if Metamora wins this, there's no arguing that they're at worst top 3 in 3A. They've got to be 1, 2, or 3. I don't care where, but they beat this Ironman team on a neutral court. I feel like that's enough to bolster them.
Yeah, definitely could propel them even a spot.
Niekam's 3, got it to go! What a time for his first bucket, and the forward showing that he can shoot it a little bit. After a 17-point night, he gets his first triple. Now Koch left wide open, same spot, different side, same outcome, different team.
You know, that's a guy you leave wide open, he's going to make it 99% of the time.
Niekamp, he's
Shoot
thinking
it
about it, and thought about it a bit too much. I think if he would have pulled the
check,
trigger.
yeah.
Still a chance for a Normal community, but they will have to put in some work defensively and turn those into points on the offensive end. Here's where you could really use maybe a steal and a fast break dunk. We haven't seen many of those slams from community here tonight. Timeout called by Danny Greaves. Metamora will talk things over.
It's a good timeout if you're Coach Greaves. Saw they were trapping Zobrist there.
Looking ahead for Normal community, they take on Pekin on Tuesday, and that's another Class 4A foe who they may encounter in the playoffs. Yeah, you can't take Pekin lightly. You know, maybe not a team that's had historically as much success as the Ironmen or the Redbirds have, but again, they showed they can hang with the Redbirds. So it should be a good game at Pekin. Then on Saturday, they take on Molen before finishing the regular season, or rather against Normal West. I gotta double check that. I know they face Normal West, I believe, 2 weeks from now. Brief mix up there, but. And looking at Metamora, coming up next for them, they will host, or they will head to Washington on Tuesday, and they'll host East Peoria on Friday. Here's Newsome. Reverse layup can get it to go. There's Weber with the slam. Now you can break out those Dunkometers.
Probably the best way to get quick points if you're Normal community. Have Newsome or the high-hand Roman drive as hard as they can to the basket and tell Jaheim Weber to crash the offensive boards. Oh,
blocked by Weber. You heard that one from all the way back here. Now here comes communities. They've got some momentum. Crowds getting back into it. Newsome left open for 3 and is off the mark.
Yeah, Weber volleyballed that one.
Everyone in this gym was ready to explode when that one went up from Newsome. Now here it's hot. Metamora will calm things down a touch. Under 3 to play here at Normal West between two of the best in Central Illinois this year. Mason driving in and gets fouled. Adds Community's second of fourth quarter.
Well, we knew this one was setting up for an exciting finish and certainly living up to the bill.
Metamora led 18-17 at the half. Koch gets fouled in 1! And he flexes his muscle, stashing Greaves. Say, hey, I got some muscle too. I'm going to the Big Ten.
That's how you make a statement.
Not really much Newsome could have done there. I mean, maybe he could have gone straight up, but if we're being honest, Koch was probably making that even if he was standing straight up and didn't commit the foul.
That's such a big bucket for Metamora. Koch completes the three-point play against Jaheim Weber. Now here's Roman on the drive. He's been a spark plug. He gets the and 1 on the other end. Got to give credit to community. They are fighting, and Braylon Roman's doing everything he can.
How about Roman saying we're not going away just yet? Another one off the glass. Still a lot of time in this game.
I was just about to say 2:33, especially in basketball minutes, can feel like an eternity. Roman's free throw misses. Niekamp trying to get it. Jump ball, and it favors Metamora. Community's left some points at the line.
Yeah, they have.
Taking Jaheim Weber out here for the time being. Interesting decision by Coach Witzig.
Trying to go small here. Again, he needs some shooters on the floor. Weber will get a brief hydration break. And the ball will get a little wipe down. It has some perspiration all over it. Oh, the Pumpkins ready. So are we. 2:31 to go. Metamora leading by 7. They've led most of this one. Mason almost lost it out of bounds, but able to track it down.
Nice job by Mason to not panic there and get the ball out safely.
Here's Koch, open Greaves in the corner. Let's spin around, back out to Mason. Mason falls to the ground, nearly lost it, but got it over to Zobrist. Connor Smith nearly picked his pocket. And they get a foul there as Community's 4th, so now Metamora will be in the bonus for the final 119 ticks.
Yeah, just play some keep away. Or is that still out of bounds, John? It looks like.
Yeah, that foul is on the floor. Next one will be shooting.
Well, you might see another foul coming here if they can't get a steal.
How long are you going to try and risk trying to get a turnover? You bleed some clock. They keep Metamora off the line. What do the Ironmen decide to do? Here's Mason. Water comes up, brings the double team. Mason in a bit of trouble, but finds Zobrist to his right. Zobrist drives in, finds Greaves, dials up the 3-ball, got it! Ashton Greaves! His first bucket puts Metamora up by 10.
Couldn't hit a bigger shot than that.
That may be the dagger. Community needs to go, and they need to go quick.
I was not going to throw that term out there yet, John, but I'm glad you did because I absolutely agree. Foul on the floor there.
Foul on Hop. That's his 3rd. Ashton Greaves. Gotta wonder what his grandfather Danny was thinking when he shot that one. May have wanted him to just hold the ball, but he makes him proud. Sinking the 3 that may have just won Metamora the game. Minute 15 left for the Ironmen to pull something off. Romans on the drive, gets the and 1. A chance to counter 3 points with 3 points.
Certainly not over just yet, but you have to go down, you got to foul. So you kind of put the ball in Metamora's court to force them to make their free throws.
Yeah, Community, they've missed 3 or 4. If they have made all of them, which obviously hindsight's always 20/20, you're never going to make 100% of your free throws. Could be a 1-possession game. Roman nearly takes it away. Would it go off of it? One off of Roman. He almost came away with that one. You need Roman here on defense because of his length. It'll be Zobrist to trigger the inbound and finds Hop.
Got a foul if you're Normal Community.
Zobrist through the wickets of Niekamp, and we'll get that 5th foul. So now it will come down to how well can Metamora shoot their free throws. It's not a team you want to put at the line. All of these players on the Redbirds have been at the line so many times in clutch situations like this.
Yeah, definitely a player you would want if you're Coach Danny Greaves. Kyler Mason, he's been in this spot so many times last year in the postseason, clutch moments. I think he kind of lives for this.
Mason makes the first. One thing I noticed about Mason is hardly any of his free throws hit the rim. They're almost always swishes. Mason, well, that one hit the back rim, but still goes in. Doesn't matter. 9-point lead for the Redbirds with under a minute to play. Ironmen need a big bucket And a turnover. Roman finds Niekamp. Got to shoot soon. It's Roman from way downtown. Too strong. Long board. Brought in by Metamora. And it's hop. Redbirds can just play keep away. Looks like they may have done enough to topple the Ironmen here in the Twin Cities. They'll pass it around, but I don't know if Community's going to foul. If they do, it's still much too late. Koch thought about it, and they'll just continue to pass it around. Metamora is going to take home one of their biggest wins of the season. What a proving a victory for them. They show that they are state title contenders, and now you can say that they might be the best team in Central Illinois.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest wins you can mark on your schedule for Metamora. After coming up just short to Thornton, number 1 in Class 3A just a few weeks ago, they capped it off with this one against Normal Community. Unbelievable win.
Simply put, I think if you don't believe this Metamora team can go back-to-back, win another 3A state title, I don't think you're watching the same basketball as me.
And they're really one bounce away from potentially being back-to-back-to-back state champs. This Metamora team just knows how to win. I think that's my biggest takeaway. Any game that they play like this against a good team, they just know how to pull it out, and they did so really starting in that third quarter.
Yeah, and obviously only up 1 at halftime, but really started to kind of find their momentum in the second half. And you can't say enough. It was a well-rounded game. Cooper Koch, Matthew Zilbers, Tyler Mason made the big buckets when they had to.
So Metamora will move up to 23-4. Community will fall to 23-5. They've played some very good teams since the turn of the calendar, but a couple of really close losses for them. They lost to Lyle Bennett by 1 last week. And a couple other close losses. They lost closely to Thornton as well. A couple of really good teams. As our Gavin Russell will be sitting by here with Cooper Koch here in just 1 second, but tell us about lots to learn from this one. As we're sending it down to Gavin Russell, he's sitting by with the game MVP, Cooper Koch. Gavin, down to you.
Down on the floor with Cooper Koch, player of the game. It was a great game. They're a tough team. What did it take to beat them?
It took a lot of effort. We were very physical inside, and being able to stop them from doing what they're known for, getting inside and scoring, it really showed we're ready for the playoffs.
And your teammates hit some big shots. Mason had some big shots. Zobers had some big shots. You guys look locked in as a unit.
Yeah, we had a tough game on Wednesday against Beacon, and to be able to bounce back and play well like that, it means a lot for us.
What do you want to do the rest of the regular season? Just a few games. What are you looking to accomplish?
We're just looking to win out and get better as a team, keep improving and getting ready for the postseason.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
And thank you, Gavin. Congratulations to Cooper Koch and the Metamora Redbirds on a big win. You look at the big wins for Metamora this year. They include teams like Downers Grove North, Bolingbrook. So this isn't the first Class 4A power that Metamora has beat, but the more they win, the more they prove, and I think that this one is really going to put them in that conversation. If they weren't already, I think they probably should have been in it already.
Certainly, and you get a win this big, heading into the final stretch of your season, postseason coming up in just a few short weeks. This is the type of game that really propels you, that says, hey, we can compete with some of the best in the entire state.
A day of high school basketball, full day of high school basketball from the Normal West Crossroads Shootout. Some great basketball all day long. What an honor it was to be a part of it. And if this does not get you hyped for the IHSA playoffs, I don't know what will.
This was a great taste of the postseason, almost a super sectional state title level championship game, championship type environment here at Normal West. And you said it, Dalton, what a great day of basketball. Started all the way back at 12:30. Quincy and East St. Louis, the Blue Devils, take down the Flyers. And we had Manuel take down Mount Vernon. And then Bradley Bourbannais and Molen had that thriller. Molen won it by 2. Normal West over Washington by 2. And then Metamora wins one for the Mid-Illini, 47-38 over Normal Community. Guys, any just final thoughts from the day as a whole?
Yeah, obviously, once we saw the schedule released, this was an incredible slate of games. some top-ranked teams in the state. We saw Quincy earlier this afternoon. You know, Metamora, Normal Community, Molen. I mean, these were top-caliber teams, and all these games certainly lived up to the hype, John. I don't think there was a game we watched that wasn't close, kind of neck and neck.
Yeah, I would absolutely say, if I could give one piece of advice to the viewers wherever you're watching, is remember some of these names, because some of these teams are going to be playing deep into March and potentially in Champaign for a state title. But I mean, like I said earlier, what an honor it was to be a part of it.
It really was a fun day at Normal. Thank you to Ed Haferman, head coach of Normal West, and everyone involved here at the school for letting us come in and broadcast. We certainly had a good time. Hope you all had a good time as well watching it at home. One quick last word for all of our great sponsors that made this great day possible, starting with Couples Construction, a Master Elite installer of GAF shingles. Only 2% of roofers in North America are considered Master Elite. It gives you the GAF Gold Pledge Warranty, 25-year labor, material, and dump fees. Couples Construction is also a 2-star member of the GAF President's Club. 309-826-4377 for an estimate. And by York Public Adjuster Services, their team of experts will advocate on your behalf. They're dedicated to working with your insurance company, maximize your claims so you won't get shortchanged. York Public Adjusting, make sure you're properly compensated and the insurance company pays to what your policy reads. For more info, 800-670-8647. And by Platinum Plumbing, for all of your plumbing needs, where expertise meets reliability. Turn that back on. Turn that back on. Every pipe and fixture providing unparalleled service for all of your plumbing needs. Trust Platinum Plumbing for top-tier solutions that shine above the rest. And by First State Bank and First State Mortgage, your go-to destination for all of your financial needs. Conveniently located at 502 North Hershey Road in Bloomington to help you kickstart your financial journey. That will about wrap things up from Normal West. Hope you all had a great time watching at home. We certainly had a great time here as well. Whether you tune in for one game or for all of them, this was some of the best basketball in the entire state in one place that you will see. It's been a pleasure working with everyone. Gotta give a huge shout out to all of our broadcast crew. Everyone's all over the place today. Michael Savoy, Jaden Walker, Brock Engel, Gavin Russell, Patrick Huber, Owen Dimple. Joey Wright was here earlier, had to leave. Larry Larson was here earlier in the day as well. My fantastic broadcast partners, Dalton Carmine, John Camosa. I am Jonathan Michael saying so long from Normal West. Metamora, a big winner over Class 4A number 7 Normal Community. Until next time, folks, have a good weekend. We'll talk to you soon on Clutch Sports Media.